was incredible that the ground staff had got it as hard as they had. And you would think possibly there's a bit of moisture coming up from the ground, but otherwise we might be into the best day, or next couple of days being the best days of the match for batting, which Northampton will obviously have to keep in mind first when they're batting, and then in terms of how long, perhaps if they get a decent lead, they'll want to leave to bowl out Middlesex for a second time.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's got everything in the mixing bowl for a really, really interesting day today. There's a real good chance for Northamptonshire to bat for a long time, put Middlesex under pressure in their second innings, and maybe kind of start thinking about innings or a little run chase at the end of the day. Middlesex are obviously still kind of in this game. Northamptonshire are 3 down. There's plenty of cloud cover about. We saw how well the Northants bowlers bowled on day one. There's no reason why this quality attack that Middlesex have got here can't repeat those kind of feats and put Northamptonshire in a bit of trouble. So it's not always the best cricket when you've got low scoring games, but it's normally always quite exciting.
Absolutely. And I think it'll be more of the same probably from Luke Proctor and Rob Keogh to start the day, get themselves in, get a few more overs in the bowler's legs, and then probably look to start dominating a bit more as the day goes on, and hopefully they build a lead, trailing now of course by just 38 runs with 7 first innings wickets in hand.
I think so. I think it's always, I guess, difficult when you come back the day afterwards as a not out batter, but then to kind of take a day out from the middle as well. I'm sure they've been in the indoor school and they might have been able to have used the cage this morning as well to have a hit, but you are essentially starting again, aren't you? You are 39 not out, and Luke Proctor goes, caught at first slip off the bowling of Ethan Bamber. 4 down now for Northamptonshire. Really smart catch low down, and Middlesex have got the early breakthrough of the day.
Yes, that's exactly the start that Middlesex would have wanted, and exactly the start that Northamptonshire wouldn't have done. Yeah, and credit to Bamber, he's put it in the right area. Rob Keogh had to play at it, and like you say, a good catch. That's interesting.
It opens the game up a bit, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
It really does.
Like I said, Northants would have wanted these two just to have batted time this morning, eroded that slender lead that Middlesex have, and then think about exerting their dominance. But Middlesex clearly have other ideas.
They do indeed, and the new batter for Northamptonshire is the experienced Josh Cobb, about to join Rob Keogh at the crease to take this game forward for Northamptonshire. I think Ethan Bamber's deserved. He's deserved that, I think, based on how well he bowled on day one. He's certainly been the pick of the bowlers for Middlesex in this game.
Yeah, undoubtedly. Undoubtedly their most threatening and most accurate bowler on day one. Josh Cobb coming off a couple of low scores in the first game of the season down at Canterbury, but he did of course make that explosive century against the Oxford University students in pre-season. Be interesting to see what his approach is. Obviously a naturally attacking batsman.
Yeah.
And whether he'll want to try and dominate from the start.
I think it's going to be really difficult, isn't it? There's clearly going to be plenty. There's plenty in this pitch. There's plenty overhead. But equally, we are in a world now where playing your natural game is encouraged. And you would say, as Ethan Bamber completes the first over of the day with a wicket made, you would say that should be encouraged as well. Be your natural self.
Absolutely, and I think Ryan Higgins showed in the first innings that if you've got your wits about you and you're willing to, to use your feet and get to the pitch of the ball, then this is not an unplayable track, as well as Northants bowled, especially with a ball that's slightly older.
And Toby Rowland-Jones will take the second over for Middlesex. Rob Keogh on strike.
Oh, my word.
And that has absolutely lifted off. That's taken off. It's like bowling at Heathrow, that one, wasn't it? Absolute ripper, that was first up.
A snorter, that. Good to see that again.
As you said, Ryan Higgins complimented the pitch on how hard it was. We haven't seen anything behave quite like that so far during this game.
It was almost like a tennis ball bounce.
Really was.
I don't know if we can see that again, but maybe when we get a little gap in play. Oh my word.
And that one there, again, just hasn't quite, it didn't repeat from what we saw that first ball of the over, did we?
So let's see on the replay whether this is the first ball of the over. Yeah, no, that was the one we've just seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one that one sort of died a bit.
Seemed
so
away,
maybe we're seeing
really
some
bounce.
variable bounce.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to imagine that it was torrential rain all evening and into the early hours. You've got to think that, given how much rain there has been, that might be coming up through the surface.
I think being able to have a chat with the guys, that the ground staff would be really valuable, wouldn't it? To try and understand how a day like yesterday will affect the pitch and the playing conditions going forward with all the experience that they've got.
I was thinking that this morning actually, because they are the unsung heroes. You don't hear from them that often, and it's usually only when something's gone wrong. My word, they worked hard yesterday and into this morning. And given, look at some of the situation around the country. We've got no play at all in the game at Bristol. That's been called off.
Completely called off?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think the outfield was just saturated, and it's also testament to the drainage here at Wantage Road. Of course, the outfield relayed a few years ago. And given the amount of water we've had, the fact that we are starting on time here. Ooh.
Big play and miss by Rob Keogh there. I mean, Northamptonshire's options here, I guess. I'm not sure I see the benefit in batting in a similar manner that we saw before tea or at the end of day one. Kind of feels like if there's going to be a positive result from this match, one of the two teams is going to have to take a forward step here, aren't they? And put one of the others under pressure. Northamptonshire obviously would love to get comparably close and then past what Middlesex put together in their first innings. But if we are going to get a result one way or another, one of these two teams is going to have to strike pretty hard, I think, in this morning session.
Yeah, I think Northants have time. They don't need to do anything silly. We've still got, at the start of the day, we still had 208 overs left in the match. Obviously, 8 extra overs each day, today and tomorrow, to make up for the time lost yesterday. That's a lot of cricket. So I think what slightly changes things is that early wicket. Whether they decide that, we'll see what happens over the next few overs. Whether they decide that just trying to hang around is counterproductive, I don't know. But
solidly defended by Josh Cobb.
yeah, so as a result of that longer day today, the intervals push back, lunch at 1:10, and tea, I believe, will therefore be at 4 or when 36 overs remain. That's my understanding.
I think you're spot on that one. Left alone.
Not as breezy as day one, but still, as you can probably hear on the effects mic, still a bit of wind about. Certainly not as sunny as it was on day one. The overhead conditions more favourable to the bowlers, perhaps, even if the pitch maybe has flattened out a little.
Just a really, really nice testing line there, isn't there, for Ethan Bamber to allow kind of Josh Cobb to start his innings. Can he tempt him into a shot here early doors? And we're joined. I forgot to say that at the start, didn't I?
You
that
did.
we were going to be joined for the morning
nice
session
surprise for the viewers.
by Northampton's wristy Freddy Heldreich. How are you? It's a long way off, isn't it? Take a seat, sir. Pop your microphone on your noggin, and we'll patch you in when you get comfortable. Feel free to dip in some water as well. Yeah, we're a hospitable commentary box here. Just nice. So about 4 overs then. Yeah. That's it. You're on.
I'm on. Oh wow.
Welcome. Live stream debuts all round this week.
Absolutely.
This is exciting.
How are you?
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Just living life really, to
Yeah.
be honest. Training. Kind of counting down the days till the white ball stuff starts. And then yeah, hopefully it'll be a bit more exciting than this.
I'll ask you the classic club cricket question. Have you wintered well?
Yeah, I've wintered well. It's been
Yeah.
a long winter. Usually kind of time flies by, but I did feel like I'd bowled about 1 million deliveries indoors. Training at Loughborough with the uni team as well as Northampton. Seemed to see the inside of the ECB centre many days.
That looked like a terrific delivery from Ethan Bamber there. Was that a play? That was just a straight play and miss, wasn't it? There wasn't a case of that didn't carry through.
Get the replay up now.
Just a little waft.
I think it's swung
Yeah.
out past his outside edge, hasn't it?
So what has your winter looked like, Freddie? Talk us through it, day by day. No, maybe not day by day. Just give us the highlights.
Yeah, I think it's just, for me, it was just bowling a lot to start, and then kind of sat down with Graham White, just to discuss a few technical changes here and there. So spent a while kind of redeveloping my run-up. Had to change a few things.
Yeah, first runs of the day, first boundary of the day as well. Rob Keogh picks up 4 down to deep third, outside half of the bat.
Runs.
They all count, don't they?
Exactly.
They all count.
Yeah, it's just been a lot of bowling really. A lot of extra fielding stuff done as well, because obviously you can't just be a good bowler or just a good bat. You've obviously got to catching a few balls here and there and throwing a few. Yeah, it was just getting a lot of overs in really. Just day by day and changing when things weren't clicking very well, changing a few things technically. But yeah, it's been nice. Good to get outside now. Obviously went away Cape Town for 10 days, which was really good to get out, play on some nice wickets really.
Yeah. And another one for Rob Keogh. Best place in the world, Cape Town, did you say yesterday?
Oh, what a place.
Yeah?
I would pick up life, move there in a heartbeat.
What did you, obviously there was an awful lot of training that went on, a couple of games as well that you said you played in. What did you and the lads get up to socially whilst you were out there? Cage diving with great white sharks, Table Mountain?
I know a lot of the lads got around Table Mountain and Lion's Head. Me and a couple of lads did the hike up Lion's Head and saw the sunset up there, which was a bit of a breathtaking view when you got to the top of that, and good fun because it's kind of like you walk 3/4 of it and then it's a bit of a rock climb to the top. That was quite exciting because you obviously are hanging on to some ladders and some wires to try and pull yourself up, but yeah, it was breathtaking views up there. Good to get a few snaps at the top and
get the Instagram up.
Make people a bit jealous. Look where I am, while you're sitting in the rain in England.
Yeah, you know how to work it.
Yeah, it's not my first rodeo doing that. It's the same in Australia when I was living out there. It was COVID here, obviously lockdown, and I was just chilling on the beach.
All right.
Every time I posted a video or a photo on the beach, everyone was like, "Oh, I hate you." So
Well,
has to be done.
You're making me, and I'm sure you're making Sam. That's absolutely taken off by Roland Jones again, and probably everybody else listening incredibly jealous, Sam.
Absolutely. Although here we are at Wantage Road, I'd say that probably rivals the Gold Coast or wherever you were.
Oh, 100%. No better place than Wantage Road to be, is it? Especially on a day like today. A bit nicer than yesterday.
Some extravagant bounce seen now from a couple of deliveries from Roland Jones. I mean, obviously he's a tall bowler who has that in his armoury, but it's interesting to see. Yeah, they've started well, Middlesex.
They have
this morning.
And it's Roland Jones so far this morning has got this uncanny knack of getting one to take off and then the following one just to kind of roll along the floor afterwards. So I'd love to know if he's doing that one on purpose.
Natural variation, they call that, don't they?
I think so.
I guess it's probably whether it's hitting the seam or whether it's not.
Are you a wicket whisperer, Fred? Can I ask you a wicket groundsman related question that you might be able to give an answer to?
Well, I usually just play on pretty flat decks, to be honest with you, so they usually rock hard, and that's why our pass score here in T20 was like 200 last year. So I'm not really sure me speaking of the wicket's going to help it do much, really, but
we'll save it then. Don't worry.
Yeah. Hopefully, yeah. Well, I don't mind it, to be honest. It means flatter wickets, a bit quicker usually. I don't get the odd one to skid on. I'm not really a massive spinner of the ball, so I don't really usually look to drift it away, spin it through the gate. But yeah, no, I don't mind it. You can't really pick your grounds, can you?
No, of course not. Of course not. 116 for 4 now, Northamptonshire off 49 overs. Ethan Bamber to continue. What does the start of your cricketing year look like? Obviously, we've got a little while before the T20 Blast starts, and as you said, that's your format. What are you up to in the next few weeks?
At the moment, it's just trying to get games wherever I can. Being a uni student, playing a lot of Bucks cricket for them. Got a few games coming up. That'll be just good 50 over cricket. Means I can hopefully guarantee myself 10 overs every game in that. Look to travel back home, play some minor county stuff. Just continue to try to get overs in, really. Match overs I always find are much more beneficial than bowling in the middle to a miss and stuff like that, and in the nets.
Yeah.
So for me, it's we're here every day when I'm not playing, either back home or for uni. And yeah, it's just getting overs in, really. See how I go. Obviously, if I play a game on a uni game and don't feel great, then I can be like, okay, I can go work on it the next day at Northampton, and hopefully bounce back for the next game.
That's a cracking shot for nothing by Rob Keogh. And what are you studying?
Could say studying. Sports management.
Okay.
Wouldn't say I've got the best attendance rate, to be honest with you. Bit tough to be
Well,
sitting.
it doesn't sound like you've been in the country that
that
often, Fred.
Yeah.
I'll be honest.
Bit tough to be attending lectures when you're here 5 days a week. You get the odd email being like, "Yeah, we're gonna take you off your course, kick you out of uni." I'm like, well, I can't be checking into lectures from Northampton, can I? But no, it's a challenge. Obviously, I think September to December you get away with it because you're not training a couple times a week. So you have those days where you can go to lectures and do your studies. But yeah, when it gets to January time, it really starts cranking up a little bit, and you find it a bit tough to balance it all.
Sure. Are you enjoying it though?
Yeah,
balancing that kind of pro cricketer and uni student lifestyle.
Yeah, it's a bit of best of both worlds, really. You're obviously playing cricket professionally, but then when you go back, you've got your mates at uni, you've got your housemates, stuff like that. It's always it was a real tough balance, but kind of say I'm slowly getting my head around it.
It's another 4 runs for Rob Keogh. A worthy dive down at deep square, but not able to drag it back. 120 for 4 now.
There's a nice shot that. Timed it very nicely off his legs. And some, obviously the white ball stuff in the 2 starts nice and early. Give you a chance to get out there as well.
Yeah, I think we've got a couple of red ball games going on at the moment. Then as soon as the white ball stuff kind of kicks in, I reckon I'll be put my foot in and saying time to play some Northampton cricket. I think always nice warm up because obviously a lot of the similar players to me in other counties are the same kind of boat. They're obviously not doing much during the red ball, but when those early 2s white ball games come around, then they'll come in. You end up playing against some big names who you'd think wouldn't play 2s cricket, but they still rock up because they get the games in.
Yeah, because a lot of them, well, the sides that have a lot of white ball specialists will, particularly in the T20, often send something close to a first team down to twos cricket. I think Sussex have done that, particularly in the last few years, where you have, you know, Luke Wright turning up for a twos game alongside Tamal Mills, and it's a great experience, I guess.
Yeah, it's 100%. I think obviously this will be my third season playing, and yeah, it's always, from a young age, it's a great thing when you're kind of push your way into the first team and you're rocking up these twos games. You've seen these lads have scored thousands of first team runs, thousands of wickets, all that stuff. So it's always great excitement. It gives you an idea of how far away you actually are. You rock up and you play, you bowl your 4 overs, 2 for not many, then you go, okay, well, might have been my day, but I'm not actually that far away from these guys who have played international cricket for X amount of years.
And do you get a chance to, we were talking to Saif Saeed on day one about picking players' brains, particularly he was talking about overseas stuff, but if you're coming up against those guys, even in twos cricket, in a more relaxed atmosphere, you get a chance to ask them a few questions. Yeah,
100%. Obviously, yeah, for me, it's looking at the spinners around, and obviously there's not many wrist spinners, but people remember playing Somerset and picking Van der Merwe's brain, because obviously he's played so much white ball cricket around the world as well, and just picking how he thinks, really. Always good to pick the batsman's brains as well, because that when we had Linney here last year, pick his brain about some of the wrist spinners he's faced around the world, and obviously he's faced the best of the best, so it's getting an idea of what they do well, what he finds challenging when he faces them, and obviously trying to replicate them.
Who are your wrist spinning heroes, Freddie?
Rashid Khan would probably be the one.
Have you met him?
I've not, and unfortunately that'd be the one I'd like to really meet. Say Shamsi's up there as well, obviously being a fellow left arm wrist spinner. There's obviously a few just you keep popping up around the world. You watch the IPL every night, and there seems to be a new wrist spinner every time, and he's take 4 for nothing. You think, well, there's another one on the radar. I'm a bit of a closed door badger, I'd say. I'd do
that door's ajar now, Freddie.
Sit and watch their spells, see how they go.
Come on in.
4 more for Northamptonshire. Josh Cobb off the mark there with a really nicely played shot down to deep third.
Yeah, open the face, deliberately guiding it into that gap. Off the mark.
How old are you, Fred?
21.
21. Because I guess for us oldies now, where your age starts with a 3.
It's very kind of you, by the way, Dan, to not reveal the second digit.
You're welcome. Every time somebody says, "Oh, who's your kind of guy you look up to as a wrist spinner," and everybody, I think, past a certain age just goes, Shane Warne. And Shane Warne's not even come up in the conversation there for yourself. And I think that just shows like how much cricket has changed, and I suppose moved on, I guess, with these new heroes that you guys are kind of looking up to compared to what we would have done 5-10 years ago.
It's an obvious what Shane Warne's. You don't even have to mention him. He's obviously every wrist spinner's idol. Who's definitely always been mine. But more looking down the white ball line, obviously you look at these Rashid Khan for me, because he's the one who's at the moment at the top of the white ball game, really.
Gone.
Roland Jones picks up another one. Josh Cobb goes for 4, caught behind by John Simpson. 5 down now for Northamptonshire, and Middlesex have started the day as well as they could possibly have wanted to.
Yeah, it's possibly one that Josh Cobb didn't need to play at, although it did seem to seam away a little bit. But yeah, Middlesex currently bowling themselves right back into this game. Yeah, certainly so far the visitors' morning, they've bowled very, very nicely indeed. In fact, there was just a couple of overs there where you felt that the Northants guys were able to play a few shots, but a good comeback from the Middlesex captain, and he and Ethan Bamber have started very nicely for the visiting side this morning.
Absolutely, picks up his 2nd wicket of the innings as well. Next batter in for Northamptonshire is Lewis McManus, wicket keeper. Possibly a real good benefit to keeping wicket here is you almost get a little bit of an idea of how the pitch is playing before you've actually batted on it. So hopefully Lewis McManus can kind of put that experience that he picked up on Thursday to good use today on Saturday. Spend much time with Lewis?
Yeah, I spent quite a bit of time, especially training and pre-game and stuff, because I'm a bit of a bowl a million balls before playing kind of person. He gets a bit fed up with me because I'll be like, oh, come on, Lewis, can you just catch a few? But half an hour later, he's like, I don't really want to catch anymore. And I'll be like, come on, Lewis, a few more. But no, he's been really good while coming in to the side. Brings a lot of experience, played cricket for a long time, and I like to talk to him a lot because obviously keeper sees what I'm doing, reads the game really well. I think for me, yeah, he's given me some advice and stuff. He says he usually now just walks away when I'm bowling in warm-up. He goes, well, I've just seen you bowl 3 Jaffas, so you don't need to bowl anymore, and just walks off. And I'll be obviously really annoyed because I want to bowl a bit more, but it's good to, he says to me, he's like, it's not bowled to get the bad ones out, it's bowled to feel good. And obviously, yeah, he's really good to have him around there and good to chat to, because as a keeper, yeah, you see everything, don't you, when you're playing, when you're in the field. So talk to him about field settings and plans and how to try to set up a batsman.
Yeah, as you said, a really valuable resource for you as a bowler to tap into. Someone that sees the game from the opposite end to what you would as the bowler, but like picks up on a few things that you might not see yourself. Ethan Bamber to carry on. Rob Keogh, the man on strike. This is tough going this morning.
It is,
Sam.
yeah.
Reminiscent of day one.
Yeah, they're bowling a lot better. Well, certainly Bamber's continued to bowl well. And, yeah.
Just swinging past the bat there, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
the batsman thinking, conscious of the natural angle of the ball coming in with the arm, but it does then seem to be straightening, making it very difficult to know what you can leave and what you can play. And Rob Keogh will have a crucial role to play for Northants here.
Fresh off 100 last week, so if there's a man in form,
Absolutely.
Rob Keogh is the guy.
Equal first in the club's first-class century makers.
Good day to go first.
Certainly would be, yeah. Many or any red ball ambitions for you, Freddie?
That's been a question that's been asked many a time. Yeah, I think obviously I'd love to go out there and represent Northampton in the Champo. I think at the moment in time I'm a long way off it. Lack red ball experience, haven't played much red ball 2 stuff really. At the moment my foot in the door is the T20 side, so I think the dream is obviously franchise T20 cricket, white ball around the world, but if it can all click well, and maybe there is a little chance for me in the red ball side in the future, but just playing it by ear at the moment really. Trying to just focus on my T20 cricket and get to the best place I can be with that, and then maybe one day it might just all click and I'll go, okay, this is a bit of an older wicket, we'll have a go.
So when it comes to planning your training with the coaches, currently, you know, how much time do you spend bowling with a red ball in the nets, or have you been told, listen, at the moment just focus on your white ball skills?
At the moment it's been, well, training with the ones, it's bowling with a red ball. I don't look to change too much, really between. I don't, obviously having quite a quick action, I feel that I struggle to bowl that kind of slower pace delivery, which obviously is a bit more red ball. But no, I do a lot of red ball stuff during the weeks, but obviously when I'm bowling in the middle to a mitt and stuff, I'll always use a white ball. I'll probably, yeah, when we're just having a net, second team stuff, I'll probably just bowl the white ball, because for some reason I think there's a massive difference, but quite a lot of people would disagree with me and say it's just the colour of a ball, isn't it? But
and for you, that difference is what in how hard it feels in the hand, the seam.
Yeah, I think for me, I find the red ball's feels a bit slippery. Some red balls I find feel like a bar of soap. That it's just a weird mental thing of mine. But no, I just don't know what it is really. I've recently been alright with it. Found bowling the red ball actually not too bad.
Ooh, big appeal by Ethan Bamber there for LBW. Lewis McManus coming down the pitch to meet him.
Just getting outside the line.
I think so. Not a huge interest afterwards, but
Yeah, I think so.
Just outside.
Taking a couple of steps down as well. Another good over.
Absolutely, and an enthusiastic appeal at the end of it as well. I can tell you from experience that Freddy is an absolute nightmare to face.
You've done it.
I have done it. It's so much quicker than what you would think it was going to be. I mean, to be fair, I obviously probably complimented the bowling quite well myself, but I can tell you it's a nightmare.
And what was the occasion that brought that about?
It was partly. What was the occasion? It was last summer. It was very warm.
Yeah, it was nice.
It was really warm, and just making a YouTube video. It was absolutely cracking, and I mean, Fred was brilliant. Gave so much time, so much insight into what was going through his mind through that video, providing like a lot of insight into the mind of a professional wrist spinner. Was great.
What did you make of Dan's batting, Freddie?
Poor. I think is. I'll tell you what. I'll answer for you, shall I?
No, it wasn't bad at all. Actually, it's not like you got out every ball or anything. No, it was
every other.
Yeah, every other. But no, it was one of those things. I've always found it quite tough bowling to
clubbies.
Yeah, we'll say clubbies. I was going to say less talented batsmen.
We'll
say
stiff.
Well, if we're comparing to professional cricketers, anyway, I take that as a bit of a compliment. Slightly less talented.
Fair. Beautiful shot from Rob Keogh.
I've always struggled with those things. I think I'd much rather bowl in a professional game than bowl in a Saturday club game, to be honest. I find clubbies well hard to bowl at for some reason. End up walking away with 10 overs north and quite a few runs.
Well, we've all mastered the step outside leg stump and the hoik through mid wicket.
And the slips are just there to look pretty. Don't think they've ever put a hand on it.
I don't play in a standard that warrants slips.
Rob Keogh looking very good here, timing everything very nicely. Solid in defence as well as when playing a bit more expansively, obviously in fine fettle after that century, his 15th of his first-class career for Northants down at Canterbury. And if he can bat until lunch, then Northants will be in a strong position. But it's not easy out there.
He's looked fantastic so far. An opportunity to play a similar innings to what we saw from Ryan Higgins from Middlesex to just enhance that scorecard that they had managed to put together.
Absolutely. Well, I think that obviously the partnership in that innings was Higgins and Simpson, and so maybe a batter and a wicket-keeper, or an all-rounder and a wicket-keeper, can do the same for the home side. As it stands, Lewis McManus at the non-striker's end, still yet to score. So we're playing on probably the furthest wicket over to that side of the ground that you can hear at Wantage Road. So there is a short boundary at the eastern side of the ground, which Rob Keogh has taken advantage of so far this morning on a number of occasions, as Dan hits his knee hard on the desk.
I've done really well not to shout there, haven't I?
It's been a morning of accidents. I spilt hot coffee over my hand.
You did?
Well, the door banged into me.
Oh, okay, here we go. It did, to be fair. It came out of nowhere, didn't it?
It was very painful. Adil Rashid, Freddie, someone you look up to?
Yeah, that's another name I've somehow missed out. Adil Rashid, numbers speak for themselves, really. He's actually obviously done it in all 3 formats. He's a massive one that I'd love to chat to. I spoke to Dave Willey the other day about it, and he said, well, I can set up a chat with you and Bash at any point, and obviously I'd be more than keen to see what he's got for me. Any advice, I'm happy to take. Any critical, any bad, any things I need to improve or anything. obviously he's currently in the IPL, going playing plenty of cricket and going quite well. He went well in the South Africa stuff. So he's yeah, I've watched probably every ball he's bowled out in those comps as well.
Lewis McManus off the mark with a single into the cover region.
Quite a different bowler to yourself, though, isn't he? He's a lot slower through the air.
Bit more drift.
Yeah.
And a bit more spin. Not hard to spin it bigger than I do. There's definitely a few. You look at the overseas, some of the teams have signed. Shadab Khan last year for Yorkshire. He was another one I watched quite carefully because I think he's quite similar to me.
Yeah.
Quite not a massive spinner of the ball. Quite quick through the air. Quite a tall guy as well. Yeah, there's just an endless amount of wrist spinners you can watch around the world really, and just kind of badger their techniques and see what they're doing different, and if they've got any new variations and stuff like that, because obviously the game's always expanding, so spinners seem to have a new variation every other week.
And how did you get into left arm wrist spin? I mean, it's it's not something that's taught at all-star sessions, I don't think. Not that you were quite that young, but it's it's how do you first decide that's going to be what you bowl?
Well, obviously, I as a youngster trundled in off 20 yards and bowled real slow, rubbish, medium pace. Then I kind of started to realise that if I bowl a wide here, I'm going to have to run in again. I was no interest in running in that far. So it was just kind of obviously messing around in the nets with my older brother, my dad. Obviously for me, it was watching, I've always found it quite fascinating how someone like Shane Warne could spin it from the edge of the wicket and hit the stumps. I always thought that was quite a mind-boggling thing to watch. So obviously in the nets you kind of mess around, don't you, and see how far you can spin it, and kind of realise I think my dad was like, "You're actually alright at this, you're landing at the odd one and it's spinning." So I thought, okay, let's try and take this a bit more seriously. And obviously you have the old coaches growing up saying, well, I reckon we should coach you left arm finger spin, because obviously it's an easier thing to coach, but I was a little pain in the arse back then, so I was saying, no, I'm not doing that, that's boring. I'm gonna waddle up and try to spin it from the edge of the wicket.
Lovely shot, another back foot punch from Rob Keogh. The ball won't quite reach the boundary. The wet outfield making sure the ball slows up, but they will come back for 3.
Still travelled quite nicely across the outfield there, didn't it, considering the amount of water that we did get yesterday.
And it's a big boundary this side of the ground, the west side of the ground, because it's such a short boundary on the other side. So it's your dad that got you into cricket originally, Freddie? He's a big fan, is he? Yeah.
My dad's one of the king of the badgers, I reckon.
King of the badgers.
Yeah, I grew up kind of cricket always on the TV. He played a lot growing up. Don't really know how well he played it, but he talks a big game, so he's played with some big names that he likes to drop in the odd times. But
let's hear them.
I couldn't tell you that.
Surely you can trump him now, though, can't you?
I reckon I could trump him now, but
he rules out a couple of names, and you can turn around and go, yeah, but what about this guy? And what about this guy?
I don't really know. Well, obviously I know some of the names, but obviously a bit before my time, so there's not real names I can block onto. But I think he got me into it. It was always, I think growing up, cricket was always on the TV in the house. If that was Test match or Big Bash or anything, it was always. I don't think the TV was ever switched off really. If Mum tried to flick it onto the news or something, that was just no. That's going straight back onto the cricket channel. And then just in the garden really. Obviously, I think Dad was happy to have me and my brother and my sister as well. To be honest, she in the garden a little bit when growing up, and I think that was his dream to have a couple of lads who kind of clicked onto cricket as much as we did.
If you can bat in the garden without too many windows about, there isn't many more fun activities you can do kind of growing up in the back garden, I don't think. The second you're batting towards windows, on the other hand, I think the parents start getting a little bit twitchy, particularly when you start getting a bit older and start hitting the ball a bit harder.
The game I used to play in the garden, the game I devised with my mate, we would sort of dig with a trowel a little bit of earth out to replicate a foothold.
Do you need to note this down for when you get back to your student house this afternoon?
So
Maybe not.
so you had your footholds, and then we'd wrap an obscene seam around a tennis ball, sort of an inch deep. And we called it Ashley Giles cricket.
That sounds like a knockoff, like 2003 mobile cricket game, that,
Exactly.
isn't it? Yeah.
And no disrespect to the King of Spain, but
Not at all.
I think given the conditions we had artificially replicated, the ball turned a little bit more than it would have done out of the great man's hands.
What did you average in the back garden in this game then?
Definitely 2 windows went. And a lot of balls over into the neighbours.
The issue we had was me and my brother, we had the credit balls, and we'd play on like front door, which was obviously slabbing and stuff like that. But the ball kept splitting. So Mum and Dad would have to keep buying like packs of these 6 credit balls, and they kept just splitting on the seam. So we got to a point where like you had a massive split down. So if it hit the seam, it could genuinely do absolutely anything.
So that's where you mastered bowling on hard, firm tracks that you now get here at Wantage Road.
Exactly. Just knew it was written in the stars, wasn't it? There was plenty of arguments in that, I remember, growing up. And then obviously my brother was a seam bowler, and he obviously bigger and older than me, he would try and kill me. And I'd just try and knuckle in. A few bruises flying around. But it's always good. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
That's what they say. 135 for 5 now, Northamptonshire, 55 overs been bowled. Ethan Bamber's going to carry on. A little sign of respect, I think, for Rob Keogh and from Middlesex. They're down to 2 slips now to Rob Keogh, slightly more defensive field as Middlesex get a little bit closer towards, Northamptonshire get a bit closer towards a comparable score to what Middlesex offered in the first innings. 3 slips back in for the new man, Lewis McManus, on the other hand, though. That is a cracking shot. Is that racing away for 4?
Yeah, glorious shot from Lewis McManus. His first boundary through the onside, and he has timed that perfectly. Little step down the wicket, which is interesting. They've obviously learnt from Ryan Higgins, and he met that on the bounce and flicked it away past the man at mid-wicket for 4 runs. Lovely shot. You're watching the Northamptonshire County Cricket Club live stream powered by Daffabet. If you do want to get in touch, if you've got any questions for Freddie, who's with us at the moment, or any comments, then you can do that by tagging in the Northamptonshire Twitter feed, which is at NorthantsCCC. We'd love to hear from you. Any questions you might have for Freddy Heldreich, who's with us at the moment. Any questions or comments generally, we would absolutely love to hear from you.
And of course, if you're enjoying the live stream, you can subscribe to the channel. Get the Northants YouTube channel climbing up towards that 100,000 subscriber plaque that's going to go nicely on the wall in the studio here. And if you can also drop us a little like as well, that'll help the stream out as well.
Middlesex's lead now just 10 runs. Northants with 5 first innings wickets in hand. You feel this partnership could be crucial. Once again, McManus negating any lateral movement with just a half step down the track. Very wise. I think Ryan Higgins set a fine example on how to negate seam movement on this pitch, which has offered a little bit for the bowlers throughout. Good cricket wicket, I think.
I think so, and I mean, still a few runs to come. Hopefully, in this Northamptonshire batting lineup with the two at the crease at the moment. Gareth Berg at number 8. I mean, I think you'd struggle to find many better number 8s kicking about in county cricket at the moment.
He's been promoted from last week.
He has indeed. Chris Tremaine, first class 100 to his name as well.
Yeah.
At number 9. So definitely a few guys that are still able to contribute as this innings progresses. Don't know whether that shot we saw from Lewis McManus through mid-wicket, just the last over or earlier on in this over, might have been a sign that the pitch is, I don't want to say, settling down from...
Oh, commentator's curse from
dear.
Dan. Lewis McManus singing, having his praises sung by Dan, but unfortunately he has edged and gone, caught by John Simpson off the bowling of Ethan Bamber. Bamber has 3. Northants lose their 6th wicket on 139, trailing Middlesex by 10. And a pretty regulation catch for the Gloveman. Dan, please leave the room.
I'm gutted. How do I send my apologies to Lewis McManus?
I'd give him a bit of time first.
Yeah.
Before contacting him. It was bound to happen, wasn't it? I was thinking that's why I've been keeping my mouth shut to anything happening. I don't want to be the one to say anything and then that happen.
I can't believe it.
It'll
I can't
work.
believe it. The only thing is, I would say, it does become a very quiet live stream, doesn't it, if you sit here and say nothing for 8 hours.
Yeah. Just sit and look pretty.
Well, that, to be fair, is still a struggle for me.
Bamber just bringing his length back 6 inches or so, and that's what's done for Lewis McManus, who was batting nicely. I mean, he's only got 5, but he had worked out that he needs to get forward. But that delivery required a bit more of a stretch from the Northants wicketkeeper, and finding the edge, John Simpson with the catch. And here comes Gareth Berg, the man we were just talking about at number 8. And he and Rob Keogh, of course, enjoyed batting together last week. We'll be hoping for more of the same.
The Italian stallion, Gareth Berg.
Oh, that's interesting, because Dan was mocking me for calling him the Italian stallion on day 1.
Yep.
So that's what you guys call him, is it?
Oh, he's got many different nicknames.
But that's one of them.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm delighted about that.
What did we've had? Called Krusty a little bit last year when he played 2s, Krusty the Clown.
Just got a change of bowling here at the Lynn Wilson centre end. Tom Helm into the attack.
I think I remember Brandon Glover calling him Burger Sauce. That was...
Why Krusty the Clown? Because of his hair?
Yeah,
okay.
it was a bit afro-like towards the end of last season. I think it was a bit of a boring second team game. I think it wasn't boring actually. I think we won with ease, but it was one of those moments where you just shout on anything you can. I think Bergie was just nicking people off for fun, so I think we were just getting behind him. Burger Sauce was one that stuck.
What's your approach if you're Gareth Berg here, Freddie?
I'm sure you're asking the right person here.
Probably better qualified than me or Dan, so we'll take it.
I'm not saying anything for the next 30 minutes.
I think it's just that. Obviously, get your way through to lunch, see where you are from there. I don't think he needs to do anything extravagant yet, really. But I think, just try bat time, bat how you want, whatever feels comfortable for you. Obviously, Keysy down at the other end, looked like he's going nicely. So I hope you just stick around and partner him.
Certainly solid in defence early on. So what's training look like this afternoon?
It's actually a day off for me, but I thought I'd come in and get a few overs in. Probably look to get in the nets outside and bowl a few overs down there. That's probably quite a chill day, really. Might bowl a few in the middle at lunch if there's any space. Obviously, seamers come first because they've got some overs they need to get in their legs. But if I can find my way out in the middle, I'll maybe just bowl a few out there. That's about it. Maybe get in the gym. Yeah, pretty relaxed day actually, to be honest. Then got tomorrow off, Monday off, and then Tuesday I've got a uni game. So just see what I can get out of today with bowling and prepare me for that game on Tuesday.
Where are you at uni?
Loughborough Uni.
Okay.
We've just started the Bucks competition. We played on today.
Bucks being the university's cricket.
yeah.
Okay.
We played the other day against Exeter and got rained off halfway, which is a bit gutting because we were looking pretty favourable.
A shot for none from Gareth Berg.
Quite a naturally attacking batter, Gareth Berg, from your experience.
Yeah, I would agree with that actually. Yeah, he does like to play a few shots. Hits the ball really cleanly. In the nets, he does look to come at me a little bit when I bowl to him. But no, yeah, he's a clean striker of the ball.
Overhead conditions here at Wantage Road. As a rapid bouncer from Tom Helm is evaded by Gareth Berg without alarm. 140 for 6. Northants having lost 3 wickets this morning. The men to go so far today were the captain Luke Proctor for 39. He was caught in the slips by Steve Eskenazi off the bowling of Ethan Bamber. Josh Cobb caught behind by John Simpson off the Middlesex captain Toby Rowland-Jones for 4. And most recently Lewis McManus also caught behind by John Simpson off Ethan Bamber for 5. 3 wickets for Ethan Bamber, who is continuing at the David Capel end.
Just a quick apology on our behalf here on the live stream to say that we've had a slight malfunction with our end-to-end camera. And so we're obviously just using the one that we've got on screen at the moment. It is in the process of being fixed, and we'll be back with you with all 3 cameras as quick as we possibly can. It's a fair old stint, Ethan Bamber. 19 overs already in this innings.
Yeah, which sort of we got 57 overs have been bowled in this innings. So Northants have had to work hard for their 140 runs. Not quite Bazball at this stage, but it's been enthralling stuff. A tough battle between bat and ball. So far, you would say ball coming out on top. Favourable conditions for the Middlesex seamers this morning with overcast skies. Ooh, and Rob Keogh plays uppishly, thick outside edge down towards 3rd, and the ball holds up on the wet outfield. Max Holden does the fielding and has to work hard to get the ball back to John Simpson. This very, very long boundary on the western side of the ground. Another run to Rob Keogh's total.
That was a lot slower, wasn't it, across the outfield? The comparison from the shot before, which nearly went for 4, went across the square. That one there kind of straight across the outfield, and yeah, shows how much rain that we did have yesterday.
Probably the first full shot I can remember Rob Keogh playing this morning.
Left alone by Gareth Berg as well.
Yeah, I think Freddie's advice to the senior pro to hang in there, support Rob Keogh, see where we are at lunch, has at this stage looks like it's being heeded by Northants number 8, Gareth Berg. He's yet to get off the mark, but he does that with a little tuck into the square leg area, which is fielded by the man at mid-wicket who comes round and keeps it to 1.
That's the positive commentator's curse that you've mastered there, isn't it?
I feel nervous now after...
Teach me. Teach me, please.
Yeah.
Yet to see Gareth Berg hit a 6.
Very good. 6 sixes in an over.
Is yet to occur.
Oof. And Rob Keogh's beaten on the outside edge by Ethan Bamber, who has completed 7 overs on the trot this morning. 2 for 19 from that spell, 3 for 42 from his 20 overs overall. So he's bowled beautifully. Is he someone who's played any white ball cricket against, Ethan Bamber?
No, not really. We don't Middlesex, obviously, in the south.
Of course, yeah.
So we don't get to play much of them, which I do find. I think it'd be quite interesting to see if they did a draw each year for the Blast, because you end up playing the same team, the same players every year.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, I've obviously only played 2 seasons of it, but this year you're going to rock up and then we have our pre-game analysis and it's the same names. Obviously with overseas coming in and the odd different signings. But I think it would be, I'd love to play against some of these other sides I've never really got the opportunity to play against.
Uppish from Gareth Berg, but he will get at least 2 here as he drives through the covers. Didn't quite time that, but it's safe enough, evading the man in the covers. Yeah, it's an interesting one, that, because, like you say, you do end up... I suppose it makes the analyst's job pretty easy year after year.
Yeah.
Until you get to a quarter-final when suddenly you've got to do a whole load of new research. How much do you lean on the analysts here at the club?
Yeah, I think obviously the whole team massively. It's always nice to get some little insights. A lot of the senior lads played these lads enough, so they kind of already know. But it was always nice to get a little bit of advice. It is tough because sometimes, as a bowler, I find sometimes you start to panic a bit about that. So you get told, oh, he's really good at reverse sweeping. So you're like, okay, I've got to do everything I can to not bowl it there. And then sometimes your lines go off and your lengths go off.
Interesting.
But no, it's good to, especially good for like your fields, your set and stuff. You go, okay, well, if you look at his strike rates through certain areas, you go, okay, well then clearly very strong through mid-wicket. You can obviously adjust accordingly. Then you obviously get the big names come against like Liam Livingstone. You're like, it looks like he scores 200 everywhere. So you're like, what do I do here?
Hide at third man.
Go off the pitch for a couple.
Yeah, exactly.
Seems to be plenty of carry from this end in comparison to the end that I know Ethan Bamber's not as tall as what we've seen from Toby Rowland-Jones and Tom Helm from the end that we find ourselves in, but certainly the pitch bowling from this end seems to have a little bit more life in it than what Ethan Bamber have managed to extract from the other end this morning.
Yeah, Bamber, quite a skiddy bowler anyway, but yes, you're right that Tom Helm and Toby Rowland-Jones got a few to lift. Tom Helm bowled a sharp-looking bounce to the over before, but yeah, it just reveals how hard this track is. Actually, we saw it in the first innings. It's probably the skiddy bowler that's getting more out of this wicket than the tall, quicker guys. Luke Proctor with his skiddy action, and of course Ben Sanderson working wonders with the new ball, not necessarily skiddy, but pitching it up. Oh, another quick bouncer from Tom Helm. That looked quick, Freddie.
Yeah, no interest there. No interest.
How's your batting coming along? Spending much time working on that?
Yeah, I've been hitting a few balls here and there. Actually hopped on the Merlin yesterday, hit a few. But it's something I obviously want to work on. Being T20 cricketer, you kind of need to have that ability to hit the odd 6 or 2 would be nice. Yeah, I've tried to put some work in here and there. Obviously, it comes behind, obviously, bowling and fielding. But obviously, the more you're a professional cricketer, the more time you're going to get hitting some balls. So over time, hopefully, can chip in with some runs where I can. And playing stuff like twos cricket as well, you get your chance slightly higher up the order. It's obviously a good little practice.
Change of bowling at the David Capel end after his 7-over stint. Ethan Bamber is being replaced by Ryan Higgins, the Middlesex all-rounder. And he is on the money straight away, as you would expect from the seasoned pro who has started the season with the bat very nicely for Middlesex. Be looking to do the same with the ball here. A little bit of movement through the air, I think, there. As you can see, we're still only got one end camera-wise, so we are from behind the batter currently. Do apologise for that temporary fault, and hope to resume full coverage as soon as possible.
Ryan Higgins yesterday was part of the big reasons Middlesex were able to put the pressure back onto Northamptonshire with the ball, wasn't he? He bowled in those two periods of time yesterday, just before tea and before the close as well, that really kind of dried Northamptonshire up. Hassan Azad and Luke Proctor batting so well together to get through to tea, but there were no runs. Were there six maidens in a row, weren't there, I think, on day one?
Yeah, and interestingly, Rob Keogh has the ball before the last one did a bit through the air, and Rob Keogh is batting just outside his crease and took a step down the wicket to the previous delivery, so doing everything he can to negate the movement through the air from Ryan Higgins, who has started this spell very accurately.
It's been an exhibition of seam bowling, hasn't it?
Yeah, they've been spot on there this morning.
Absolute jaffer by Ryan Higgins to Rob Keogh there. I don't know whether that's just left him. Just shaped away nicely there, isn't it, Fred?
Yeah, he's a handy player to have in your team, Ryan Higgins. So he got 60 odd in there. Seems to always score runs when he comes here. I remember him 100 he scored maybe last year. Yeah, he's a very handy cricketer to have.
That's exactly what Saif was saying. Just saying, like a thorn in Northamptonshire's side over the recent years. Starts with a maiden today, having scored runs for Gloucestershire against Northants. Again, yes, on day one for Middlesex as well.
Very handy. You see, more than capable with the bat. He's got a real good record with the bat and also a fantastic record with the ball. Yeah, maybe he should come play for Northampton because he likes scoring runs here, so make this his home ground.
I'm sure the offer's there if the opportunity arose. I think he was a guy that England were, or at least the rumours were talking about him as a replacement for Ben Stokes. Isn't the right way to describe it, but as a fill-in whilst Ben had a couple of injuries a couple of summers ago. I think Ryan Higgins was top of the list for a guy that might have taken that role.
He's a similar kind of player. Obviously, he's not a batter, he's not a bowler. He's a genuine all-rounder, I think. Same as Stokes. Yeah, you wouldn't say he's a bowling all-rounder, you wouldn't say he's a batting all-rounder. Yeah, I think he's a proper player, and I think if I did the fantasy cricket thing, I'll have him in my side every week.
Don't do the fantasy cricket thing?
I don't watch enough Champo cricket, really. I don't really keep an eye on the scores as much as what I should do.
Save it for the blast, though?
Yeah, I reckon maybe then. But then I'd have to put myself in the team, wouldn't I? And I'm not sure I'd want to be doing that.
And that is Gareth Berg gone. Caught at cover off the bowling of Tom Helm. Gone for 3. Northamptonshire 7 down now for 146. Good catch, but straight at the man. Would you say that was a a ploy to be more kind of aggressive there in that situation?
I think that looked like it was there, really.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can see he's hit it well. Obviously, a bit gutty, he's hit it straight to the man. But yeah, it was a bit of a wide one, wasn't it? Kind of as a tail end of myself, you lick your lips with those ones. I'd have probably hit it straight to cover as well. Be walking off, but sometimes it's quite hard to leave them alone. That's why the batters are the batters and the bowlers are the bowlers.
Certainly it was a tempting delivery, wasn't it? And as you said, a yard either side, and we'd have been sitting here talking about 4 runs for Gareth Berg.
They've rocketed into the boards.
But he has gone for 3. The new batter for Northamptonshire, I believe, is going to be Chris Tremaine. It is Chris Tremaine. Say with a first-class 100 to his name. So no mug with the cricket bat at all. Do you get to hang out much with the overseas that are here for the red ball cricket at the moment? Chris Tremaine, Sam Whiteman, Lance Morris on his way.
I actually haven't really. I bowled to Tremaine in the nets on the other day. Not as much really. Same as previous years. Haven't really. I spent a bit of time with Youngie obviously last year because he was obviously here for the 50 over stuff as well, but not massive amounts.
I guess your paths just don't really cross that often.
I sit next to Sam in the dressing room, so obviously have chats there, but no, not as much as say with Chris Lynn last year and Jimmy Neesham, who I seem to spend much more time with them.
Is he as funny in real life as he's on Twitter?
Who, Nish?
Yeah.
Yeah, he actually is. He laughs at everything, and he's got a real distinct laugh as well. You could close your eyes and you hear that laugh, and you know it's him. No, yeah, he is. He's a good chap, good laugh around the dressing room. Same with Linny as well. And it's just another one of those things. It's like growing up, you see them play, and you go, as if I'm currently sitting in a change room about to walk out and play a game with these two players who have played so much cricket around the world and internationally.
It's really cool. Chris Tremaine defends his first ball from Tom Helm back to the bowler. Northamptonshire now just 3 runs behind, 146 for 7. Hopefully can go on and go past what Middlesex put together on day one, but it gives us an interesting game if we've got 2 comparable scores.
Yeah, 4 for 35 this morning. It's been Middlesex's morning. But Rob Keogh, Northampton's big hope, he's there on 40 not out. Obviously, Chris Tremaine can hold a bat, first class 100, first class 50. Averages around 13. Will that wicket change Rob's approach, Freddie? Will he be looking to maybe be a bit more expansive now, or does he trust the man at the other end?
I'd like to say he trusts them. Obviously, got a few more batters still to come. Obviously, Trem scored some runs in his career. First class 100, then that's always a handy thing to have coming in at 9. I think Keys will just keep batting how he is, really. Obviously, maybe a couple more wickets fall, he might look to put the foot down a little bit more, but obviously still plenty of time to go. I think he'll just keep doing what he's doing at the moment. He's batting fantastically, going at a nice tempo. Which he's obviously was in form on that 100 from last game.
Defended again by Chris Tremaine. We saw Ryan Higgins for Middlesex on day one took an approach where he trusted the batter all the way down to I think his last partner, and then you kind of saw the change in mindset, didn't we, Sam? Where Ryan would look to take more of the strike, would be more expansive, and ultimately that kind of expansion of his shots was his downfall at the end. But it did take until the very last partner for that significant change to happen.
Yeah, and it was a productive last partnership. 39 runs for Middlesex's last wicket between Higgins and Bamber, which was the second best partnership in the innings after the 45 between Higgins and Simpson. So yes, it'll be interesting to see at what stage Rob Keogh decides to up the ante.
as Ryan Higgins himself continues his spell.
Yeah, I mean, should Middlesex take these final 3 wickets quickly, then we're in sort of 1-inning shootout territory, aren't we?
With plenty of time left, with the conditions about for some really good and exciting cricket over the next 2 days. And if you are around in the area, the weather is set fair for the next couple of days, so feel free to obviously pop in. Save yourself listening to us two.
Growing up, Freddie, did you watch much cricket here at Wantage Road? You're a Suffolk lad originally.
Not massively. I think for me, I'd actually never been here until came for my first kind of academy trial.
Right.
The one for me was obviously Essex, growing up being my local major county team. The first cricket game I think I actually watched live was Northampton versus Essex. In Essex, which is obviously a bit of a strange, obviously having no idea I'd ever play for Northampton at the time, but
yeah,
obviously a bit of a strange one.
Was that in the Blast?
No, it was actually a Red Bull game.
Wow. You surprised me, Freddie.
Yeah, I know. Who'd have thought it? I was very young.
You didn't have much say in the matter.
No, yeah, it was more of I was on a cricket camp at probably, 10 years old, and I think one of the days was an experience, go watch a game, and did find, I think the first autograph I actually got was actually David Sales. To now be good friends and playing with his son, it's obviously a bit of a strange thing to happen.
I don't think this carried. Not sure we'll be able to see with our camera at this end. No, it dropped just short of first slip, but an edge off Higgins for Rob Keogh. Sorry, Freddie, you were saying, playing now with James.
Yeah, I did actually. I think
Rob Keogh on the attack, looking to hoik that one over mid-wicket, but it falls short of the man out there in the deep, who now comes in with Chris Tremaine on strike. So that's interesting. A little bit of aggressive attempt from Rob Keogh, who looked there to lift Ryan Higgins over the short boundary. Northants trailing by just 2 runs now.
It's an opportunity for Northamptonshire and Rob Keogh to really kind of go past Middlesex, particularly if Rob Keogh is going to be more aggressive earlier on in this innings than what we saw from Ryan Higgins on Thursday.
Well, you kind of think, given the way conditions are favouring bowlers, and if the bowlers continue to bowl as well as they have, certainly Northants' first go with the ball, and now this morning from Middlesex, then a lead of anywhere close to 50 runs could be a very
massive advantage.
Important lead.
As you said, we've seen how hard it is to bat today, and I mean this ball that Middlesex are using is now 62 overs old, and it still appears to be offering something for the seamers. So you would assume that Northamptonshire with a new ball would look to strike pretty hard again, like they did earlier.
Especially if they bowl as well as they did on day one. Ben Sanderson described his opening over of Middlesex as the best he'd ever bowled, and who are we to argue?
Tom Helm to carry on, getting a really nice bit of lift from this pitch as Rob Keogh takes one off the first ball of the over. I think Rob Keogh wanted it, and I'm not sure there was the clear call yet, was there? There was a shrug of the shoulders, I think, halfway down.
Chris Tremaine not quite sure whether Rob Keogh fancied keeping the strike, but Rob Keogh showing his faith in the Australian, who's already lit up this game with that spectacular catch on day one. Tremendous. Oh.
Tom Helm squaring Chris Tremaine up there. I suppose with the calling there might have been a bit of an accent issue.
Oh, that's a good ball, that is.
Yeah, absolute seed. Get the
angled in, nipped away, unplayable. In fact, Chris Tremaine did very well to play the line and not follow the ball, but he'd had to have followed it quite a long way, given how much it did off the seam.
Played nicely by Chris Tremaine, down to deep third for 4. Chris Tremaine off the mark with a boundary. Northamptonshire go past Middlesex's 149 and bring up the 150 as well off 62.5 overs. And, well, we're in the positive now.
Yeah, big psychological moment. First innings lead. And so you ended up at Northants, Freddie, because of Framlingham College's connections with the club?
Yeah, it was a bit of a strange kind of year, actually. I obviously was about 15, I reckon, and I spent my whole kind of upbringing trialling at Essex, trying to get into their EPP and their academy, to actually get nowhere with it. Then, yeah, suddenly rocking up here for a trial through, Fram. Rob Newton was obviously an ex-Birminghamian and an ex-Northampton player, so he was kind of the connection at the time. So, yeah, luckily came up here and got to have a kind of trial net indoors. I think, yeah, I was in a real high streak with my cricket at the time, and I think I kind of impressed a few people early doors, and then spent a season playing a bit of academy cricket for them. Yeah, now I'm where I am now.
Essex's loss, Northampton's gain.
It would be nice to play against Essex one day. Hopefully get a few wickets. But yeah, I was obviously gutted growing up because Essex was, for me, Suffolk was, their pathway was through to Essex, and I spent many Wednesday evenings training with the kind of EPP regional stuff, which obviously fed through for about a good 2-3 years. Not actually get anywhere with it. Yeah, now I'm here, and yeah, really thankful for the opportunity, the trial at Northampton, and now obviously playing a bit of cricket here.
Good delivery there by Tom Helm to finish his over. I did see square leg just taking a little wander back out. I did wonder whether they might have looked to have gone up top. I don't know whether Chris Tremaine would have spotted the fielder just dropping a bit further back there. But yeah, 150 up for Northamptonshire. Rob Keogh 42 not out. Chris Tremaine on 4. And well, I don't actually want to say what I was about to say because I'd probably end up stitching the next person up, and I'm not prepared to do that again. But Ryan Higgins to continue.
Ryan Higgins with 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. A deep mid-wicket, or deep forward square leg, and a deep backward square leg. 2 men posted out on the fence on that short boundary.
John Simpson up to the stumps as well. Saw Rob Keogh use his feet to Ryan Higgins. We saw that on day 1 too. Fantastic gloveman, and provides another attacking option, I think, for Middlesex there, with John Simpson being able to come up to the stumps for a bowler of Ryan Higgins' pace.
Yeah, and it's exactly like you say, it stops Rob Keogh targeting sort of mid-on or cow corner by using his feet and hoiking over there or playing down the ground. Those 2 men squarer on the fence, I guess, when you're back in your crease in case he tries to whip one off his legs.
Nicely played by Rob Keogh to mid-off. Do you have a like a group of friends here at Northampton? Who are the guys that you kind of hang out socially? Anyone that you want to kind of stitch up and throw under the bus, get the first shot in before they come on the stream later on in the summer?
We've got a good group of young lads. I think we all get on well, and we've all played enough cricket together through the academy and stuff. I live with Gus Miller at uni. Fortunately, I live with him.
Did you say fortunately or unfortunately?
Unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
So I seem to see a lot of him. last few years we lived in Australia together, played here together. So I have actually, and I think I've been with him for the last 3 years or something every day, something stupid like that. Yeah, it's a great group of young lads. We've all played on the academy for multiple years together, and yeah, now we all just kind of stuck with each other.
No, fantastic. It's great. It is great to hear that you've got that bond off the field as well as on the field. And I suppose you have to build those relationships because, as you said, you're going to spend so much time with one another. And are you following Gus around, or is Gus following you around? That's a cracking shot by Rob Keogh through point. I believe that has indeed raced away for 4 over the square, and Rob Keogh moves to 46. Sorry, so who's following who, Fred?
No, I'm just going to say we walk next to each other. That's what I'm going to say.
That's a great answer.
Yeah, I wouldn't say no one's following each other around. It does make it handy though living together, because obviously then I don't have to drive to Northampton every day. We can obviously share lifts, and he doesn't live, when he goes back home, he lives half an hour from here, so I spend the night at his when I can't be bothered to drive back to uni.
Brilliant.
So it's always handy to have. And obviously stayed at his last night, and his mum cooked some really good burgers.
Yeah.
And I was very pleased with these burgers. And
So is it the convenience you stay at Gus's house, or is it his mum's cooking?
it's probably his mum's cooking, actually, I reckon. Yeah, it was
4 more for Northamptonshire. Is that buys? That is buys. Don't know. Buys always feel a little bit harsh to me for the. I mean, that's gone like a banana after the stump. So I do think that's a little bit harsh. But 4 more for Northampton nonetheless, and 160 up now. Played nicely by Chris Tremaine down to fine leg.
He looks like he enjoys a bit of pace on the ball, Chris Tremaine, which I guess you'd expect from the bouncy pitches he's used to out in Australia. Looks comfortable against Tom Helm, which I feel safe in saying given he's off strike.
I'm learning.
I imagine he won't have encountered much like Ryan Higgins out in Sydney on these kind of wickets, with these kind of overhead conditions.
Rob Keogh back on strike, outside half of the bat. Comes back for 2 nicely and moves on to 48. The producer's trying to stitch me up here, and I've told him that I'm not saying what he's asked me to say out loud. $163 now for Northamptonshire. This lead just starting to kind of gather a little bit of momentum now.
Careful, Dan. God.
oh no.
Dan now watching with his hands over his eyes as Tom Helm comes in.
And Rob Keogh into the leg side. He comes back for 450 runs for Rob Keogh, backing up his brilliant innings down at Canterbury last week with 50 here for Northamptonshire. Really, really important innings off 103 balls with 7 fours in there as he takes in the applause from around the ground. Fantastic innings, brilliant, really important, and providing the glue here for Northamptonshire to create this first innings.
And he started the season very, very well indeed. 100 at Kent, 50 here at Wantage Road against Middlesex. Yeah, it's interesting. Middlesex are moving their field to try and keep Chris Tremaine on strike, but it does mean there are runs, singles to pick up, which I think Northampton will be happy about. Chris Tremaine has looked pretty accomplished so far, certainly against Tom Helm.
He really has. Look remarkably comfortable. And it is a lot safer to say it when you stood at the non-striker's end. Sam, you are right. little bit of a flash by Rob Keogh there as that ball goes past the off stump through to John Simpson. There is an ice cream van in the ground today.
Are you offering?
I mean, I think it might be a little bit cold at the moment.
I'll take it.
And I feel a bit bad because I assume as a professional athlete, Freddie's probably not allowed to dip into a 99.
Especially after burgers for dinner last night.
Oh, crunch at 99. But the problem is, you've got PMLA, or I think that's what it's called. Obviously, you're not allowed to go outside of the boards. Obviously, not playing or not in the squad, so I'm still not allowed to go. I was eyeing up that donuts, coffee, and shakes this morning in the warm up.
So what you're saying is can one of us go and get you an ice cream and some donuts?
Oh, some donuts would be unbelievable.
Yeah, some warm donuts.
We were playing football over there, and I'd never seen this. I think it's a new stand, donuts one.
Yeah, it was new today. It wasn't here on day one.
And a few of us, obviously, the old eyes were flicking over to it, and I was thinking, let's crunch a few donuts. I am a donut connoisseur, I'd like to say. Yeah. Wow. I've had my fair share of donuts. Krispy Kreme been taking a lot of my money.
I wish I could get away with looking like Freddie after the amount of donuts it sounds like he eats. I suppose he probably does more in the gym than I do.
I suspect so. I mean, he's here on his day off, Sam.
Yeah, true. As the camera pans to the donuts, coffee and shakes van.
Not out.
LBW appeal from Ryan Higgins. Now it's a bit high and quite possibly outside off stump as well, don't you think? As we get a replay.
Yeah, height, I think.
Height.
Difficult to tell
height.
from behind, but
Interesting that John Simpson's gone back now with Chris Tremaine on strike. Obviously, you're going to allow Chris Tremaine the opportunity to use his feet against Ryan Higgins before going up to the stumps and using that tactic. But I have been made aware that there was a chap at the ice cream van this morning in a pair of shorts. I think there is a northerly wind out there today. And I think I'd probably describe that as fresh. I did ask if they were nice shorts, and it's come back and said not as nice as the new ones that are in the club shop.
oh, goodness me.
Let me guess, AB is chucking it in there, yep.
You know the guy.
Yep. Got to do what we got to do.
Another LBW given this time. Chris Tremaine goes off the bowling of Ryan Higgins, LBW for 5.
I thought I heard two noises, but it could have been. Yeah, it looks pretty out
it
from
does,
behind the
doesn't it?
camera.
Line looks good. As you said, I thought I heard two noises come through the effects mic, but nonetheless, he's been given out by the umpire. LBW for 5. Northamptonshire 165 for 8 now, with a lead of 16. And the new man in, I believe, is going to be Ben Sanderson, the next man. Ben Sanderson, and then a little bit of Jack White. Happy with the LBW call, Fred?
It's hard to tell. I don't really fancy myself as much as an umpire. I'd like to have seen it the other way around. Hard to tell from behind. I'd be rubbish as an umpire.
No, fair enough.
Apart from when I'm bowling, then everything's out in my eyes. But
Naturally.
has to be done.
Ben Sanderson obviously missed last week against Kent down at Canterbury. Bowled terrifically well on his return and got an opportunity to contribute with a bat now.
Yeah. I think probably Rob Keogh now will start to think about farming the strike and targeting that short boundary. Ben Sanderson certainly can hold a bat, but in terms of building that lead, I want to see as much of Rob Keogh on strike as possible, but it will, of course, be Ben Sanderson with 2 balls left of this Ryan Higgins over. Higgins now has 2 for 21 from his 13.4 overs, so excellent figures for him. Yeah, interesting. The shorter bowlers have been rewarded. Higgins and Bamber bringing the stumps into play.
That's a cracking shot
Yeah,
to play first up. That's a shot of a man. He's had a good first day in the county championship. Averages 9.5 in first class cricket.
Nonchalant back foot.
Yeah, Joe Root-esque almost.
He'll like that, won't he, Freddie?
Yeah, we'll be well after that.
I figure I'm safer if I keep giving compliments.
Oh,
Left well alone as well.
Hando. Someone's had their Weetabix.
Been netting hard in the winter, has he, Sandy?
Well, he had his knee operation, so not really.
No? Shadow batting there, maybe.
Maybe.
Wicket maiden for Ryan Higgins.
2 for 21 now, 14 overs for Ryan Higgins. The run rate or the economy there is so impressive, isn't it? Down at 1.5 or 14 overs. Been metronomic on the spot for the entire innings.
He gives nothing away. Never does. He's exactly the kind of bowler I would hate to face. Just nibbling it around. No great pace.
Especially if you keep up the stumps as well.
Oh.
I find that really frustrating. Keep up the stumps, like, it's not slow at all. And he's nibbling it everywhere. I'd be nowhere.
Tom Helm will continue from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. A bouncer that doesn't really get up, and Rob Keogh looks to turn it around the corner, but it goes through to John Simpson. Good to see a fair few kids in today at the back end of the Easter holidays.
So there's a fair few in, all around the ground.
Like when Freddie was growing up, being brought down to sample the glories of the county championship, which is wonderful to see. Ooh, and that got up, and it's very well played by Rob Keogh, who drops it into the onside and scampers a single, which brings Ben Sanderson onto strike. So Rob Keogh happy to take the singles at this stage.
They did look. They had a cheeky look, didn't they, to see if they would come back for 2, but I don't think that was ever. Think that was ever on. But clearly prepared to trust Ben Sanderson.
He played that really nicely because it was a well-directed bouncer right up into the rib cage, but he got on top of it and dropped it with soft hands directly into the ground on the leg side, untroubled by Helm's pace and bounce on that occasion. Ben Sanderson yet to get off the mark, having just come in. Oh. Bit less like Joe Root on that occasion.
Slightly.
Good ball.
Very good ball. Squared him up nicely. We've seen that a couple of times now from Tom Helm over for the last couple of overs, haven't we?
Unplayable.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've seen him do that, yeah, like you say, a couple of times. The ball that tracks in and then seams away, and it's just doing too much for the batter to get anywhere near. Still heavy cloud cover, which Northampton's seamers will be happy if that continues.
Go head up again as it beats the outside edge. I think that with the cloud cover, I think that's going to be inconsistent, isn't it, for the next 2 days? So I don't think there's going to be any one side here that's going to benefit from these conditions more so than the other one.
No, it's all set up for an enthralling game of cricket as we approach the end of the first innings for both sides. Northampton will be hoping to prolong theirs for as long as possible with this slender lead of 17 runs with 2 wickets remaining at the moment.
Get off.
Ouch.
Ben Sanderson just about dealing with that short ball from Tom Helm. Ball thumping into his thigh pad, then rolling past his wicket. How are you for time, Freddie? You okay?
Yeah.
Enjoying yourself up here?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. It's a nice view. I probably would have just been sitting in the change, to be honest, not watching. No, it's nice. I'm in no rush.
Good. No, it's a pleasure to have you here with us on the Northants live stream powered by Daffabet as another over is completed. So you obviously must work very closely with Graham White, the spin bowling coach. What's your relationship like with him?
Yeah, Whitey, took me under the wing when I first started playing. Yeah, I got a really close bond with him. Obviously was close when he was just playing, but now obviously being a coach as well, it's even closer. Spend a lot of time WhatsApping each other about what I'm doing wrong or what I'm doing right. Yeah, and he's a really experienced cricketer. He's played so much cricket, had a long career. So it's always good to pick his brain again. He's another one. He's obviously a different kind of bowler, but he's so experienced with the way he thinks about it. Fields he sets, the way he varies his paces and stuff like that. So he's always a good one to pick his brain. He's obviously an unbelievable fielder as well, and he's very handy with the bat as well. So he's kind of what I aspire to be like.
And I guess with his white ball experience, given your ambitions, a great man to have in your ear.
Yeah, massively. I think he's just a very handy cricketer to have as well. Like he's been doing the job with the ball for a long time, and he's very talented, very skillful there. But obviously, I've seen him chime in and score some very needed runs, and also take some unbelievable piece catches and do some unbelievable fielding.
The real reason, though, Freddie, I think that you're quite happy here is not walking back across that that gantry over to the other side, isn't it?
Yeah, I was a bit shaky. And not the best. Well, I don't mind heights, but yeah, it was a bit windy up there, a bit cold. Can see through it. Oh no, yeah. I have to just run across it the next time. Aid.
Solid from Ben Sanderson. Coming forward to Ryan Higgins, which is probably where you want to be, on the front foot, with the ball doing a little bit through the air and off the pitch. John Simpson standing back to Higgins when Sanderson is on strike. So he can use his feet should he wish. 2 slips, backward point, cover or extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and long leg.
You enjoyed the pace of play this morning? Or have you been sitting here kind of waiting for the 6 to disappear back over the pavilion?
No comment at all there. No, it's good. I do
enjoy this format of the game.
I do enjoy watching red ball cricket. Obviously, Test match as well and everything. It's always really interesting to watch. Yeah, it's been a good battle actually. It's a bit different when it's flat as anything and it's 500 plays 500 kind of thing.
Of course.
It's always nice to see the bowlers doing so well actually. Obviously, it's nice to see that there's that movement in the pitch, and it's been a real good challenge. Kesey's been batting really well through it. Obviously, there's been a lot of bowlers have been really on it, to be honest. Just look at those Higgins figures. His economy is looking. I haven't seen an economy like that next to my name for a long time. Wish I could go at ones.
Sanderson with another glorious back foot punch straight to the man. I think that is Luke Holman at cover, but a lovely shot, well timed. That's obviously his area, Ben Sanderson. The back foot punch through the covers. Yeah, it's like you say. It's been a gripping contest. Ball on top, but that's made every run that Northampton have picked up earned very well.
Oh, take.
Great take by John Simpson down the leg side, one-handed. I love watching wicket keepers. So good. Do you find you try and consume as much cricket down here at Northamptonshire whilst you're not playing as you possibly can? I know we obviously spoke about uni work and your own training, so you're a busy guy. You've got an awful lot to do. But on a day off like today, would it be a place that you would come down and just hang out with the guys and watch the cricket if you can?
Yeah, I think obviously I looked. Obviously, I'd come in. I probably wouldn't. If I were to come in, I'd come and do a bit of bowling as well. Because for me, sitting and watching cricket kind of makes you want to do it. But yeah, I do. I wouldn't. Yeah, I'd come in. I'd watch where I can. Obviously, the success of your teammates is key. You want to praise them as much as you can. So it's always nice to get in here and celebrate with the lads any successes that occur and watch them, go well.
Middlesex happy to give Rob Keogh the single, which he obligingly takes off the first ball of Tom Helm's over. So no sign yet of Rob Keogh deciding that he's going to retain the strike, and famous last words, but Ben Sanderson has earned that respect so far. As Dan looks at me, I think.
Just want to make it 1-1, Sam.
Well.
Nearly. An absolute jaffa from Tom Helm. He has bowled some beautiful deliveries this morning, and I think can count himself pretty unlucky the fact he's walking back to his mark with still only 1 wicket to his name.
Yeah, I think the only thing you'd say is he almost needs... There's obviously an area just outside of stump where the ball is doing a bit for him. Almost needs to be doing it a little bit straighter. I'm not sure if that would then stop the seam doing what it's doing, but it's moving so far off the seam when he does hit that point that the batters are getting nowhere near.
And it's, I mean, quite outrageous for a ball that's getting on to be 70 overs old as well.
Yeah.
To still have that lateral movement.
Yeah, so 11.5 overs until the new ball is available. Northamptonshire would be delighted if they're still out there at that point.
Big summer ahead of Test cricket. Fred, Test match against Ireland. Obviously the Ashes after that. Is that something you're looking forward to as a fan? Any kind of early summer thoughts as to how you think that Ashes series might play out?
I think it'll be a really... well, the Ashes are always exciting, but I think it could be even more exciting than normal. I think I saw somewhere on social media yesterday something about Stoke saying they want flat, fast wickets. Which I think this could be exciting. It could, with the way they've been playing Bazball, yeah, it could be a real gripping, high scoring maybe, or could be a complete opposite, who knows. But I think it'll be obviously Australia, England, biggest rivalry in cricket around. And yeah, I think I'm really excited to watch it. Hopefully, if I get any days off, can see if I can get down to any of the games. If not, I'll have it on the TV and I'll be glued in.
I think from a fan's perspective, it's got all the ingredients this time around to be ultra exciting, as you said, with the players now that England have got, the way that England are now playing against a team that is pretty close to, if not the best Test team in the world. Obviously, they've got the World Test Championship final, haven't they, just before the Ashes? Anyway, it kind of feels to me like it's got a 2005 kind of vibe. It's got that kind of, we could be watching DVD box sets of it or Blu-ray box sets of it in 10 to 20 years time again.
Pains me to say, but Freddie probably doesn't remember 2005, does he?
He's heard about it though.
Well, yeah, obviously I've seen the replays. I was 4 years old when that occurred. But no, yeah, obviously you hear about it and how good it would be to have something like that again. Yeah, I'm really interested to see how they go. You've obviously got probably one of the best seam attacks in Test cricket for quite a while in Stark, Hazelwood and Cummins. But then you look at the way the England lads are batting. I'm really excited to see how Harry Brook goes. I think he's a phenomenal cricketer. Excited to see how he goes against these bowlers. It's just, yeah, it'll be real gripping watch, I reckon.
Fresh off 100 yesterday in the IPL.
Can play. We actually, Gus, we were driving back home and I said, oh, Harry Brook's 50 red at the moment, only 5 overs left. He goes, he's getting 100. I was like, if you say so. Yes, you know, he's 100 not out. He's, wow.
Ben Sanderson on the attack, and he wallops Ryan Higgins back over his head for 4 runs. What a lovely shot from Ben Sanderson. He met that at the bounce and launched into it, and that is Ben Sanderson's first boundary of his innings. He goes to 5.
Bit more your speed.
It's a proper shot, that. Lando.
It's a cracking shot.
Be careful, otherwise John Simpson will come up to the stumps.
Oh, and then surely not 2 and 2.
Yeah, and then a little tempter from Higgins outside the off stump, which Ben Sanderson, he's seen enough cricket to know that that's one to leave well alone. However well you've played the ball before,
Higgins with the double teapots and a wry smile down to Ben Sanderson there as well. I think Higgins might have thought he was in a bit of a contest there.
Well, this could be entertaining.
What a shame his figure's gone from 1.5 to 1.7.
Not ruining his figures.
Not good enough.
That one shot.
Absolutely no sympathy coming from Freddy.
Hey, I wish I could have a 1 at the start of my economy.
10.4. That's over.
Yeah.
Stiff.
I don't know what my economy is at the moment.
A lot lower than that, Freddie. But
if you're
out of the IPL in a bowler, then if you've got less than 10 and over against your name, you're doing pretty well at the moment.
Yeah, you're happy with that, aren't you? I bet. You have those games. So I think being the Badger myself, my economy was actually pretty good, and then you have a couple of bad games, and it skyrockets up. That's T20 cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, especially here at Wantage Road.
Yeah, it's a roller coaster. I've always said, anyone asks me, it's a real roller coaster, T20 cricket. You have days, you have your ups and downs. You have days where you've walked off the pitch, you're like, I felt so good there, but I've gone at 10s and I've got no wickets. Or you've had days where you're like, wow, I felt horrendous. I've got 2 for 20. It's just a real
and I guess
strange ones.
All these numbers have to be taken in context, because if you're playing in a 200 plays 200 game, if you're going at 8s, then you're doing a fantastic job. Oh, and Ben Sanderson looking to turn that into the leg side. The ball pops off his pad, and for a second I thought it might roll back towards his stumps, but in the end, the danger passes.
How much of a stato would you describe yourself as, Fred? It's a loaded question.
In terms of my stats?
Yeah, your stats.
Yeah, I'd say I've
okay.
got an all right knowledge about it, I think.
So T20 matches?
17.
18.
Yep.
T20 wickets?
21.
21, spot on. Best bowling figures?
3 for 22.
3 for 22 is spot on as well.
Against Durham, I reckon.
I don't think I've got that information available to me, so I'll say yes. And go on, take a pop at your economy.
I don't know if I want to. 8.9.
8.5. 8.49.
I was at 6 for quite a while, and then Tim David took me to the cleaners, and so did Chris Benjamin and Adam Hose.
Bring it down this year. You'll be fine.
That's the aim. Be nice. I think for me, I want to always have more wickets than games played. I think that's a serious flex.
Yeah, I like that.
Even if it's just one.
Toby Rowland-Jones coming back into the attack from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. Middlesex captain with 2 for 51 from his 17 overs so far in this innings. Rob Keogh again happy to take a single off the first ball.
Obviously very happy, aren't they, to trust the guys that they're batting with in the tail. Sanderson's now faced 20 balls in this partnership with Rob Keogh. Obviously that beautiful lofted shot over mid-off for 4 the over before. Whereas in yesteryear, I don't quite think the established batter would be quite so complimentary.
Ben Sanderson has a little nibble at that one as it dies through to the keeper. The lead now 25, starting to get into useful territory when you're involved in a low-scoring game. Three slips for Rowland-Jones with Sanderson on strike. And Rowland-Jones doing everything he can to bring them into play, forcing Sanderson to play outside the off stump, but no nick as of yet.
I think any lead that you can get in a game like this and what we've seen so far is going to be incredibly valuable. And 25 as a weighted run could be considered way more than that.
mentioned some names there, Freddie, of batters you have come up against in T20 cricket. Who's been the hardest person to bowl at so far in your young career?
There's a few that come to mind. Wayne Madsen was a proper hard one to bowl to. Just hits him everywhere, really. Obviously, you've got your players like Tim David. I think that's more. I think against him was more me bowling not great. Just kind of bowling to his strengths, really.
Sanderson gone. Caught behind by John Simpson. It did look like it might be coming. Roland Jones was plugging away outside the off stump. Ben Sanderson was trying to lay bat on ball, and this time he did, but unfortunately it was just an edge for the Northants number 10. He goes for 5. Northamptonshire 174 for 9, leading by 25 runs. Rob Keogh not out on 54. And as of course, Jack White will be the last batter for Northants. And it might be time for Rob Keogh to swing the bat.
I think so. Obviously, Ben Sanderson's going to be incredibly disappointed there to be walking back.
It's a great ball.
Walking back to the pavilion is an absolute beautiful delivery by Roland Jones. But as a positive for Ben Sanderson, hopefully he's seen that delivery, as I've said, a ball that's 70 overs old, and thinking, well, in the not too distant future, I'm going to have a brand new Dukes in my hands, and I'm going to take this fight back to Middlesex.
That's a great point, Dan. I think lots of encouragement for the bowlers all day. And from a Northamptonshire point of view, let's hope we get a little flurry now, and then we can see what the likes of Ben Sanderson, Jack White, Chris Tremaine, Gareth Berg and Luke Proctor can do.
Just quickly, did either of you two see the story about Mohamed Abbas and Pep Guardiola overnight on the Wisdom podcast?
I did. Fantastic.
Did you see that?
No, I did not.
You'll love this.
So Manchester City were travelling down to Southampton to play against Southampton, and they were staying in the Hilton at the Ageas Bowl. Mohamed Abbas has the premier suite in the hotel.
It's in his contract, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Manchester City asked if Pep Guardiola could have that suite for a couple of days, and Hampshire Tehran said no.
Yeah, happy with that.
Yeah.
Show some authority, dominance. Footballers get paid enough. They can finally step down get taken down a little step, can't they?
I think when you average about 15 with the ball in the county championship, I think that carries a fair bit of weight, doesn't it?
And Abbas's Hampshire teammate Keith Barker backed up the story and said apparently the head of cricket operations at Hampshire is a big Arsenal fan, so he was not too worried about giving Pep Guardiola a bad night's sleep. I hope he wasn't setting off fire alarms throughout the evening and things like that. It didn't seem to do them too much harm when they came up against Southampton the next day. But
no, I love that as a story.
Yeah, I'm happy with that media actually. Yeah, I could picture Abbas just being like,
"Yeah,
can you bowl a wobble seam?" Pep going, "What?" Can't have the suite, but you can nip one away.
Well, this will be interesting. Rob Keogh facing up to Ryan Higgins with one first innings wicket left for Northants.
A lot of men on the boundary.
Yeah, 4 men out on the leg side boundary, but it is a short boundary. Will Rob Keogh back himself to take Higgins on? He comes down the track with Simpson, the keeper, not up to the stumps. He's able to do that. He pushes into the offside, and it is well fielded at extra cover by Luke Holman. They're almost inviting him to come down the track and try and clear those fielders. John Simpson standing back saying, go on, have a go. And he did there, but he didn't get any bat on it. This could be fun.
I'm looking forward to this. You've got mid-off. There's a little bit of a tempter there, haven't you? He's off the rope by, what would you say there, 15 yards or so off the rope? Slightly wide as well. I don't think Ryan Higgins is going to bowl the same length that we saw Northants bowl towards him towards the end of that innings to allow him to kind of free up that leg side quite as much as what they did for himself. But it's seatbelts on. Seatbelts on. This is going to be good.
Yeah, it's not necessarily Rob Keogh's natural game, is it, Freddie? But
No, he can strike a clean ball, 100%. But he's, yeah, I think he had a couple of years ago in the Blast, he had an unbelievable campaign, kind of scoring. He just got loads of 50s, but kind of off that 35 balls because he didn't need to. He's a real good player of manipulating the field and kind of running really hard. And obviously can hit a very clean ball as well. It's obviously a bit tough because you get tempted into that short boundary. Got to remember this actually.
John Simpson has seen enough and has come up to the stumps with his helmet on, which will keep Rob Keogh rooted to the spot. He's now asking, Ryan Higgins is asking mid-off to come in, as well as all the fielders on the offside. They last thing they want to do here is give him a single off one of the last 2 balls of the over for him to steal the strike. And John Simpson is going back accordingly. Still those 3 men out on the short leg side boundary.
I think that boundary's short enough, isn't it, that if the ball does go out into the leg side, particularly if it's timed well, it is not going to be big enough to come back for 2 anyway.
Yeah, good point. But of course they want to keep Rob Keogh down this end, so they then get an over at Jack White. But they are now taking a man out of slip into mid-wicket to try and cut the one off, and indeed square leg is also coming up. So Middlesex desperate not to give Rob Keogh a single here and get a good look at Jack White from the other end to see what Rob Keogh can do. Comes down the track, hoiks for 6. Well, that's one way to deal with the field coming up, is to go straight over them. To be honest, it wouldn't have mattered where the fielders were for that shot. That was a comprehensively hit 6 over mid-wicket, and that takes Rob Keogh to 60, 180 for 9. The lead now 31. Wouldn't it be nice now if Rob Keogh could just find a gap to steal 1? I don't think Ryan Higgins will be bowling particularly straight this ball.
No. First 6 of the match as well. Rob Keogh, Fred's just said that he hits a clean ball, and that's about as clean as you can get worked over square leg mid-wicket for 6.
And it's prompted a change of ball. That has landed hard against the concrete or the asphalt on that side of the ground, and either it's gone missing or it's been chewed up by that hard surface. So we've got a replacement ball for Ryan Higgins to bowl with. Sorry, Dan, you were saying?
Oh, you cut me off there, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, but that's all right. No, I was going to ask Fred, what would Jack fancy himself as a bit of a batter? Is he going to hang about? What can we expect? Is he a guy that Rob Keogh is going to try and kind of keep off strike, or is he going to be quite prepared to trust him for an over?
And they've burgled a single. That's just about burgled a single.
Doesn't matter, mate. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, but Jack, no, he can hold a bat. I've seen him hit some clean striking, but yeah, I think Keys would probably prefer if he was down the other end.
Yeah, and perfectly for Northamptonshire, that's exactly what's happened. 10 minutes or so left in the morning session before we take lunch.
Gripping session.
It's been really good. I've really enjoyed it.
6 wickets have fallen, 70 runs added. So on paper, you would say Middlesex is morning. However, Northamptonshire now have a lead of 32 runs, which in a low-scoring game could be crucial. Talking of crucial, Rob Keogh managed to scamper through for a leg bye off the final ball of Ryan Higgins' previous over, so it'll be Keogh on strike again.
This is an extended session of play. The lunch interval will be taken at 1:10
The announcer just confirming the extended morning session, as we've got 104 overs to get through today.
I think percentile-wise, that 32 is a massive portion of the runs that we've since scored in this game so far.
Quick maths?
I couldn't tell you. Have to ask the university student.
Don't ask me any educational questions.
Approaching 10% of the total runs, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes. said with confidence.
And there is the first time that Rob Keogh has turned down a single. He wants to keep the strike, leave Jack White safe at the non-striker's end. Plenty of room for a single should he want it, with 3 men out on the leg side, which is obviously a much longer boundary than on the other side of the ground.
I guess with Roland Jones's bounce here, it's going to be a lot harder to be quite so aggressive, especially with the longer boundary on the leg side as well.
Yeah, with those men out, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Roland Jones bang one in during this over. Invite Rob Keogh to take it on. It is a very long boundary, conversely, when the bowling is from this end, the Lynn Wilson centre end. Again, the single turned down by Rob Keogh. Yeah, I'm not sure Roland Jones will be offering a huge amount pitched up to Keogh, given the field we've got set here and the desire to keep or to give Rob Keogh a single. 3 overs of the over gone, 3 balls of the over gone. There is that short ball, which Rob Keogh turns around the corner, and he's called for 2, but he won't get it. Jack White will have 2 balls to face.
Really well fielded down in the deep there, really quick onto it. Nice pick up and a good throw back in to stop Rob Keogh coming back for 2. But, I mean, there's 2 balls left in the over. It probably would be a natural kind of time to give Jack White a couple of balls to survive. Not always going to work with the last ball of the over off as a leg by, is it? Must be a horrible time to be an opening batter at this stage. It must be difficult for Rob Keogh to manage the end of this innings for Northamptonshire, as that one's left well alone by Jack White, but then also for Sam Robson and Mark Stoneman to be looking at the clock thinking, well, there's only 10 minutes till lunch. Northampton have got 1 wicket left. I don't really want to bat before lunch, but I know it's going to happen. The ball's still doing absolutely all sorts. It must be horrible.
Can't relate, to be honest. I do spend a lot of time looking at the clock when we're out there, when it's the Red Bull games. But I reckon, yeah, I feel the problem is if you are chewing dirt for a bit too long, then you might switch off and then might kick one early doors, and then you think, oh well, only if I'd had a little bit more time between.
Chewing dirt. And left well alone by Jack White again. Another over goes by. Northamptonshire still batting 182 for 9. Rob Keogh will be on strike at the start of the next over. I do quite enjoy the mannerisms that pro cricketers have. Some of them do filter their way down into club cricket, but I don't quite think they translate quite as well as what they do. They don't sound as natural from a club cricketer's mouth as what they do from the pros.
You can't really say chewing dirt when you're only fielding 45, 50 overs on a Saturday. I think chewing dirt's when it gets to about 100 plus. I've done my fair share of doing that in my time. I can't remember what games you played. It's like a Derbyshire one in my first year here. Oh, wow. We were out there for a long, long time. Must have been about 150 plus. For me, that is as long as it gets. I'm not used to being out there for longer than an hour and a half.
Might have to start developing a like a pro cricket phrase book translating tool, an app, or 4 more for Rob Keogh. They're handy runs. Handy runs. I'm sure he played that deliberately as well. John Simpson kind of looked at that shot of disgust as it ran past him. But 4 more for Northamptonshire.
It's the Q end of the bat, wasn't it?
Yeah, played really well. It was a bit of a wide rank one from Ryan Higgins.
Can't think of any of the other phrases off the top of my head.
If you want to message him through, I'll start compiling a list.
I wouldn't say you've got like cricket ones, but you've got obviously
big appeal.
Your Cockney rhyme and slang.
Jack White's been dawdling there. The first one, can he come? He's made it back. Ryan Higgins not happy with the throw in there. I think there's a real chance for Middlesex to wrap that innings up. Some lazy running from Jack White from the first one. Rob Keogh desperate to come back for 2. Jack White wasn't reading the same script.
Jack White thought Rob Keogh was inviting him to face 4 balls to the over.
I think he was, wasn't he? He hadn't read the script. But not a great throw, not a great bit of fielding, and quite rightly some frustration from Ryan Higgins there, who's bowled brilliantly well through this inning so far. No run again there, as Rob Keogh plays that down to deep third. Couple more overs before lunch. One, maybe sneak another one.
Yeah, I would have thought so. Yeah, Higgins' tactic here is making it as hard for Rob Keogh to get close to as possible. I mean, that must have been very wide of the off stump.
See the wide Yorker a skill in white ball cricket now, don't you?
I think that would have been a wide in white ball cricket.
I think it would, yeah. So many of these guys now are multi-format, multi-skilled. So to be able to bring in those skills and those tactics from the T20 blast, from the 100, whatever that might be, into the county championship is really, really good to see. 2 balls left in this over. So Rob Keogh is going to be looking for the single. We haven't seen a change of field yet from Middlesex. I thought we would have started to have seen some of the players on the boundary kind of amble their way into the infield as I say that. Deep third comes up to, if there were to be a 30-yard circle, probably just on it. Maybe just 1 over left after the conference that we've had between Higgins and Roland Jones and the change of field here 1 by 1 as the Middlesex fielders make their way back towards the action.
Middlesex will be desperate to wrap this up before lunch. Having to come out after the break to try and pick up this last wicket will just add to the tension for Middlesex's faltering top order.
4 more runs for Rob Keogh. Played uppish through backward point, runs away for 4. And
that's
Rob,
a great shot, isn't it?
It's a cracking shot.
Given that Higgins is making it as hard as possible for him to reach.
Yeah. 69 now for Rob Keogh, into the 190s, 192 for 9, Northamptonshire with a lead of 43 now. Fred?
Very handy runs to have. I think, yeah, as you said earlier, any lead's a good lead.
Be a happy Northampton dressing room at lunch?
Yeah, I think the lads will be well happy. I think especially if we're sticking around still in bat over lunch, I think it'll be good. Yeah, I think there'll be chats this morning was obviously just keep playing. Obviously, still enough time in the game to create a result. I think they'll be more than happy with the nice lead of 43 going on.
Last ball of the over. Dispatched.
Massive.
By Rob Keogh for 6 over mid-wicket. Second 6 of the game. Rob Keogh moves into the 70s, 75 not out, and 198 for 9. That lead just keeps growing. But Middlesex have got a full over here, potentially at Jack White, if it's going to take that much, if Jack White can't get off strike himself and get Rob Keogh back down the other end.
That was a stunning shot, and someone living in those terraced houses at the David Capel end has got a nice £80 Duke's ball to find in their garden.
Plus all the white kookaburras from the T20.
Yeah, exactly.
There must be a hell of a market in Northampton for second-hand cricket balls around this place.
That was a huge hit.
eBay must be must be rife with them. Was it Chris Lind last summer was hitting them over those houses?
Oh, he was hitting them everywhere. He hit one over that Curo Wealth stand. It went, comfortably over.
Outrageous.
Linsanity.
Yeah. He hit them miles. I remember that he first rocked up. I was thinking I might have to put a helmet on here to bowl to him.
Last over before lunch then, Toby Roland Jones will bowl it from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Jack White is on strike. Lead now 49. Played quite nicely by Jack White there. A little bit of a misfield by the Middlesex fielder.
They look a bit downcast, the Middlesex fielders. They bowled so well this morning, but this bit of resistance right at the end of the Northamptonshire innings has given them what could be a very handy lead of 49 runs.
And that's all over. Jack White's stumps rearranged by Toby Rowland-Jones. Northamptonshire all out for 198. A lead of 49. And I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be lunch there. Rob Keogh walking off. 75 not out. A fantastic innings by Rob Keogh. One of those that we saw in the first innings, but Northamptonshire's own this time, backing up that brilliant innings that he had down at Canterbury last week, finishing 75 not out.
Yeah, great job from the pride of Dunstable. He has lifted Northants up to close to 200 in their first innings, which, when wickets were tumbling this morning, looked a long way off. So I think probably not the morning they would have wanted at the start of the day, but once they saw what the ball was doing and how well Middlesex bowled first up this morning, then a lead of 49, as we keep saying, could be very, very important. We shall see in about 40 minutes' time, when the afternoon sessions begins, with what we imagine will be Ben Sanderson with a brand new shiny Duke's ball in his hand, a phrase that will strike fear into Sam Robson and Mark Stoneman's hearts. Freddie, thank you. It has been a real treat. We really appreciate it. You almost did a whole session.
I know. Forgot how long these sessions are.
We'll be back with you in about 40 minutes' time. Once again, thanks very much to Freddie for joining us, and enjoy your lunch. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Northants County Cricket Club live stream powered by Daffabet. Joining us at the start of the afternoon session on day 3 of this county championship match between Northants and Middlesex. Northants with a handy little lead of 49 runs in what has been a relatively low scoring game so far. Having bowled Middlesex out for 149 on day 1. Northamptonshire have reached lunch on the 3rd day. Having been bowled out for 198, a lead of 49. So Ben Sanderson, who bowled so beautifully in that first innings, has taken the new ball once again from the David Capel end. He's bowling to Mark Stoneman with Sam Robson, the other Middlesex opener, at the other end. Two men who have struggled for runs so far in this campaign. Next to me is Dan Jazovitz. Welcome back, Dan.
Thanks for having me back. Sorry, thanks for having me back, Sam. That's what I tried to say. Too much lunch, that's what it was.
Got there in the end.
Yeah.
My name's Sam Keir, and like I say, joined here by Dan Jazovitz.
It's been a really good morning. Fantastic innings by Rob Keogh to get 75 not out and steer Northants through to that total of 198, as you said in reply to Middlesex's 149. And as you said, a little, like a slender lead, but in the scheme of the game, it's quite a cavernous gap between the two totals, isn't there? Really aggressive start by Northants as well. 4 slips, backward point, cover is wide open, Sam.
Yeah.
Fancy a flash through cover.
Drives me if you dare.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sun is starting to come out though, and we did see on the first day that I think it probably did get slightly more sociable to bat as the day went on. The heavy roller going onto the pitch, the sun coming out, making it slightly more.
Oh, Sanderson beats the edge. Done that already twice in this over. 4 balls gone. Beating Stoneman's outside edge twice already. He's never far off the mark, is he?
Certainly not. Certainly not. You said before you interviewed him at the end of day 1, you mentioned about the first over, and he said it's the best one I've ever bowled.
There's a few contenders as well. Yeah, he's come roaring back after missing the first game at Canterbury with soreness in his knee. Oh, well fielded. That's the standard you want to be seeing set by your fielders.
The Northants guys, they'll be up and about. They'll be up and about for this. We spoke to Freddie, didn't we, before lunch, and he'd kind of said how positive the dressing room was this morning, before play had started, but then also added to that the fact that the dressing room will be thrilled to bits really after that morning session. So these Northants guys are going to be really enjoying themselves this afternoon. I think Jack White getting loose down here at kind of a deep backward square, I suppose, isn't he, where he is? But he looks like he's the man that's going to take the new ball from the other end.
Yeah, as you would expect, a maiden to start from Ben Sanderson. Just that bit of fielding in the mid-wicket area. It was Chris Tremaine again. He's obviously a really athletic guy. We obviously saw that catch on day 1, which was christened Tremendous, and I'm sure that will be being pedalled out throughout these 3 games that Chris Tremaine is initially available for.
Have you got your NFT yet?
No, I need to have a word with the club about how I get hold of the Chris Tremaine caught and bowled NFT, because
do you get it at a discounted rate with your commentary over the top of it? You would hope so, wouldn't you?
Oh, I think there'll be a few people in competition with me, because it was a wonderful moment, and it got us very excited up here. Chris Tremaine took it very coolly, just tossing the ball up in the air as if he does that week in, week out. But he certainly looks like he's a good mover in the field, as well as a fine bowler, as Jack White gets underway from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. Yeah, so 49 runs could either be a highly significant lead, but it's also the kind of lead that could evaporate very quickly if you don't hit your straps early on with the ball. But the early signs are Very encouraging from Messrs Sanderson and White. I'd feel there'd be a few nerves amongst this opening pair, wouldn't you? After, well, pair being the operative word for on at least one. Oh! And as I said that, Sam Robson is dropped at fourth slip. It was a sharp chance. I think he would have liked to have, well, backed himself to take it. It really lifted, which we've seen from this end. And it's a loose shot, to be honest. He didn't have to play it. And sadly, from Northamptonshire's perspective, that has gone down. That would have been the dream start. Yeah, it's straight to him. I mean, they're quite close, those slips.
They are, aren't they? I don't know whether they... maybe they weren't expecting that carry through. We saw Helm and Roland Jones get a couple, didn't we, to go through, but it wasn't what you would say is consistent. But you could see the pace that it came through at, the fact that the speed, it still disappeared down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, it flew off the bat. Yeah, so Sam Robson off the mark with a lucky boundary.
And sometimes, from a batting perspective, well, you don't mind where they come from, do you, at the end of the day? It still says 4, he's still off the mark. And with the tough start to this campaign that the Middlesex top order has had,
you need some luck.
Maybe they're due a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good stuff from Jack White as blue skies open up above the county ground, Northampton. The clouds lifting, which for the vast majority of the population of Northampton will be a welcome sight, but for those of us cheering on Northamptonshire's seam bowlers, would have been nice if those low clouds had hung around, but still plenty of encouragement so far for this opening spell. Robson tucking one off his hip down to Ben Sanderson, who does the fielding at fine leg.
Jack White not happy with himself there, was he?
Yeah, let the pressure off.
Big air kick to relieve some of that pressure. Can I take you around the grounds at the end of this over,
I
Sam?
would be a willing passenger on that trip.
Splendid.
Yeah, we haven't had an update so far, so that will be great to see where things stand elsewhere. That's back on the money from Jack White.
Start at the Oval. Hampshire are playing Surrey. Hampshire currently trail by 11. Hampshire bowled out for 254 in their first innings. 270 for Surrey. In response, Ollie Pope, England batter, scored 91 before being bowled by Mohammed Abbas. Rory Burns, captain, with 45 at the top of the order. Sean Abbott finishing 52 not out. Mohammed Abbas, 6 for 64. Oh. That guy is built different, I think, is probably the best way you would describe him. And then Hampshire are 8 for no loss. In response, with Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell with the new ball, Felix Organ and Fletcher Middleton opening the batting for Hampshire.
Ben Sanderson starting his run at the David Capel end. 4 slips.
Nicely turned into the leg side.
Yeah.
Edgbaston. Warwickshire playing Kent. I know they had a little bit of a soggy start this morning. I don't believe they started on time. Warwickshire are batting. They are 416 for 4.
Wow.
Robbie Yates made 128, bowled Denley, caught leaning. Sam Hain is continuing his terrific start to the calendar with 149 not out. Dan Mousley, the other guy, with 94, bowled leaning. And Michael Burgess is the batter, joining Sam Hain, not out at the moment. So 417 for 4 for Warwickshire at Edgbaston.
I think the ball did a bit there. Let's have a look at this replay. Oh my word, that was millimetres away from Sam Robson's outside edge.
Trent Bridge next, sir.
Yes, please.
Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire versus Somerset. Nottinghamshire bowled out for 256. The openers, Hamid and Duckett, 65 and 75 between them. Lewis Gregory, 7 for 84 for Somerset in the first innings. In reply, Somerset are 161 for 9, disappointingly. Josh Davey top scoring for Somerset with 54 not out, joined by Peter Siddle at the moment on 10. Stuart Broad on his return to the county championship, currently 15 overs, 4 maidens, none for 30. Brett Hutton, the pick of the bowlers, 4 knots, 6 for 40 off 12. But Somerset not having the most enjoyable start to the county championship this year with the bat that they would hope for. Cam Bancroft chipping in with a couple of runs, and Tom Abel back from injury, unfortunately missed out on the ODI and T20 tour to Bangladesh that he was called up to with a side strain. And I've got one more for you if you'd allow me.
Yes, please.
Down to Chelmsford, Lancashire versus Essex. Sir Alistair Cook versus loading Sir James Anderson. I assume he's going to get a
matter of time. You'd have thought.
Lancashire 207 in their first innings. Essex 219 in response. There was that rather unpleasant moment when it kind of felt like your parents were fighting when Anderson got Alistair Cook out. LBW for 16 in Essex's first innings, and in response, Lancashire 107 for 3. Keaton Jennings 51 not out. Josh Bohannon with 28, and Dane Villas, the other not out batter, on 13. Jamie Porter with a couple of wickets, but who wouldn't expect that in the county championship for Essex?
No surprise to see Ollie Pope scoring runs at the Oval. Really, he's very happy on those Oval pitches. I feel like, all that England middle order need to be performing well. You don't want to be the one person who hasn't had a good start to the year. Should there be a difficult decision when it comes to getting Bairstow back into the side?
Not at all. Not at all. And I think he's taken that number 3 spot for that England team and really made it his own. I think it was quite a shrewd move at the time to say I'll bat 3, because I don't think there were many options about, and I think possibly looking around with the likes of Brooke, Bairstow, Root going into the middle order, Stokes going as captain, that middle order that Pope found himself in before the move to 3 was looking pretty congested, and possibly the opportunities to bat in that middle order were diminishing. So I think it's a good move for Ollie Pope.
Jack White continuing. Yeah, it's early days, but ball perhaps not doing quite as much as it was in the first innings for Northampton's bowlers, and indeed for Middlesex's bowlers this morning. Obviously that one chance already, which, if it had been caught, Sam Robson could really only have had himself to blame for. It was a wide-ish delivery which he slashed at, which looked nervy, to be honest, and who can blame him when runs have been so hard to come by. That's a lovely shot, but it's beautifully fielded by Jack White. Off his own bowling.
First real lapse in the fielding than what we've seen in this entire game, wasn't it? That drop catch at 4th slip off Sam Robson. Everything so far in this match has been perfect up to this stage.
Yeah, disappointing. It would have been the ideal start for the home side.
Would you like a little run around Division 2 as well, Sam?
You're spoiling me, but yes, please.
I can do that for you, sir. So I think you mentioned earlier today, Gloucestershire versus Yorkshire has been abandoned without a ball being bowled. Durham, 425 for 9 declared in their first innings. Alex Lees scoring 70, David Bellingham 118. To take themselves to 425 for 9 with the declaration. Ben Gibbon 4 for 92. The pick of the bowlers there. Worcestershire in response 205 for 4. Clearly a good batting pitch up at Chester Street. Jack Haynes is currently 50 not out. Captain Brett D'Oliveira made 46 as well, so looks like a pretty good place to bat at the moment up in Durham. And the other game going on at Leicester, Leicestershire versus Derbyshire. Leicestershire 243 for 2.
Oh, edgy again from Robson, and he's going to pick up another boundary.
And doesn't look like they started at Leicestershire. Stumps no play Saturday due to a wet outfield. So yeah, 243 for 2 for Leicestershire against Derbyshire.
No luck for Jack White so far. That chance spilled at fourth slip by Josh Cobb, and then another edge there down to backward square leg, excuse me, backward point boundary.
Timed really nicely into the leg side there by Sam Robson.
Jack White looked disappointed. A hangdog expression from the seamer as he makes his way down to fine leg at the Lynn Wilson Centre end. But he started well.
Both have.
Yeah. Yeah, 8 of the 10 runs so far coming from edges or chances. Stoneman on strike yet to make it off the mark.
We were talking in the first innings, weren't we, about the experience and the quality that is in this Middlesex top order with the number of international caps amongst the top 3 at least, and you would expect sooner rather than later that this experience will come good, and the quality of the quality that these guys do possess will come to the show.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if it doesn't. Nevertheless, just 13 runs between them in the 4 innings they have undertaken so far this season. Stoneman bagging a pair in the 97-run defeat against Essex. Robson 0 and 3, and then in this game Robson 4 in the first innings and Stoneman 3, both falling victim to the man with the ball in his hand at the moment, Ben Sanderson.
Watchful by Mark Stoneman. As you join us on the Northants live stream, powered by our friends at Daffabet. So thank you to those guys for making all of this possible. Hopefully you're enjoying your day with us. Hopefully you had a nice lunch. If you would like to interact with us, feel free to do so on Twitter at NorthantsCCC. Drop us a question, drop us some thoughts, and get you involved in the live stream. Hopefully we will be joined by another one of the Northants playing staff later on today as well. So stay tuned for that.
Sanderson on the money, making Stoneman play. Stoneman will be desperate to get off the mark.
One in a minute from the slip cordon. Bang bang, going nowhere, boys.
Yeah.
Coming through the effects mic.
Big shout for LBW! But umpire is not interested.
Little tickle on that by Mark Stoneman.
Possibly, maybe high. Ben Sanderson liked it, didn't he? Yeah, outside the line, I think.
Come back a long way as well.
Yeah, Nigel Long saying not out. He is, of course, standing in his 250th first-class match as an umpire, so huge congratulations to Nigel Long. As you'll have noticed from that replay, we are currently down to just one camera from behind the bowler's arm. That's the camera here at the Lynn Wilson Centre end where we are situated. The guys are working hard behind the scenes to get that sorted. But we do, of course, have the roaming camera also operated by Ben up on the gantry. Oh, he really can count himself a little bit unlucky not to have a wicket so far this afternoon, Jack White. He's got Sam Robson feeling a little uncomfortable. That's a Jaffa.
Bowled brilliantly with the new ball in the first innings, wasn't he? Outshone by Ben Sanderson's figures in return, but
Yeah.
probably not with chances created and the amount of times he beat the bat.
Yeah, he created plenty. And we asked Ben Sanderson after day one's play about that tactic of bowling as a unit, building pressure from both ends. And that's exactly what they did. And the wickets were shared around in the first innings. Jack White has got that classic seam bowler walk back to his mark, looking fed up. Unless he's just taken a wicket, then I don't think it matters. He'll look fed up.
I think when you put that kind of pressure and strain through your your toes and your knees and your hips and your shoulders, I think you got every right to walk back to the mark looking a bit.
Yeah, conserve all your energy, ready for the run to the crease. Nicely driven by Robson, but once again, the hand of Jack White preventing any runs. And Captain Luke Proctor does the cleaning up. Luke Proctor, who of course was another of the impressive Northants bowlers in the first innings. He picked up 2, including that crucial wicket of John Simpson, just as Simpson and Higgins looked to be reprising their role from Lords. Where they put on 70 odd to rescue Middlesex's first innings from total ignominy, but they once again were the pair that top scored for Middlesex here. 45 for their 6th wicket in the first innings. 70 for Ryan Higgins. That's his 2nd half century of the season to go with 40.
Really, really important partnership in an incredibly tough period of time to bat, wasn't it? Gave some credibility to that first innings.
Well, it's probably
from Middlesex.
Now we're halfway through the game in terms of innings. Probably was the difference between Middlesex being totally out of this game and actually now well in it. So incredibly important. That's a glorious shot from Sam Robson, and Luke Proctor will give chase, and he will stop it from going from 4. That deserves 4, that shot, but it's a long straight boundary. It's quite a slow outfield given the amount of rain we had overnight. Luke Proctor pulls the ball in just short of the straight boundary, and Robson takes 2 to retain the strike. Sorry, no, to give Stoneman the strike.
To swap the strike. I think Sam Robson just cemented your point of it being a little bit damp out there still as he slipped in his attempt to turn and look for that 3. Ended up sat on his bum at the striker's end.
Very intriguing little battle now between Sanderson and Stoneman. Sanderson is full of confidence, Stoneman quite the opposite. Sanderson hammering away at that 4th and 5th stump line. The Northants slip cordon of Vasconcelos, Azad, Cobb. Big shout for LBW, but not out. I think we might have a substitute fielder at 3rd slip, which is why I didn't immediately recognise him. Who is that?
It's coming really nicely off the seam again from Ben Sanderson.
If he's wearing the right jumper, that's Tom Taylor, who is doing some slipping at 3rd slip. So I don't know who's off the pitch. Let's have a look. Oh, Stoneman off the mark with an edge just through the slips. It won't go for 4. They'll come back for 2. And Stoneman gets off the duck with a streaky squirt through down to 3rd. So I've got a feeling it is Bob Keogh who's off the pitch.
Gareth Berg, sir.
Gareth Berg, thank you.
Apologies for not looking at that bit earlier. Still, though, gave you an excuse to use the binoculars, didn't it?
Absolutely, any excuse. Gareth Berg off the pitch. We don't quite know why. See if we can get an update on that.
550 of us tuned in.
Not
watching,
bad for a Saturday
listening.
afternoon.
No, I think that's wonderful. A lot of club cricket starting this weekend as well, which I think I'll well, have a chat about as this session goes on. I think
you're a master of club cricket, yeah, an enthusiast.
Well, a master, certainly not if you look at my play cricket stats. I'm not. It's been a chance start here for Middlesex, though, hasn't it?
Well, they're going to need some luck. But, you know, as an opening batter, very rarely do you get it all your own way early on, and hanging in there is almost as important as scoring runs earlier. Oh, big shout! They're desperate. They're begging Nigel Long to put that finger up. He is unmoved. Plenty going on here. Ben Sanderson making the ball talk once again. Oh, that's close.
Missing leg stump, I think, if there wasn't a bit of bat involved as well. But
I'm saying umpire's call on the DRS.
Fair enough.
Difficult from behind the wicket keeper. That's the angle we got at the moment. But far from comfortable for Middlesex opening pair as Tom Taylor makes his way back to the pavilion. Gareth Berg resumes his spot at 3rd slip. Good to see him back. Obviously a comfort break or change of laces or...
For the Italian stallion.
For the Italian stallion. Oh, your face when Freddy confirmed that indeed was a legitimate nickname, which you had been rinsing me on day 1 for coming up with Italian stallion, but no. Italy player coach, of course, Gareth Berg. And I think I read the oldest active player in county cricket.
Really?
With the retirement of Sir Darren.
I mean, that shows, I think, the longevity of careers now for athletes. The science and the medicine and the training and the recovery that there is in place now for these guys to really extend their careers as long as they possibly can is brilliant to see. It does feel like a slightly worse off place, the county championship, without Darren Stevens kicking about, though, doesn't it? I assume that all those Australian batters that come over and play county cricket have had to rename their WhatsApp group. Yeah, what was it? Steve-O's gonna get you. Yeah, exactly. That was an old Reebok advert, wasn't it?
Sando's going to get you, maybe.
I hope so.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the thing about Gareth Berg, of course, is he didn't make his first-class debut until he was 27. So a fewer miles on the clock, but nonetheless, to still be going well into his 40s. Oh. Jack White, do not buy a lottery ticket this evening. You have had no luck.
No. I think over these 2 innings from Jack White and these opening spells, I think he could bowl a bit worse and end up with a few more wickets.
Yeah.
It's been brilliant to watch.
If he keeps doing that, then surely that luck will change. Just angling the ball in to the left-handed Stoneman and then moving it away. Straighter this time. And Stoneman is able to nudge it into the onside for a single. Yeah, we'd love to hear from you if you are one of those 600 odd people watching today. Please do get in touch. Any comments, any questions, any topics you'd like us to explore? We had some fun on day 1 with our imaginary county cricket sports bar with 9 screens, I suppose, to make sure all potential 18 counties could be featured at once. Some good suggestions for names for that bar. But yeah, do get in touch via the Northants Twitter page, which is at NorthantsCCC.
I think tomorrow should be a good day for that, because I think what we can do, we can reach out to the community and we can ask them for their cricketing stories from the weekend.
Great
we can
stuff.
find out how they got on today if they played.
Great stuff.
Potentially they'd like to name and shame their mate that's
Yes,
triggered
please.
them for 3 when it wasn't out because they'd hit it and all this other good stuff. And obviously we'll celebrate the guys that have gone out there the first weekend and turned up and taken 5 for whatever else has gone on.
Shot for none. Yes, please. We would love to hear any stories from your own cricketing exploits, wherever you're listening from. Maybe you're watching on your phone, having been dismissed for a duck already, and you'd like us to commiserate.
Cheer you up, I think.
Yeah, and tell us how much of an unplayable ball it was.
Like facing Ben Sanderson, it was. Sam?
Yeah, no chance. Talking of Ben Sanderson, it is he who continues from the David Capel end, looking just to prize out one of these Middlesex openers, with Middlesex now trailing by 33 runs. Big shout, was it pad first? Well, whether it was or wasn't, Nigel Long, statuesque at that end. His hands firmly clasped together. Ooh, outside the line, I think.
That is coming in incredibly late as well from Ben Sanderson.
It's actually, you can't argue with the way Stoneman has shaped up to that. He's got outside the line, covered his off stump. Which is what you want to see from an opening batter. Ben Sanderson into his 5th over, none for 4.
Credit where credit's due. The 2 guys for Middlesex have weathered the first part of this storm well, haven't they? Both faced 25 balls each. Now Middlesex 16 for no loss, and as everyone can see from the pictures that are on your screen, it's fairly obvious just how difficult this must be to go out there and bat against these 2 guys at the moment. Full of confidence after Thursday's performance.
Just straying onto leg stumpers. Stoneman scrambles back for 2. Yeah, absolutely, Dan. All they can do at the moment is just absorb this pressure. Things will get easier, or they will certainly hope they will. The sun is out.
Bank of clouds coming in though over the far side there, just to not to put a downer on the situation. I don't believe there's.
Ooh, that flew through
That's
from Ben
taken off,
Sanderson.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Great take by Lewis McManus. So hopefully, from a Northants perspective, that brings in a little bit more assistance for this bowling attack and this new Duke's cricket ball. Stoneman and Robson and all the Middlesex fans, however, will be hoping that blows the other way, and we continue with this lovely sunshine that we've got here in Northampton.
Yeah, there's barely any wind today. Day 1 was a blustery affair, but after the washout on day 2, conditions reasonably pleasant. Certainly a lot warmer as well than it was on day 1, where our cameraman Ben came in with icicles hanging from his nose, as well as he managed to get sunburnt as well, because it was sunny, but just very cold and very windy.
How was your holiday? Well, it was good. I got frostbite and sunburn. Where did you go? Northampton.
The gantry at Northampton. Just straying onto that leg stump, Ben Sanderson there, which is allowing Stoneman to pick off the occasional 1 and 2 off his legs. 5 overs bowled by the great Ben Sanderson. 2 maidens, none for 7.
These 9 overs have flown by, haven't they?
Yeah, I tell you what, obviously there was a lot of excitement last week about the quality of new ball bowling from Cook and Porter down at Essex, but these two are real proponents of exactly the same kind of stuff. It's a treat to watch.
Absolutely.
Barely a delivery wasted.
So many names around the county championship as well that have got the skills to exploit these kind of conditions, with Anderson, Broad and Wokes back into the county championship scene. No doubt Ollie Robinson would have been playing for Sussex as well if they'd have been playing.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether Ollie Robinson returns for Sussex next week. They have got a week off this round, of course, having beaten Durham in a thriller down at Hove. Yeah, it's great fun at the start of the season to watch all the England runners and riders, see how they're getting on, especially ahead of, like you mentioned earlier, such a mouth-watering prospect of Test cricket.
Well, we spoke quite extensively, didn't we, on Thursday about the value of the overseas players coming into the counties and not only enhancing the reputation of the competition, but also bringing their wealth of experience and knowledge that they can share with their new teammates. But not only that, seeing the England guys using this as an opportunity to spend time playing cricket, to share that knowledge, to bring that experience to the dressing room as well is fantastic. Left well alone there by Mark Stoneman, a little bit wider from Jack White that time.
Yeah, talking of England runners and riders, it's Chris Wokes taking the new ball at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are taking on Kent, as you mentioned earlier. So he's one to be keeping an eye on. Ben Duckett with more runs for Notts.
Just finding their feet now, these two for Middlesex, aren't they? A few more balls hitting the middle of the bat now compared to the start of the innings.
Yeah, I think we're entering the period of the game where, in theory, batting conditions should be at their best, which makes early wickets all the more important. And they should have had one with Robson dropped on naught off Jack White.
Yeah, I think they'll be looking back and ruining the fact that opportunity wasn't taken at the time. That would have been the absolute perfect start, wouldn't it, for a batting lineup that's down on confidence after the first round and the first innings, to have picked up one so cheaply again at the start of this one would have. You just get the impression that it would have had that door.
Well, this
open.
partnership of 19 between the two Middlesex openers actually is more than was scored by Middlesex's top four in the previous 3 innings. I think it was 16 for 6. No, I can't remember.
Yeah, it was definitely 14 on. It was 14 on Thursday, wasn't it? I think.
Yeah, and they were no runs off the bat for 4 in the first innings against Essex.
Yeah,
and not many more for 4 in the. Let's get that right before I disparage Middlesex unfairly, but.
Hopefully we get to a stage where we can speak a bit more positively about these Middlesex batters.
Because
I do feel like we're punching the Middlesex fans slightly at the moment whilst they're.
Yeah, I think it was the top 3 which had scored 16 runs in their first 3 innings combined. It was Norton 3 for Robson at Lords, Norton 0 for Stoneman, Norton 4 for Milan, and then in the first innings here. Four, 3 and 2. But yeah, listen, like you said earlier, these guys are too good for it not to improve. It's just a matter of when. All 3 of them with test match experience. the Northants slip cordon, waiting patiently. Vasconcelos, Azad, Berg and Cobb.
Be interesting to see how long the enthusiasm stays from the slip cordon. It sounds like it's got a little bit quieter.
Oh, bit of confusion.
Possibly at the wrong end there, but I don't think that would have mattered either way. Not quite sure what happened to Mark Stoneman there at the non-strikers, and I don't know whether he didn't make his ground the first time around or whether there was a little slip. I don't know whether you saw that, Sam.
No, I missed it. I was watching the fielder, but certainly a hint of confusion. I wonder if we'll see Chris Tremaine into the attack.
I don't think it'll be long.
No.
I think coming back from the surgery on his knee, I can't believe they'll bowl Ben Sanderson for that long of a spell. Jack White, on the other hand, might have a couple more in him before they have a look at Gareth Berg or Luke Proctor from our end.
Yeah, White's looked the more likely so far this morning, which is certainly no criticism of Sanderson, who's been bang on the money, not gone for any runners to speak of, but it's been White who's consistently beaten or even found the edge.
Yeah. Chris Tremaine, I think I just spotted there at point having a little bit of a...
Yeah, I think Luke Proctor was thinking about it.
A gentle warm-up, I think you described that as.
Yeah, and Josh Cobb... Oh, let's wait for this ball to be delivered. Josh Cobb caught the captain's eye and started warming up himself, I'm pretty sure with his tongue firmly in his cheek, because it's Tremaine at point.
Gareth Berg at third slip having a little stretch as well.
Yeah. And Cobb at fourth slip, and so Proctor, from his position at mid-on, was looking over in the general direction of the pair of them. Obviously, I think talking to Chris Tremaine, or even Gareth Berg, who is the other side of Josh Cobb, and Josh Cobb immediately started rolling his shoulders.
I don't quite think we've got to the stage of the game where some Josh Cobb offies are quite on the order. Quite the order of the day just yet. They might come, you never know, but at this present moment in time, I suspect he's going to be fairly way down the pecking order before he gets given a trundle.
I think it is going to be Gareth Berg.
It is indeed, sir. So there is a change of bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Jack White won't bowl more than the 5 overs that he did with the new ball, but we will have a spell from Gareth Berg. Possibly a little bit disappointed with his return in the first innings. Certainly the most expensive Northants bowler on show, but I think that was, you can caveat that with the willingness to bowl full and give the ball every opportunity in those conditions to do something and pick up a few more wickets. So I suspect we'll see a similar kind of attack here from Gareth Berg, and hopefully from a Northants perspective, a more fruitful one. So he starts with a dot ball. Mark Stoneman gets in behind that one nicely. 9 off 38 now. Robson 12 off 28. Pulled and crunched into the advertising hoardings onto the leg side by Mark Stoneman. Moves into double figures. Lovely shot, lovely pull shot.
Shot of the season for Stoneman, I think, so far.
I can't disagree with you, Sam. I really can't.
Yeah, he picked that up quickly, didn't he?
Yeah, really well played.
Made a lovely noise.
I don't really know what it means, but I think you could say dispatched with aplomb. Back-to-back boundaries is this going to be for Mark Stoneman? Ball making its way down towards the boundary, and that has just, well, horrible teasing chase there for the Northants fielder in an attempt to fish that one back.
It's a good shot.
It was a nice shot. Back-to-back boundaries for Stoneman.
Just finding his rhythm, maybe.
getting into his work, I think. 17 now.
Gareth Berg just struggling to find his length early on in this spell.
Whether it's a conscious decision, maybe from Middlesex to think Gareth Berg's the guy to target of the bowlers.
It's better. Yeah, maybe, and equally a decision by Northants to, you know, to bowl aggressive lengths, full lengths from Berg and invite the drive, which I think was what the plan was in the first innings. Didn't quite work out, but certainly worth having a look. The lead now just 20 as this partnership reaches 29.
Good comeback from Gareth Berg. Couple of dot balls after those 2 boundaries. Middlesex now just 20 behind Northants in their second innings.
Yeah, those clouds of sort of dodging the ground at the moment. Blue sky overhead. Yeah, on the money now, Gareth Berg.
Yeah, come back very well at the end of that over, didn't he? To put a bit more pressure, or to start building that pressure back on Mark Stoneman.
Looks like we will get another over from Ben Sanderson, his 7th of the innings.
So I've got that completely wrong, haven't I?
The old workhorse.
Yeah. I mean, if he can keep going, why would you take him off? He's bowled. He's looked so threatening with this new ball. So much lateral movement off the seam, through the air as well. Keep him going. That's not to say that Chris Tremaine isn't going to back him up brilliantly when he does get his opportunity to do so. I think he's just moving his way in towards cover. You can kind of, I think it's an Australian thing, you know, being kind of a bit action man in the game the whole time. Brilliant catch, as he said, off his own bowling. Looked like he was, and that is clean bowled by Ben Sanderson. What a delivery that is. That is the top of off stump. I think you probably described that as the perfect seam bowler's delivery. Sam Robson goes for 12. Clean bowled by Ben Sanderson. Nipped back off the seam. Cut Sam Robson in half. Middlesex now 29 for 1.
Well, it's a good job Luke Proctor is captain and not you, Dan, because with his first ball of his 7th over...
Not had a great day today, have I?
No, listen, you've had a couple of moments, but otherwise you've been brilliant. Don't do yourself down. Yeah, cracking delivery.
All be forgiven if Northants win, I think.
Let's have a look at this again. Yeah, that pitch is a good 10 inches, 6 inches outside of off stump and clips the top of the bail.
You're not going to face many better balls than that, I don't think.
I actually think...
Strikes me as the kind of delivery that you could get over and over again and probably end up the same way. New man for Middlesex is South African overseas Peter Malan.
Robson bowled by Sanderson for 12.
What have we got in the binoculars?
No, nothing of note. I was just getting a good look at Malan's demeanour as he walked purposefully to the crease.
4 slips in for Ben Sanderson. Peter Malan's first ball defended nicely into the leg side there, but again straight on the money from Ben Sanderson. From a club cricket perspective, this would be the type of bit where you go, well, just have another over. So your 7 over spell turns into an 8 over spell.
I think it would be difficult to get the ball out of his hand now.
Absolutely.
Interesting that the man at mid-off has come quite close in now.
gone. Sorry, Ben Sanderson, clean bowls. Peter Milan left on off stump. I think this one might have moved back again. Off stump, cartwheeling backwards. Milan goes for nothing. Middlesex 29 for 2. And sorry, Sam, I think we jumped in on each other there.
That's entirely my fault. It was you, but I was so excited by the. What do they say? There are 2 types of leave.
Yes, good ones in this one.
What a ball! And poor old Peter Milan goes for a second ball duck. That really is a fabulous over so far. 3 balls, 2 wickets from the great Ben Sanderson. And Peter Milan, after scoring 2 in the first innings and indeed falling to Sanderson, is now gone for naught.
Wow.
Oh,
top of off stump again.
You can't be leaving those to Ben Sanderson.
Absolutely not.
He obviously didn't see what had happened to his
no.
The man he passed on his way to the middle, because it was almost identical.
It was very, very close. Very close. Another brilliant delivery from Ben Sanderson. The umpires have reconstructed the castle at this end for Stevie Eskenazi, the next batter in for Middlesex here. I mean, how quickly can these games of cricket change?
Yeah, absolutely.
We were complimenting the 2 Middlesex batters not that many balls ago, that many overs ago, saying both started to look a bit more kind of comfortable. They'd done a little bit of the hard work with the new ball early on. Both had faced getting in towards 30 to 40 deliveries each, and 2 wickets in 3 balls from Ben Sanderson.
Yeah, if you sort of think of the pendulum swinging, it was sort of just nudging towards Middlesex's half of the dial, but in the space of 3 deliveries, firmly back pointing towards Northamptonshire's camp. All thanks to local legend Ben Sanderson, the Yorkshire import. Look for a quick single to get off the mark, and he probably would have been fine, but it was certainly a tight single, and Rob Keogh, who was coming round from short mid-off to do the fielding, slipped, which meant that he didn't even get a chance to throw down the stumps, but it shows how keen Steve Eskenazi was to get off the mark there.
If there's anything that this game hasn't needed so far, is livening up. And Ben Sanderson has managed to liven up an already lively game here. As you said, 2 wickets in 3 balls, a really quick single there from Eskenazi into the offside, with a great bit of fielding, with a bit of a slide from Keogh, kind of a bit of excitement from the fielders, Stoneman scrambling for his ground as well. It's been brilliant, this over. It's a shame it's only 6 balls.
You can't take your eyes off it.
Played nicely by Stoneman.
It would be good advice for both Middlesex batters to do exactly the same. Keep their eyes firmly on the ball, because it is misbehaving in the hand of Ben Sanderson, hitting the seam and getting the ball to jag back twice this over to clip the top of off stump. First Sam Robson, then the luckless Peter Milan, whose start to his season as Middlesex's overseas pro has not brought him much joy yet.
Well left by Mark Stoneman at the end of the over there. Ben Sanderson now 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 9, and an equally impressive economy rate of 1.3 runs per over there. Does he get another one, Captain Sam?
100%.
Yeah?
Absolutely.
No doubt about it.
We'll see. But
as we see this absolute seed again.
Oh, and the off-stump cartwheeling.
Perfect.
Hopefully someone got a picture of that. Did you see that picture of, I think it was up at where Matt Potts destroyed a batsman's stumps? And no. It's a great photo. You should look it up. All 3 stumps just cartwheeling with the batsman playing a perfect forward defence.
So the batter can crop that for their own kind of Facebook profile page and leave that for the left alone. There, bit of lift there from Gareth Berg from the Lynn Wilson centre end. New batter now to bowl out in Stevie Eskenazi, so start to build that pressure up again from Northamptonshire. Middlesex here still 19 runs behind Northamptonshire's first innings of 198, so a few more runs for Northants to play for before they start need to worrying about Middlesex. moving forward. Played. Lovely shot by Stevie Eskenazi. Through the covers. 4 runs. Thank you very much.
Languid.
Yes.
Yeah, lovely shot.
Ben Sanderson-esque, that, from the first innings. Certainly of the bowlers so far, Gareth Berg has looked like the easier one to score from.
Oh!
Absolute seed as the slip cordon appeal, but I don't think there was. I think Eskenazi looks back in almost disgust, I think, that the Northampton fielders had gone up for that, but that's done absolutely all sorts off the seam there.
Oh, my word.
Swung in, nipped away, bounced as well. I think he's missed it probably by a bat width.
Yeah, I think the appeal was just in recognition
Yes.
of what an unplayable delivery it was. Just as you'd been commenting on Gareth Berg perhaps leaking a few runs, he follows it up with his ball of the game so far, I would say.
But I mean, that's a positive spin that I can put on this one, isn't it? I won't talk about the batters. Solid by Eskenazi. I did went through a little bit of a run of form, so I don't know whether I am cursed or not, but it feels like sometimes you wonder whether you are. You go through a period of saying things about professional cricket as you're watching along or tweeting about it, and all of a sudden the guy that you've just complimented gets out and you kind of go, maybe I should just come off social media for the day now.
Yeah, just a funny way of doing that, the game. Mother cricket, as the pros like to call it. Just when you think you've mastered it, whether you're a spectator or a player, throws up countless surprises. It's what keeps it interesting, and we've had plenty to keep us interested on day 3.
Played nicely again by Eskenazi into the offside. Not going to go for 4 this time. Comes back for 2 to end Gareth Berg's second over of the innings. Middlesex now 36 for 2. And will we see Ben Sanderson with an 8th over? Looks like we will. And why wouldn't you, really?
I don't think Luke Proctor had much choice as captain in that. Ben Sanderson, no way was he letting the ball be taken out of his hand after that sensational over he just bowled to pick up the wickets of Robson and Malang.
It's not a bad bloke to have lurking at cover, ready to come on either, is it, with Chris Tremaine?
Yeah, well, certainly on what we've seen so far, him in a Northamptonshire shirt. Looks like a shrewd early season signing.
As he drops out to almost a deep mid wicket just in front of square leg.
Oy, don't miss that.
Squared up a little bit there, Mark Stoneman by Ben Sanderson.
There are certain bowlers, and it's not always the quickest bowlers, but certain bowlers who you just think something could happen any time, and Sanderson is one of those.
Certainly got that impression from him over these 2 days so far, haven't we? Looks like a real handful to face, and an asset for Northamptonshire, and one of those guys that you kind of you wonder how different it might have been last week if he'd have been around down at Canterbury.
Yeah. Yeah, they would have loved to have him taking the new ball on the 4th day. Actually, they did pretty well on what was a flatter and flatter track to reduce Kent to 60 for 3, but then did get very hard to take wickets.
Absolutely. Northampton sticking with 4 slips here. Very attacking field. Why wouldn't you be?
Oh.
In the contest, I think.
Yeah, every ball. Smattering of spectators down at the Lynn Wilson Centre end, enjoying the sunshine and the steadily climbing temperatures here at Wantage Road.
Played nicely back down the ground by Eskenazi. I think if you can find yourself a nice little sun trap here today, I think it'd be a lovely day sat outside.
Yeah, with a pretty enjoyable spectacle to give your attention to as well. But if you can't join us here at Wantage Road, we are of course very grateful to have you along on the live stream powered by Daffabet.
600 of us here now, Sam.
Yeah, well, once those wickets start tumbling, gets people's attention. Oh,
What a beauty that is. Great take by McManus as that's nipped and swung as the ball's carried on past the stumps. Eskenazi looks back down the pitch at Ben Sanderson and I think gives him the recognition that that's a peach.
He went to leave it and then he went,
maybe not.
I've just seen what happened to my colleagues. Maybe I do need to play this, by which point it was probably too late, but he gets away with it.
Naturally attacking player though, Eskenazi, isn't he? 7 off 10. Quite fluent. Very good to watch.
Yeah. Of course, involved in the Big Bash this year.
Yeah, he did very well, didn't he? As Ben Sanderson completes his 8th over. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 10. That looks like a congratulatory pat on the back there from the Northants players, and quite rightly so. So I think that could be a well bowled.
Yeah, sensational. Ever dependable. Just 10 runs from 8 overs, which in itself would be a fine effort, but those 2 absolutely scintillating deliveries to pick up his 2 wickets in his penultimate over. We assume that is the end of Ben Sanderson for now. Gareth Berg will continue from the Lynn Wilson Centre end.
The first hour's flown by, Sam, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, the whole day actually is. Certainly been no shortage of entertainment. So what have we had? 22 wickets in the match so far in quick maths. Well, about 150 overs, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
We lost all of yesterday, which is incredibly frustrating, despite the best efforts of the ground staff. He's left that one alone. Gareth Berg makes the appeal for LBW. No shot offered. So that means that, of course, the ball can be hitting us outside the line of off stump. It's not far away, you know.
It's not. I think that might have missed off stump.
Yeah, maybe even going over.
Yeah.
Dan gave the DRS review signal. I think it was pretty close. I think that could well have been certainly worth a chat with the captain if this had been a test match. No shot offered, and the ball nipping back in to Stoneman. Gareth Berg looking a little bit more threatening now.
Absolutely.
Found his line and length.
Over 8's been good too. Had an hour of cricket after lunch. Northants have bowled their 15 overs in that hour.
Yeah.
And as I say, it hasn't felt like an hour's worth of cricket, has it? It has absolutely raced by, which has been brilliant to watch.
Number 13 on his back, Gareth Berg. Full pitch delivery, which Stoneman looks to drive through extra cover, but doesn't quite time it, and it just zips out to cover.
Had a message from Stephen, Sam.
Go ahead.
He said, I'm really enjoying the live stream, even though I'm a Middlesex fan.
Oh, thank you, Stephen.
That's very nice of you to message us. And I'm glad that you're finding some enjoyment in the live stream, as you say, even though you are on the wrong side of the game of cricket at the moment. So thank you very much for tuning in, and thank you for taking the time to drop us a message as well. It's really kind.
Yes, thank you, Stephen. Yeah, whatever your whatever your allegiance, Northants, Middlesex or neutral, you're all very welcome here with us live from Wantage Road, where Northants have a 12-run lead over Middlesex, who have lost 2 of their second innings wickets already, 37 for 2. Both those wickets falling to Ben Sanderson, who is looking over at his captain.
Are we getting another one? I don't think Chris Tremaine looks
No.
at him. No, it's Jack White.
Jack White switching ends, saying, "I'll have a bit of the of that dramatic seam movement."
He didn't bowl from that end, did he, in the first
No.
innings?
Change of bowling from the David Cave lane, Jack White.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all. Jack White bowled so well in his opening 5-over spell from the Lynn Wilson Centre end.
I think it's a really attacking move, Sam, to bring him back.
And then you've got the luxury of probably not bringing Chris Tremaine into the attack until, you know, the 20th over or something like that.
Yeah.
It's, and that's even before we've seen the skipper, Luke Proctor. So in terms of seam bowling resources, when everyone's fully fit, Northants are right up there in this division. Good stuff, Jackie, comes the shout from the slip cordon. 3 slips now. 3 slips, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. So a fairly conventional field for a side on top with the ball.
Quite aware that Eskenazi will be maybe quite happy to drop the ball into that cover region. So therefore kind of taking the 4th slip out and plug that gap for him.
Well, the movement hasn't been through the air as much as it has been off the seam. You know, those 2 dismissals were balls that came in to the right-hander. Oy, and Eskenazi sort of check drives out towards mid-off. That's a little early on his shot. Just reaching for a ball that wasn't quite there to drive.
I tell you what, after those first 2 days, it's starting to look like the kind of day that you'd sit there and go, I'd love to be outside playing at the moment.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind being at fine leg. I wouldn't want to be batting. He's on the money again, Jack White.
Club cricket, 5 to 3 in the afternoon on the Saturday, could well be underway if they haven't been washed out from the week's worth of rain ahead. There will definitely be people playing somewhere around the country today. So good luck. Good luck if you are making your debut in 2023 today. I know my club is playing tomorrow. My brother's already asked if he can rummage through my cricket whites and find a long sleeve jumper.
And when will your first game be, Dan?
Possibly the 29th, I think. Don't think I'll get an opportunity to play before that, with this weekend up in Northampton, next weekend in Northampton as well. So straight into league cricket, which doesn't sound like the smartest idea, does it? But we'll give it a go.
Lovely shot for none from Steve Eskenazi. He's probably looked the most comfortable of the Middlesex batters so far.
Definitely. Actually, a bit warm out there. Mark Stoneman calling for a towel there, I think.
Yeah, very pleasant spring afternoon. When does spring become summer? I suppose maybe the cricket season should herald the start of summer, but
Yeah.
early April feels a little bit... And there you have it. Chris Tremaine, as announced by the PA here at Wantage Road, the Australian from New South Wales, who picked up 3 wickets in the first innings, is on for his first bowl of Middlesex's second innings. Let's see what he can do. Tall right arm seamer.
Fantastic take by Lewis McManus down the leg side. Bit of a loosener there from Tremaine. A fantastic guy to bring into the attack, 17 overs into the innings as well.
Yeah.
Doesn't get any easier, does it, for Middlesex here with the, as you said, the quality that Northants have got available to them. Two teams really with very good bowling attacks, aren't they?
Just struggling to find his line early on. Chris Tremaine pushed a couple down the leg side to the left-handed Stoneman. As he makes his way back to his mark, past his captain Luke Proctor, who has a little chat with him. His hair slicked back, Brett Lee style. Oi, that's better. Welcome to the second innings, Chris Tremaine.
Just keep you on your toes.
And Mark Stoneman almost scampered off to towards Nigel Long at square leg, because I think he realised that he'd been served a half-decent delivery there. Oh my word, that has cut in. Stoneman's gone to cut it, got nowhere near it, and probably wasn't far from bottom edging it into his stumps. Gosh.
Wow.
It's a bit flat-footed from the Middlesex opener.
Yeah, not sure that was the...
Tucked him up, didn't it?
Yeah. Came in, didn't it, nicely, which cramped him for room, but maybe a little bit full to be playing that off the back foot. But then it has been the end that we have seen a bit of life from it, hasn't it? So that has been the end that's had the carry.
Jack White throws the ball back to Chris Tremaine with a "Come on, Chris," geeing him up. Maiden to start for Chris Tremaine.
Into his work straight away. I think he'd be a little bit disappointed with those ones that have gone down the leg side, won't he? But you're entitled to a loosener here and there.
Yeah, and actually he bowled the majority of overs, if not all of them, from the David Capel end in the first innings.
He did indeed.
But having a go from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Lead now 12 runs.
Wonder if there is any... I wonder what the thought process is behind the change of ends for Jack White and Chris Tremaine this time around in this innings. Because I mean, they both bowled beautifully, didn't they, from the innings that they were allocated last time around. And Jack White again at the start of this innings from our end here.
Yeah, I guess ultimately you've got to be prepared to bowl wherever you're needed. You might have a favoured end, but it's Tim Murtagh, I think, taking a stroll round the boundary edge. He not featuring in this game. Player, coach for Middlesex with close to 1,000 first-class wickets to his name.
Might not shock you, but I believe he's got a hatful of wickets against Northamptonshire as well.
Yeah, so on a historical basis, perhaps surprising that he was left out.
Yeah, I think that there does need to become a a time to look forward, though, doesn't there, with Ethan Bamber?
Of
And
course,
I think
he's bowled beautifully.
I was going to say he duly repaid the selection in this game, but certainly Tim Murtaugh's a terrific operator, isn't he? And as I say, I'm sure that he's got a fair few wickets in this fixture. I'll let you know if I can find it.
Dan having a play with
21 wickets versus Northamptonshire at an average of 11.9.
And that's since when?
That is since 2017, so it might even have a few more if we go back a bit further. Just having a little play around with the Intelligent Cricket stats website. 26 wickets versus Northamptonshire at an average of 17.5. So
yeah, well, not featuring in this game. Into his 40s, of course, Tim Murtaugh, who is just strolling around the boundary just in front of us now.
It's been a while since these two teams have played one another. I have to go back to May 2019, the last time that the two sides met here at Northampton, which was a draw back in 2019. Twice in 2018, Middlesex coming out on top on both of those, and then beyond that, you're looking back to 2014. So they're not a set of teams that come up against each other that regularly.
I actually don't think Northampton have beaten Middlesex in a championship fixture since 2010.
Wow.
But they're giving themselves every chance of setting that record straight.
Owen Morgan played for Middlesex the last time these two played one another in the county championship.
Well, I know that. In 2019.
2019, yeah.
That's good of Owen to don the whites.
Yeah.
And was that here or at Lord's?
That was here.
That's drawn.
445 Northampton in the first innings. Luke Proctor with 81 back in 2019. Tim Murtaugh 6 for 80.
Ooh. Inside edge onto the pad from Mark Stoneman. Chris Tremaine honing in on the left-handers' stumps. Some great names on that scorecard. Nathan Buck taking the new ball for Northants back in 2019. Jason Holder, of course, was the overseas player.
Yeah. Quality player he is.
Alex Wakely in Northants' top order. The skipper at the time. Fair few more runs in that game than there have been in this one.
Slightly different conditions, I would take a guess at.
It's interesting what Saif Zaid was saying on day one about there being a little bit of extra grass left on this wicket, which has actually been a great cricket wicket. I mean, the scores have been lowish, but as we've seen from the batsmen that have been willing to use their feet, and then they've been rewarded for their enterprise.
I think it'd be a pitch that a lot of these batters probably wouldn't want to bat on again anytime soon.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, because I think as this sun beats down, it's only going to get easier. Definitely done less, I think. I mean, we've seen a few balls do lots, but consistently less than in the first innings, certainly on the first day, as you would expect. So, Middlesex have got the challenge of getting ahead, but also probably worrying about, if they do manage to get in, worrying about what Northants might be able to chase. And that's tucked Stoneman up, but he does manage to lever the ball between slips and gully.
Still plenty of cricket left to be played in this game as well. 54 overs left today.
Yeah.
Plus another 108 tomorrow. So plenty of opportunity left in this game to come out with a positive result as well.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be putting much money on the draw.
No, I think that would be a wise move. It will take a remarkable partnership from a Middlesex pair, I think, to start bringing that into the equation.
Good shot that from Mark Stoneman. It was a bit short and wide from Tremaine, and Stoneman latched onto it and placed it perfectly into the vacant area down at third. And Mark Stoneman moves on to 24. By far his top score of the season to date. 24 of 65 deliveries. And he's just looking a little more comfortable as I do my best from a Northamptonshire point of view to lay the commentator's curse on the former England opener. Chris Tremaine probably wants to just pitch it up a few inches. Like that, big shout for a little bit going down. But that was a better length.
Much better. I think, yeah, I think I'd be a little bit disappointed, I think, with the length that's been bowled so far from Chris Tremaine. I don't think that would be unkind to say. But I'm sure, yeah, you can see the rewards are there, can't you, when you do get the ball, up there. Just another update on the camera from the David Capel end. Apologies again. Still working on fixing the problem, but haven't quite got to the solution of it just yet. But we are getting closer. Have you thought of your white stripes pun yet?
Oh, and Jack White draws the full shot from Eskenazi, who slams the ball into the hard turf beneath his feet. The ball pops up over his wicket. Yeah, it feels a bit obvious. White stripe puns with Jack White. Track 3 on their 2003 album, Elephant, was called There's No Home For You Here, which I feel could be a good send-off if he
like
uproots someone's off stump.
Anybody listening to this as well would think that you've tapped him on the shoulder there and gone, Dan, could you just mention the white stripes pun from day one? Because I've actually got one now, but I had no idea that you actually had one lined up or up your sleeve from day one. So I'm really, really pleased that's worked out.
We're starting to communicate telepathically.
Yeah, I was gonna say. It's a worry, isn't it?
Great album, that. Elephant by the White Stripes. Reminds me of my sixth form days.
Up to no good or studying hard?
I was a good boy. Shout for LBW, gone! Jack White gets his reward. There's no home for you here. Mark Stoneman gone for 24. And Jack White gets his breakthrough after plugging away from both ends, and Middlesex in big trouble now at 44 for 3, trailing by 5 runs. They've asked the question of Nigel Long a few times this morning, but he had no hesitation in raising that finger to send Mark Stoneman on his way, who was starting to look a little more fluent than he has been so far this season. But well done, Jack White.
The pun has struck. I hope that send-off was out in the middle as well. But if it wasn't, it's on the live stream. It will be making its way to social media as well. That did an awful lot off the seam, didn't it? Just watching this back now from Jack White, and I don't know whether.
Oh, it's
I think it's pretty adjacent. It is pretty adjacent. I didn't know whether Mark Stoneman didn't look particularly enamoured with that decision from the umpire. But
he certainly was doing his very best not to look back at Nigel Long.
Quite.
I think he knew.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he got trapped on the crease there, hadn't he? Hadn't
Yeah.
gone forward, and
It's a good ball.
very good ball. I mean, we've seen plenty of those from
He's got
from
one
that
to,
end today, haven't we?
got one to move the other way to the way Ben Sanderson took his 2 wickets. So again, that natural variation that both he and Sanderson get just by placing the ball on its seam, and Northants really in the ascendancy here.
3 down now. Middlesex for 44, still 5 runs behind Northamptonshire here in their second innings. Plenty of work to be done from,
I mean, with
from Middlesex.
53 and a bit overs to go, conditions set fair, it's not beyond the realms of possibility, but we get a result today.
No, not at all.
I mean, Middlesex would really have to think
Well,
collapse in
we've
the
still
heat,
got
but-
we've still got that partnership to come. We've still
Yeah.
got Ryan Higgins and John Simpson to come. They're two more established, 2 better batters at the moment. So it's certainly not all over yet for Middlesex by any stretch. Those 2 guys, the standout performers, really, weren't they, from the first innings and from the first game last week at Essex at Lords.
that's lifted Jack White's mood. He looks much chirpier and happy now.
Yeah.
He's got the a notch in the wickets column.
Was it the wicket? Was it the pun? Who knows?
It's a great ball.
Yeah,
Nigel Long with his distinctive
pretty iconic, that, isn't it?
point towards the batsman.
It'd be good if he kind of like if he gave them out and then pointed them off to the
Dismissive
Yeah.
flick.
bit of panache to the LBW decision. I suppose his as his 250th game, his trigger finger is probably pretty ingrained now in his scorebook. Can't
Yeah.
see that changing much.
Great umpire and a very friendly man as well. Always very pleasant when you bump into him. Yeah, and he and Steve O'Shaughnessy were giving every chance for some play yesterday. We had a couple of start times penciled in, and just as we approached them, the rain would come again, and the poor ground staff earned their crust yesterday as a distinctly more buoyant Jack White puts his jumper back on and makes his way to mid-off. And he's coming to give a word of advice to Chris Tremaine.
58 wickets in first-class cricket for Jack White.
Yeah, he started late, but he's really making up for lost time, isn't he?
Average of 25.5. Picks up, unsurprisingly, the vast majority of his wickets with the new ball in those overs.
Shot. I'm not sure it'll go for 4. This long boundary on the onside, and indeed Luke Proctor runs round from mid-on and does the fielding, and there are 2 runs to Stevie Eskenazi.
Interesting though, with Jack, obviously a terrific bowler with the new ball. Picked up 22 wickets, overs 1 through 30 of an innings. His average, however, comes down in that second spell between overs 31 to 60, drops from 25.5 down to 22.
Interesting.
Couple less wickets, not a huge difference.
Glorious shot from Steve Eskenazi. We've seen him play a few of those. That could easily be the best of them. Just leaning back and forcing through the covers down towards that short boundary on the offside. And not where you want to bowl to Steve Eskenazi.
Not at all. 50 up for Middlesex as well. So, building
And Middlesex
the
in the
innings
lead.
starts now.
Yeah. 50 for 3. Middlesex leading by 1 run. So effectively 1 for 3 in their second innings. Yeah, Steve Eskenazi, a very important man now. I'd say he's looked the most comfortable of Middlesex's batters so far.
So far today,
Yeah.
absolutely. And a guy that should be full of confidence after the winter that he had. Guy that kind of, I don't really think gets the credit really that he deserves over the various different formats. I know he's been left out of the 100
Yeah. Which
over the first couple of years, which seems almost ludicrous with the record that he puts together in that format for Middlesex.
Yeah, that was a something that's confused a lot of people for a long time.
Averages 31 in first-class cricket.
Finally got that 100 gig for the struggling Welsh Fire in the 100 in the recent draft.
I think after the performance from the Welsh Fire in the first couple of years, the best thing they could have done was started one and begun again, I think, from scratch.
Yeah, of course, Josh Cobb, who's standing at... where is Josh Cobb standing? Thought he was at slip.
I think he was at fourth, wasn't
Yeah,
he? I'm
and
not
now
sure
he's
where he's wandered off to now.
I think he is now at cover.
I think he might be.
Yeah, of course, he was in the Welsh Fire books in the first 2 years, but not retained.
Interesting for Eskenazi to be batting at 4 for Middlesex. I don't think it really kind of makes a great deal of difference, but he's only batted 18 times at number 4, 73 innings at number 3 for Middlesex. Obviously, Peter Milan's come in and taken that spot, but his average of 34.5 at number 3 drops down to 22.5 at number 4. You wouldn't have thought that one place difference in the batting lineup would make that much of a difference, would you? But that's had quite a big dip
That's really interesting.
on his batting average.
More great insight there from the Intelligent Cricket database. Yeah, it's funny the batting order, the impact that has on people. I just wonder how much of it's psychological. Obviously, there's a difference between opening the batting and the middle order, but probably even between 3 and 4. But between 4 and 5, things like that.
Batting full stop is an incredibly tough job mentally, isn't it? Regardless of whether you're moving up and down the order, where you are in the world or in the country where you're batting week in, week out with the different conditions, different bowlers obviously with different things. You're essentially 1 versus 11.
And you get one chance.
Yeah, all the way whilst you're out there. It's a team sport, cricket, until you're batting and you're out there by yourself.
Yeah. No, one mistake and it can be all over. I remember a coach of mine when I was growing up saying, as a bowler you can get away with mistakes, but as a batter, that can be the end of your afternoon.
Can't score runs in the tee out, can you?
Add that to your cricketing glossary.
I don't think that's a professional one, though.
No.
That's very amateur.
That's definitely in the club cricket.
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, maybe I need 2 books.
Yeah.
One for
pro edition.
Yeah. One so that good cricketers can understand bad cricketers, and that bad cricketers can understand good cricketers.
One brings 2.
I actually did.
Yeah.
Ben Sanderson earlier today proved that point.
Add 2 onto the score, lads. Actually, you hear that in pro cricket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are some funny old things that get said on a cricket field, aren't there? Bang bang, we heard earlier from the Northants cordon.
Which again was then followed by
2
2 quick wickets. Ben Sanderson went bang bang.
Played nicely there by Max Holden. Yet to get off the mark here today for Middlesex. But we'll be looking to spend as much time at the crease with Steve Eskenazi as he possibly can. Very well bowled by Jack White, who completes another maiden over. 32 overs in the day will be when, or sorry, 32 overs remaining in the day will be when tea is called. We're 20 overs away, well, 19 overs away from that now. Jack White, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 14. Chris Tremaine to continue from this end here. The producer has sent in their cricket phrases. Send those bales to Wales, appropriate to the Welsh Fire conversation that we were having earlier. Send the stumps to the dumps. I can't say I've heard that one before, but probably because I've never been out there long enough batting to experience all of these different quotes. But Chris Tremaine continues to Stevie Eskenazi, who defends the ball nicely. 2 slips and a gully, a fourth slip for Northants now. Field starting to get a little bit more defensive as this innings progresses. 23 overs now into the innings. The Duke's ball possibly not doing quite as much as what it was this morning with the clearer skies overhead as well. As that's beaten Eskenazi on the outside edge. Absolute beauty of a ball by Chris Tremaine. A little bit, well, maybe it didn't do a great deal at all. Just a little bit of a fish from Eskenazi. Again, lovely shot for nothing there. 3 to mid on. Stream here powered by Daffabet in association with Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Beaten again outside the off stump there. Chris Tremaine to Eskenazi. If you are watching, you're enjoying this, drop us a like on the stream. Subscribe to the channel. I understand there are plenty of plans for more content, more Northamptonshire cricket related content coming on this YouTube channel as well. So click subscribe and you won't miss it. You won't miss it at all. And obviously if there are any comments, any questions, as that's worked into the leg side by Eskenazi, who just for the single, well fielded out there by Ben Sanderson. I think he's done enough work today, but still putting in the hard yards. And if you've got any cricket quotes or sledges or anything like that, as long as they're clean, ping them on over on Twitter at NorthamptonCCC, and we'll see what we can muster up on the stream for you. Defended by Max Holden. 1 off the over from Chris Tremaine. 51 for 3. Jack White to continue from the David Capel end. Haven't seen Luke Proctor yet. I don't think I've seen him warming up either. But I can't believe we'll be a million miles away from a spell from the skipper. Don't know how likely we are to see any any off spin in here either. Probably not a great deal. Oh, down again. Gareth Berg at 4th slip. I believe that's the 2nd drop there today. Gone down to deep 3rd for 4 runs. It's gone straight through Gareth Berg. That's gone very fast. Eskenazi's flashed at that, and well, I think that took Gareth Berg with him, I think, unfortunately. But that has gone down. That is another chance for Northants gone begging. As we see the replay right here. Tough.
Ooh, yeah.
Flown.
They are close, aren't they?
Very close.
Poor old Jack White.
Yeah. That is 2 by Gareth Berg today as well, isn't it? I think, unfortunately.
The first one was Josh Cobb.
Was it Josh? Was
yeah.
it? Worked into the
That was
to the leg side.
shaping up for a shot, probably more in keeping for his winter with the Perth Scorchers, wasn't it?
Yeah. And I'm all on board. That's sharp. That is a sharp chance there for Gareth Berg. I mean, would you describe that as a 4th slip or almost a gully at that point? I'm not entirely sure what you would.
It's a very close gully, isn't it?
Yeah, but as you said, they are standing incredibly close. Partly, I guess, because of the carry that we've now got with this 23, 24-over-old ball isn't quite as hard as what it was at the start of the day, but yeah, 2 chances that have dropped now for Northants, which is a real shame to see. But what's Northants' loss is Middlesex's gain, isn't it?
Yeah, Steve Eskenazi still there. Max Holden yet to score at the other end. As an airplane makes its way over the county ground. Where it has turned into a beautiful day. Very light breeze.
It's cracking out there.
Yeah. Temperatures even touching the teens.
No way.
Yeah.
Blimey.
Summer has arrived.
There are 2 chaps at the Mr. Whippy van. Neither of which are Freddy. Well played, well defended by Eskenazi.
You better explain that reference to people who've just tuned in.
How did he describe them? Did he say crunch them?
He's
crunch.
a fan, isn't he? Yeah, he could crunch a 99 float.
Yeah, I think that's how he described it. I've never heard that as a description, but there, 3.
Oh, there they are.
3 at the ice cream van. There's a queue.
Joining the queue. Let's see what they get. Producer, in between balls, if we can keep a beady eye on these 3 loyal ice cream customers.
What do you reckon?
Looks like it's seen plenty of action, that van, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. How old would an N-Reg van be? It's like 96.
Yeah, something like that.
Blimey.
Cool. Imagine. I wonder how many thousands of hundreds of thousands he's put on ice cream.
How many millions of hundreds of thousands?
Yeah. Chris Tremaine into his 5th over.
Back to the cricket. Be sensible, boys. Defended by Max Holden.
I still want to see what they buy.
Yeah, what's your guess? I reckon a Calippo and a Twister.
I think that's a bit. I think they look traditionalists. I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some whippy coming out of the van.
Not taking long for us to start talking about ice cream, is it?
Well, the sun's come out.
True.
It's a beautiful day at Wantage Road. I do not blame those 3 gentlemen.
I've got a sneaky view. I can confirm that there's 2 Mr. Whippies.
Yeah. I know my ice cream buyers.
Defended again by Max Holden.
Any chance of a glimpse of the Whippies, producer? Thank you. Swift service as well.
Yeah.
There they are.
Get them down, yeah. I'm jealous.
Absolutely. And they're eating in sync as well. They're making light work of those.
Well, if it's as hot as what you say it is, they're going to need it to cool down.
What a picture. Chris Tremaine, none for 13 from his 4.2 overs.
Looks solid, isn't he, Max Holden, in these 13 balls? I don't want that to be the commentator's curse again. I'd be slightly less offended if it happens this time around as what I was earlier with Lewis McManus, but we'll give it a good go. But he's looked organised, hasn't he, with these 13 balls that he's faced?
Yep, absolutely. He's got a very organised technique. The left-hander.
Looks like deep mid-wicket's going to drop out to the boundary. So whether we're going to see a bit of a shorter, or at least have the option for the shorter ball over these next 3 deliveries.
He's looked solid on the front foot, so maybe a chance to test him out on the back foot. But
deep backward square as well, down at the donut van.
Yeah, solid.
But again, it's a tactic that hasn't been needed, has it, at all, really, during the course of this game so far. We've seen a couple of bumpers towards the tail, I think, from Tom Helm. Had a couple up his sleeve earlier today, but other than that, it's very much been a case of let's just keep pounding away, keep getting it up there, and let the pitch and let the conditions do the work for us.
Use the facilities as another club cricket.
Yeah, love it.
Usually when someone's bowled a
3 full tosses in a row.
There it is.
There is the shorter one. Left well alone by Max Holden and played nicely. One of the worst things I ever heard on a cricket field, and this was a long time ago, and I wasn't keeping wicket at this stage, and I don't even think I was shining the ball particularly vigorously at the time. But we had a bowler who struggled with various different bits and pieces, and he shouted at me once because the ball was swinging too much, and therefore blamed it on me.
For shining it too much?
Yes. I can't imagine James Anderson, Ben Sanderson has ever shouted at a teammate because the ball was doing too much.
Now, if we subscribe to the school of thought that says there are 2 kinds of leave, then this is an excellent leave.
That's lovely.
Because I think it's gone straight over the middle of... Oh, yeah, it is not far from nicking the top of off stump. And there you see on the screen, no wind really at all. If you compare that to day 1, where we could see the Northamptonshire crest in full flow up above the groundsman's maisonette. We're going to see a bit of Luke Proctor. Skiddy, whippy, and actually quicker than you would think.
I think it's a good move.
Yeah. Just see if you can get one to sneak under the defences or between bat and pad.
Try and rush these 2 for a spell. I think it'll be the plan. Definitely gives them the option of going a bit shorter as well if needs be. He's got a very quick arm, isn't he, Luke Proctor?
Yeah, all in the action. A robustly built man, muscular frame, broad shoulders, and he is targeting the base of those stumps straight up.
Casual one-handed pickup by Josh Cobb there at cover. Oh, nicely played by Eskenazi through the gap at third slip. Down to deep third for 4. Nicely played, really nicely played by
I'm not sure, I thought maybe this was an outside edge.
No, I don't think so.
You think he's just dropped it into the ground and...
Yeah.
Well, in which case, yeah.
But it'll be a good move, I think, for Northants to bring the captain onto bowl. Give him an over. All of the bowlers have seemed to have kind of taken an over, haven't they, just to settle into their spell. None yet so far in this game have really kind of hit the ground running with any kind of magnificent bowling or wickets or deliveries in their first overs so far.
Apart from, well, I think the Northants opening pair were pretty much on the money first up. But yeah, certainly since then a couple of deliveries to get going. Ethan Bamber was pretty relentless from the outset.
Absolutely. Eskenazi dropped on 19. Remember? Hopefully that doesn't cost Northamptonshire too much come the end of the day's play or tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a really good point. How big a moment will that be? And Eskenazi has certainly looked the most fluent of Middlesex's top order in this innings. And if he had gone for 19, leaving Middlesex 55 for 4, it would have been a lead of 6 runs. Yeah, you've got to take those chances. They were coming at them quick, but...
Very aggressive, Luke Proctor.
Yes.
Bustles into the crease, looks all action, doesn't he, in his run-up. Legs going quickly, arms going quickly. Quick arm as well at delivery point. It looks an intimidating prospect to come up against. As it looks like we have Chris Tremaine carrying on from the Lim Wilson centre end. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 13 at the moment. And he's obviously enjoying the weather. No jumpers. Max Holden on strike, still yet to get off the mark. Left well alone. From the first ball of the Chris Tremaine over.
Yeah, it's good stuff from Northants with a new batter at the crease, just making every run hard to come by. No easy starts.
No, none at all. And it's only really felt like Eskenazi at the start of his innings anyway was quite prepared to be aggressive. I think he was 7 off 10. I think at the start of his knock, left alone again by Max Holden. I don't recall Max Holden playing a shot with any kind of anger or intent at the moment.
No, which is
very well disciplined.
Yeah, and so much time in this game.
And if you're wondering who it is you're listening to, it's these two plonkers on screen at the moment.
Which one's Del Boy, which one's Rodney?
I'll let them figure that out for themselves.
And there he goes.
Oh, that scampered single out. I think a clean pickup there could have been really interesting, you know. I think they'll be pretty disappointed that didn't get picked up clean.
Yeah, Rob Keogh in the covers.
Which one of us has got 2 GCEs? That is the question.
Is that what Rodney had?
Yeah, he's the smartest person I know.
2 GCEs.
2 GCEs in maths and art. Chris Tremaine to Eskenazi. Solid. Certainly looks like it's just calmed down a little bit out there, isn't it, with the movement available off the seam and through the air. Looks a little bit more sociable to own a cricket bat in Northampton at the moment.
Yeah, I wonder even if we might see at some point before tea Rob Keogh get a first bowl of the game. It certainly hasn't been any time for spinners to come into the game yet.
That is a absolutely cracking shot by Eskenazi. The on drive for 4 runs. That's my favourite shot in the game, that.
Beautiful. Yeah, one for the purists. Just lent on it.
Love it.
The perfect on drive.
Absolutely love it.
Yeah, glorious. And you know, Tremaine is pitching it up, trying to let the ball do something. But I think you're right. Certainly less encouragement for the bowlers than there was with the new ball, and it'll be up to the Middlesex batters to cash in. How costly will that drop be?
Again, nicely played into the leg side for one there by Eskenazi, who keeps the strike at the end of the Chris Tremaine over. I said whilst you were off air, we will play up until there's 32 overs remaining before we take we take tea today. But there's a nice amount of people in the ground today, enjoying the sunshine down in the bottom corner there.
Did you mention the club cricket phrases that our producer has suggested?
I did start to.
Okay.
I haven't included the more blocks than Legoland. I did go out to the masses and ask if anybody had any wise ones that they wanted to contribute towards the stream, but as yet I don't think anything's come through. It'll be interesting again. I wonder whether anybody else is sitting at home thinking, I wonder whether we'll get an over or two from Rob Keogh before we take tea.
Yeah, we really certainly haven't had the need for any spin so far in the game, but
Luke Proctor to carry on. Eskenazi now on 28.
it's a real picture of the ground now, isn't it?
Stunning. Absolutely stunning.
Floodlights casting a shadow over that long expanse of outfield on the offside. Oh, quick ball.
Really was, wasn't it? Left well alone by Eskenazi, though. Wasn't interested in that whatsoever. What a difference a day makes, Sam.
Yeah. Yeah. Real disappointing not to get on yesterday. And these, I would say, now definitely the best batting conditions, both underfoot and overhead, that we've seen so far in the match.
Well played by Eskenazi. Jonathan Gibbs has chimed in. He's backed up the producer and said that the one that he's always heard on a Saturday is send the bales to Wales, which I really like, but I kind of feel like that's got to be geographically relevant.
Yeah.
Like I kind of feel like that should be that should be included in cricket around the Welsh border. I don't see how relevant that is in East Anglia, for example.
I was going to say, there must be cricket grounds that almost skirt, either side of the...
They'd travel a long way to cross the River Severn, though, wouldn't they?
Well, that's only if you're playing in the, in the West Country. But if you're in the Midlands...
True.
Playing in Oswestry or somewhere like that...
Yeah.
Then you're actually not a million miles away from being able to send the bales to Wales.
Very true. Very true.
Physically.
Eskenazi looks a lot more aggressive at the moment, doesn't he? Looks very prepared still to leave the ball when it's not in his area, but at the moment, batting-wise, he's certainly putting plenty into the shots when the opportunity arises. Crunched and well fielded at mid-on. Max Holden sends Eskenazi back.
Great bit of fielding.
And a really, really handy throw-in as well from the two fielders down that end.
It was Ben Sanderson at mid-on.
You know what, the way he got up there, I thought that might have been. Looked a long way up for a guy that's bowled 8 brilliant overs earlier on today.
Didn't stop him getting down.
Got another one in.
I've just seen it.
Yeah. That's shocking, isn't it?
Let's hear it. Come on.
I didn't know Gray Nichols or any other brand sold fishing rods.
Oh, my word. I like the... or any other brand. Other brands are available.
Yeah, exactly. Gareth Berg is back. I guess with the kit here at Northants, though, Gray Nichols is the brand of choice, isn't it?
Yeah, that was an on-brand club cricket reference.
Gareth Berg, though, back. The Italian stallion. 3 overs earlier today, gone for 14. Fairly loose, that first over that he bowled today, wasn't it? I think would be fair to say. But he's having a bowl now to Max Holden, who blocks that one back down to captain Luke Proctor at mid-off. 65 for 3 now, Middlesex. A lead of, well, still just 16. It's been tough going here. Max Holden 1 off 20. Eskenazi looking a bit more fluent, 28 or 57. It's been a really interesting period to watch in this game.
Still plenty of encouragement from the Northants fielders. Jack White at mid-on, clapping his hands, geeing up the Italian stallion. That's what you do with horses, isn't it? Gee 'em up.
I believe so. Speaking of which, it wasn't far away to the Grand National, is it?
No.
Kept a little bit low as well, that one, through to Lewis McManus. It's always worrying when the NCCC-producer is typing pops up on the screen. The old heart rate goes up a touch when you see that. Cut to point by Max Holden. First, well, I guess what you would say, expansive shot of the day, really, from Holden there. Picked up nicely by Tremaine, though. Kind of feel like the Italian stallion's got a better ring to it than Gary, I will say, Sam. I'll give you that. Oh, outside edge through the slip cordon, I think all the way along the ground, but down to deep third for 4 off the bowling of Gareth Berg. Max Holden picks up his first boundary of the day as we get a replay of that. Definitely a thick edge down through the gap there, but I think it did go down into the ground, didn't it? There wasn't really a catching chance there. Bit of a full shot though. Drawn into it by, I think is he the Italy head coach, Gareth Berg? I think he is, isn't he? Yeah.
He's a player coach.
Yeah.
He spends a lot of time.
The Azzurri.
Exactly, a lot of time trying to convince county pros to turn out for the Azzurri.
Emilio Gay is apparently one that's
Italian passport or Italian parentage.
Yeah, that's caught the eye of Gareth Berg. I think I said to you on day one, I just love the idea of cricket becoming a more participated sport. I love the idea of, in, say, 10 years' time, watching high-class cricket between Italy and Spain, for example, and France versus Germany, and like the USA versus I don't know, well, not Scotland. They're obviously still brilliant. They're brilliant already. But a lot of the nations that are developing, I love the idea of more people playing this brilliant sport.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And
World Cup in the USA in a couple of years' time, which is going to be brilliant. Obviously, Major League Cricket starts this summer over in the States. A lot of buy-in there from the current owners from various IPL teams, so there's some investment going in over in the States. But the States has always confused me slightly with cricket. You try and watch a bit of baseball, and you don't see many home runs per game, do you? And you'd think, given the opportunity to watch 3 hours worth of T20 cricket and see the ball disappear into the stand, out of the stand on numerous occasions with the way that some of these guys are batting now, you'd think that'd be a product that would be right up like the American market streets, wouldn't you, really?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what impact that tournament has. Obviously, right bang in the middle of the English summer, which brings with it its own complications from a English perspective.
World Cup winner Liam Plunkett's out there, though, isn't he? He's been a big a big factor in pushing cricket forward out in the United States. I think he's been playing minor league cricket, I think, maybe in Philadelphia.
Yeah, because has he got an American wife? Is that how
Yes,
he's ended up
I
out
believe
there?
so.
Yeah. So I was just looking at the Grand National start list.
Yes.
Seeing if there was any cricketing or even Northants related
Okay.
horse names. The only one I could find was number 18, rowed by Jody McGarvey, Cape Gentleman, now with Gareth Berg, of course, born in Cape Town, and that's definitely a gentleman. That was about as good as I could get. So maybe Cape Gentleman is our official shout for this afternoon's Grand National.
Sam Keir, the Grand National tipster as well.
Yeah, I just want to issue a disclaimer.
Yes,
that
of course.
I will accept no responsibility. I don't even know what odds Cape Gentleman has, but that's about as good as I could get for a.
I preferred your White Stripes pun from earlier in the day. I have to admit. I think it's a great idea to have all outside edge there from Eskenazi. He's going to pick up a couple. I think it's a brilliant idea to have a look, though, because I think there could have been a horse lurking in there.
There's one called the Big Dog, which is probably more of a club cricket nickname, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Talking of the Cape Gentleman.
Oh, I thought you were going to call him the Big Dog then as well.
No. It is Gareth Berg to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end with Middlesex 71 for 3, leading by 22. Steve Eskenazi on 30. From 63 balls, Max Holden on 5 from 25, and it is Holden who is facing at the moment. Foolish delivery, which is squeezed over the slip cordon by Holden down towards the boundary at the David Capel end, and it's fielded by Ricardo Vasconcelos, who was one of 3 fielders to make chase of that delivery. 2 runs added to Holden's total. So we're just over 10 overs away from tea, so it's a long session. We've started at 1:50, so it's already a 2-hour and 5-minute session, and you'd think there's a best part of 40 minutes play until we get to tea interval at the top edge. Luke Proctor takes the catch. Gareth Berg has his first wicket of the game. Max Holden, who had looked so watchful, tempted into playing the short ball. It's gone straight up in the air, and captain Luke Proctor runs back from mid-off to take the catch, and what a breakthrough for the home side. Never in control of the shot, didn't get up as high as he thought. Luke Proctor delighted with that breakthrough, as well he might be, because that once again swings the pendulum in Northanton's favour. Max Holden, having worked so hard to get himself in, is dismissed for 7 off 27 balls. And that leaves Middlesex in all sorts of bother. Once again at 73 for 4, leading by 24 runs. It really was a joyful reaction from Luke Proctor. The kind of reaction that makes you think maybe that was a plan that has come to fruition as we look at the Middlesex coaching staff on the boundary, on the balcony, looking very disappointed as well they might be, because that was a useful little partnership, if not in terms of runs, then in terms of time and stability at the wicket. And that'll bring the experience of John Simpson to the crease. John Simpson has Had a lot to do with the bat so far this season. With Middlesex's top order struggling, he's found himself in earlier than he perhaps would have liked. He made 63 in the first innings against Essex, a game that Middlesex lost by 97 runs, as we look once again at this dismissal. Just never really got up. Holden was targeting the short boundary on the onside, could only get a top edge, and Luke Proctor made sure with the catch over his shoulder. So Eskenazi and Simpson, the men at the crease, with Higgins, Holman, Roland Jones, Helm and Bamber, the Middlesex batters to come. Oh! And welcome to the crease, John Simpson. Gareth Berg has really hit his straps in the last couple of deliveries. Yeah, that's angled across the left-handed Simpson and then just nipped back, and it wasn't a million miles away from finding the edge of John Simpson. Oh my word. Well, you've got to say well left from John Simpson ultimately there. Wasn't a million miles away from rearranging his stumps. So 10 overs till tea after this ball. And the ball flies past the outside stump again. Good over from Gareth Berg. 2 from it, as well as that wicket of Max Holden for 7. The wickets so far, 2 for Ben Sanderson, 1 for Jack White and 1 for Gareth Berg.
Missed it, Sam. Talk me through it.
Short ball that didn't get up. Holden looked to pull to the short boundary. Top edge ballooned up over Luke Proctor's head, and he gobbled it up.
Lovely.
At mid-on.
Splendid.
Mid-off even.
Pleased to hear it.
So Dan, obviously you're a connoisseur of club cricket, and it's a big name playing in the Northamptonshire Cricket League.
Mm.
James Hildreth of Somerset, or previously of Somerset, playing for Stony Stratford in Division 1 of the Northamptonshire Cricket League. So good luck to all the bowlers coming up against Stony Stratford this summer.
Imagine that. What's he got as a first-class run tally?
Lots. Apparently it's his family club.
Oh my word. Imagine being told that you were playing against a guy that's got 18,000 first-class runs at the weekend.
How many hundreds?
47.
47 first-class hundreds.
Yeah. 81 50s, a high score of 303 not out, and an average of 41.
Probably one of the players you'd say amongst the most unlucky not to play for England, as Steve Eskenazi bisects the 2 fielders on the leg side boundary with the pull shot, which brings up another boundary.
I think
5 now to 6 even now to Steve Eskenazi's tally as he moves on to 34 from 66 deliveries.
it's always a bit odd, the pros kind of getting toward the end of their career and then going back to play club cricket. I think Ricky Clark took a fair bit of stick last year, if obviously I do remember rightly because I've just Googled it and the headlines come up, but he scored 229 in a village match on his return to his kind of hometown boyhood club that he was like back helping out with and things like that. He scored 229 against a club third 11 side. Which I think
And the headline was the former England star defends blasting 229 in village match.
Yeah.
Oh my word! Can you get some details of that game, please? I love that.
I'll let me do some digging.
Where does that rank in your career achievements, Ricky?
Right up there, yeah.
What was the format?
Hang on.
As Luke Proctor completes his 4th over. 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 11.
Can I find... Is the scorecard about? That is the...
That concludes this session of 8.
Oh, well, we've been misinformed. I do apologise. Tea actually, I think, was an immovable feast at 4 o'clock, not 32 overs left in the day. That's all because of the rejig to today's timings with the extra overs. So I do apologise for the misinformation there. A little bit behind on the playing regs. So yes, we've reached the tea interval, 78 for 4. Middlesex leading by 29 runs with 6 second innings wickets remaining. Steve Eskenazi, the top scorer in Middlesex's second dig so far with 35 not out. John Simpson yet to score. 2 wickets for Ben Sanderson, 2 wickets of the highest class. 1 for Jack White and 1 for Gareth Berg. We'll take a short break, 20 minutes for the tea break, and then we'll come back for what will be, hopefully, another gripping evening session. Thanks so much for your company.
Play will resume after the tea interval in 20 minutes. Refreshment.
back for the evening session here. Middlesex are 78 for 4. Current lead of 29 over Northamptonshire. Stephen Eskenazi is 35 not out. John Simpson not out. The wicket of Max Holden falling just before tea. And Chris Tremaine is going to take the first over of the evening session here at the Lynn Wilson Centre end. There are 41 overs left in the day. Whether we get all of those in there will yet to be seen. But we're in for a long one, Sam. And how have you found the day so far?
Enthralling, Dan, yeah. I think you're feeling pretty comfortable, or certainly pretty happy at the moment if you're a Northants fan.
First ball of the evening session, flicked into the leg side by Eskenazi for 2. And Middlesex off and running. Be interesting to see how Middlesex as a batting unit go about this evening session now. Long, as I said, long time to bat with 41 overs left in the day. Obviously an awful lot of work to be done here by Middlesex too to get through to the end of the day. So it will be interesting to see the approach that they take as Chris Tremaine comes in again. And he has cleaned up Stevie Eskenazi, middle peg out the ground. Big cellos. Chris Tremaine, the Aussie overseas, with a tremendous delivery, sends Eskenazi back for 37, clean bowled. Thank you very much. What a start for Northants.
The dream start to the evening session. Steve Eskenazi has looked comfortable. He's been batting beautifully in that afternoon session, but he has gone.
Absolute wonder scenes at the start of the third session of the day. Eskenazi looks a little bit upset with himself there. I don't quite know what he would do. I don't know whether it kept a little bit low. I'm not entirely sure, but
yeah, it's a long trudge back to the pavilion.
Is. And he looked really good, hadn't he, through that afternoon session there to get to 37. Obviously dropped on 19 by Gareth Berg.
Yeah, I was just looking up his record in terms of first class 50s, getting ready to sort of prepare myself for a bit of context should he get there. But Chris Tremaine has saved the effort with the second ball of the or second or third ball of the second ball of the evening session, ripping out Eskenazi's middle stump.
The man from the first innings, though, Ryan Higgins, is on his way to the crease.
Again, isn't it? Who'll need to come to Middlesex's rescue.
To join John Simpson, 80 for 5 now for Middlesex. I can say that we are still working on the camera at the opposite end of the ground. I think we're getting closer now. But thank you so much for joining us here on YouTube on the Northants live stream, powered by Dafabet. If you are enjoying it, please drop us a like on the stream, subscribe to the channel as well. Plenty more content coming your way on this YouTube channel over the course of the summer. More live streams, more videos, more content, which is exactly what you're after. And one quick note to say is if you are watching this on YouTube, the streaming service that's in place, YouTube aren't particularly forthcoming with giving you the highest quality image that you can possibly get. So there should be a little gear cog on screen. If you click on that, go to the biggest number that you possibly can, ideally 1080p, and you should get the crystal clear and crisp images that we're getting through here in the studio as Tremaine gets Ryan Higgins to play that one into the offside first up.
Interesting that Higgins is instantly batting out of his crease like he was in the first innings, which served him so well. He's already taken his guard some distance outside the popping crease.
Oh, beaten outside the off stump. Cracking start here to the evening session by Chris Tremaine. Got Ryan Higgins playing really early there, which was harder to do, wasn't it, 2 days ago? Nice little poke at that one as it goes past. 2 batters now on 0 for Middlesex, so almost starting again.
Yeah, what did Chris Tremaine have for tea? This is great stuff.
Maybe you get to ask him at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely.
No run. I think batting outside your crease seems to be the order of the day, doesn't it? To combat the lateral movement that's available at the moment for the seamers. Chris Tremaine sent fielder out to deep square. So whether they think Ryan Higgins is a little bit suspect to the short ball early on, could be a tactic.
Yeah, well, it served him well in the first innings. Top score for Middlesex of 70.
Ooh. Does that hit him?
Yeah.
Does that hit him in the shoulder, maybe on the back, in the shoulder, I think, as that's kind of popped up to McManus?
Back of the rib cage almost. Let's have a look.
Didn't get up much, did it?
No. Nasty one to get out of the way of.
Oof,
yeah.
In the shoulder.
Yeah.
He's probably got 3 jumpers on anyway. I doubt he's even felt it.
Good start for Northants in this evening session. Middlesex still only leading by 31 runs with only 5 wickets remaining and 40 overs left of the day's play. No prizes for guessing who will be starting off at the David Capel end.
The main man, Ben Sanderson.
There we go.
Brilliant start to his day. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 10 so far. Bowled absolutely brilliantly with the new ball, didn't he? Was getting big lateral movement off the seam and picked up those 2 wickets in the same over to get Northants' bowling innings underway and has, well, set them going in the right direction, hasn't it? And who'd bet against him? Sanderson first up to John Simpson. Just looks like the pitch is just I don't know the best way to describe it, but feels as though the carry's just slowly kind of just dropped out of it as the day's gone on. I don't know whether the heavy roller being on it in those intervals has made that much of a difference, but that one there didn't exactly fly through, and I do wonder whether the Eskenazi delivery might have had an element of that about it as well. Was it a little inside edge maybe from Eskenazi? Yeah, inside edge from Eskenazi there, I think, to bring his downfall. Yeah. Inside edge onto middle stump. Guy that had batted really nicely so far. Sanderson to Simpson, though. Off the back foot. Out to cover. If you are in Northampton, you fancy popping down, as I say, there's 40 overs left in the day. Tea break has been taken, so it is free to get into the ground now on all county championship matches. So if you fancy coming down and sitting in the sun for a few hours, this is the place to be.
Yeah, sounds like a pretty good deal to me. 40 overs of high-class cricket.
Might even see a result, Sam.
Yeah, I think it's not beyond the realms of possibility.
Not at all.
This is obviously, we keep saying it, a huge partnership. So the drop of Eskenazi on 19 not proving too costly in the end. He added just 18.
Always a worry, though, isn't it?
Especially for the man that drops it.
The Italian stallion. Ooh. Don't know whether that might have looked a little bit closer than what I thought it was. Good take by McManus down the leg side. I spoke slightly before tea about Ricky Clark playing some club cricket. Found a bit more about it if you're interested.
You bet I am.
He played in Division 2 of the Hampshire League against South Wiltshire's third 11. He scored 229 off 109 balls, which included 22 sixes. His team reached 385 for 7 off 45 overs. Lovely shot by John Simpson. Through point off the back foot. Racing away for 4.
That's a way to get off the mark, isn't it?
Yeah, what a lovely shot. Ricky Clark did go on to say about actually more pros should go back into club cricket, and I can see the value for it. I mean, imagine being able to hang out with someone that's played international cricket and all of those first class games. And as we've spoken to Freddie and Saif over this match so far, and pick the brains, if you're willing to have those conversations, pick the brains of these guys that have got so much experience. It can only really be a good thing. It must be horribly demoralising if you're running into bowl.
But equally, what an honour, you know, a guy who's played certainly Test cricket and ODI cricket for England. I can't remember if he played any T20 cricket, but to say you've been taken to the cleaners by an England international. The only pro I've ever played with in sort of competitive cricket was when I was making up the numbers in my club's first team.
Okay.
David Ward, who played for Surrey for years, was still turning out for whatever team he was playing in, at the club he was playing for, and he was an absolute delight. You could tell I was out by depth. So he congratulated me on them, I think, plugging an end for a few overs.
Oh, gone! Chris Tremaine picks up another one. The main man, Ryan Higgins, goes, caught behind by Lewis McManus. What a start that is after tea for Northamptonshire. Chris Tremaine bags another one. 6 down now for Middlesex.
Yeah, Middlesex in deep, deep trouble. A rare failure for Ryan Higgins. He goes for a duck after an otherwise superb start to the season, and that's what you want from your overseas pro, is someone who turns up at the big moments in games, and it's a good ball, that.
Absolute Jaffa. He's done incredibly well to nick it, I think.
Ryan Higgins goes for naught. His first failure of the season, and it's come at just the right time for Northants, who are well on top here, heading, you would think, or certainly hot favourites, you would think, for their first championship win, or their first-class win over Middlesex since 2010. This would be their first win in 9 fixtures against the North London county.
Brilliant bit of bowling by Tremaine, wasn't it? Just angled in. Little bit of nip away, I think, off the seam, and Ryan Higgins has done the rest for him. Lewis McManus, another nice, clean catch behind the stumps.
Chris Tremaine loved it, didn't he? Big smile on his face as he walks back to his mark, as he laughs with his skipper, Luke Proctor.
New man for Middlesex, Luke Coleman.
And Luke Proctor there chatting to his overseas pro, probably saying something along the lines of more of the same, please, Chris.
Well, Luke Coleman, 12-ball duck in the first innings, so he's on a pair. Hopefully for his sake, he doesn't bag it. Chris Tremaine will be hoping to send him back as quick as he possibly can.
Yeah, we're all diehard Tremainers up here.
I can see the wry smile just out the corner of my eye, Sam, and I've got so much time for it. Oh, what a seed to get first up. This feels like the start of a special spell, doesn't it, from Chris Tremaine? Throwback to Canterbury a week ago, that 5 for 44. Just feels like it could be the start of something magical this afternoon, or this evening now, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got a spring in his step after tea, the New South Welshman.
Goes up top to Luke Coleman, who leaves it well alone as it goes through to Lewis McManus. 1 for the over. All eyes really on John Simpson, I suppose, now to see what Middlesex can offer up in terms of a defence, or in terms of a score to have a little bit of a trundle at later on in this game. Left alone again by Holman. did have, going back to your David Ward story, I did have the pleasure of being clean bowled by Adil Rashid at the end of last year. Not in a competitive match, but nonetheless, I do feel quite honoured to be clean bowled by Adil Rashid.
I'd say. Good one on your CV.
And behind it, Luke Coleman. And a wicket maiden for Chris Tremaine. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 21 for the Aussie overseas.
Yeah, Middlesex's batting woes continue. 149 all out in the first innings, 84 for 6 in the second. And really, a lot resting on John Simpson's experienced shoulders.
Not a different personnel, but not in a wildly different situation here. Middlesex were 81 for 6 when John Simpson fell on day one of this game. So there was still a partnership to come afterwards with Ryan Higgins and particularly Tom Helm and Ethan Bamber at the end. So still opportunity to go out there and give Middlesex and give their bowlers something to bowl at here.
Yeah, I think Middlesex will be frustrated because if they could have, well, they might still, but if they could have scored 200 in this second dig, then that sets 150 for Northampton, which you'd think they would chase. But as we've seen all game, it's not been easy when the bowlers have put it in the right area. So they would have been desperate to have given their bowlers a chance, and they may yet do. But you'd say the odds are firmly in the favour of Northampton.
Yeah, particularly with these two with the ball in their hand as well. As good as anybody, Ben Sanderson from the David Capel end, and tremendously backed up by Chris Tremaine from the Lynn Wilson centre end as well. It's going to be a tough task, isn't it? Oh, Sanderson to Higgins, gets the outside edge. I don't quite think that carried through to Lewis McManus. And that has been fielded down on the boundary edge, and John Simpson picks up 2. Let's have a look at the replay here. I'm sure this hasn't carried. Looks like it's gone straight down.
Daisy cutter.
Absolutely.
Ooh, not
genuine edge, though.
Yeah.
And you do very well to find a daisy out on that immaculate outfield, too. Played nicely by John Simpson. You'd imagine the ground staff lawns at home would be immaculate as well, wouldn't you?
I don't know, or is that like taking your work home with you?
Do you think?
I like to imagine they've got, you know, same sort of garden that I've got with weeds growing everywhere, because, you know, you don't want to be taking your work home with you too often.
No, true. I like the idea.
Or maybe just a big patio to save themselves the trouble. Luke Holman can certainly bat. So, you know, there's no reason why he can't contribute here. He's got a first-class average of 30 from his 20 matches so far. Top score of 82, 550s. You know, he's an all-rounder, genuine all-rounder.
And as we saw in that first inning, some handy runs and handy partnerships with Tom Hellman, Toby Rowland-Jones and Ethan Bamber as well. So plenty of opportunity left here for Middlesex to up their lead of 37. I'm sure, as you said, 150, you would expect a team to chase that down. But in this game in particular, with these conditions, with this pitch, I don't necessarily know how comfortable of a chase 150 would be. Anywhere north of 100, I think, gives the bowlers a sniff, doesn't it?
Yeah, Northampton would be very disappointed if they're chasing as many as that now. It's probably still make them favourites, but having got them 6 down, it's been pretty relentless. Yeah, it'll be interesting to get the reaction of whoever we speak to later about what they make of this pitch. I don't think there's been that much wrong with it. There has been some movement, but nothing you would think that it's, you know, it's what you would where you'd start going. It's a nightmare to bat on. I just think it's been pretty relentless stuff from the bowlers.
Yeah. I think the bowling on show from both teams has been brilliant, hasn't it? It's been testing. It's been skilled. It's been really, really enjoyable to watch. I think the point I made before tea was I don't think many of the batters from either side here would relish the chance of batting in this game again. I think, all things considered, weather, bowling skill, pitch, I don't think they'd be that keen on the idea. As Chris Tremaine carries on to Luke Coleman. Goes up top, uppercut over the slips. One bounce for Luke Coleman's off the mark with the lovely shot.
Yeah.
White ball-esque, that, wasn't it?
Great shot.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Risk-free, really.
Shows the pace that Chris Tremaine has on offer for that to carry all the way down to the boundary there with a one bounce four with such a timed shot. Goes up top again. Great take by McManus there. Looked like McManus got halfway up the step ladder and then had to hang out up there for a little bit.
Kept climbing.
A little bit of like a Superman reach at the end from McManus. Oh. Must have been close to being a wide, that one, I would have thought.
Luke Coleman, 22 years of age.
Played nicely down to deep third. I think Luke Coleman's going to pick up a couple here. Outside half of the bat, but it was well in control, wasn't it? But a testing start to this session from the two Northamptonshire bowlers. Played nicely again by Luke Coleman. Some longer shadows now coming across the ground here at Wantage Road, but some lovely blue sky hanging out above us here. And as I said earlier, it is free after tea. If you are in the area and you feel like popping down, 36 overs left in the day, plenty of cricket left to be played, plenty of high quality cricket to watch. And you never know, you could be walking in on a Northants victory if you are in the town today.
And that second Chris Tremaine wicket was his 300th first-class career wicket. So congratulations to Chris Tremaine, who has taken his 300th first-class wicket in a Northamptonshire shirt.
Tremendous achievement.
Yeah. 300 wickets at 23.55.
Yeah, brilliant average to go with that stat. Turning out to be a brilliant signing for Northamptonshire,
yeah,
isn't he, for these opening 3 games?
Is that 12 wickets in 2 games so far?
I believe so, without knowing.
7 down at Canterbury.
Yeah.
3 in the first innings here.
Yeah,
and
another 2 today.
2 today. A shrewd bit of business announced just before the start of the season.
I know they've got Lance Morris coming in from Game 4, but I don't know whether there would be an option to bring Chris Tremaine back later on in the season. Could be an option. I guess they probably wouldn't want to use 2 overseas players in their seam bowling ranks when they've got the likes of Ben Sanderson, Luke Proctor, Gareth Berg, Jack White,
Yeah.
James Sales, so on and so forth, to use up 2 overseas to fill those gaps. I suspect might not be the done thing, but by all accounts, Lance Morris is an incredibly exciting
Rapid.
prospect. Yeah, the rumours, the quickest guy in Australia at the moment.
Yeah.
Bowls 90 plus regularly. Picked up I don't know how he picks up a hatful of wickets in the Sheffield Shield over the winter. Where did he finish? 7th in the bowling rankings. And I believe, it's 31 wickets he picked up in the 22-23 season in the Sheffield Shield, which put him 7th. I think there were some fairly strong rumours that he might have been included in the Australia touring party to India as part of the Border Gavaskar Trophy that happened.
Yeah, he was on in the
very close,
squad,
wasn't he? I believe. Don't know. I think he might have been a cover for.
Well, that's because
Mitch Stark.
he only played 6 matches in the Sheffield Shield because he was on that tour. But he had a pretty good strike rate, 35.6, which gave him the best strike rate in last year's Sheffield Shield amongst sort of regular bowlers. 31 wickets at 19.96. Apparently his nickname is the Wild Thing.
Sean Tate.
Yeah,
X.
exactly.
Yeah.
Which says probably quite a lot about him. And he was mentioned, I seem to remember, as a possible IPL replacement when Jai Richardson pulled out, but he said no. Wantage Road is where I want to be. Mumbai can wait.
I respect that. I respect that a lot. I think to bring a guy that can bowl that quickly into your ranks, particularly in a competition that, as has been pretty well documented over the last couple of years with the criticisms that the county structure and the domestic game picked up after England's pretty abysmal Ashes tour, there aren't many kicking about that are going to be able to offer that kind of challenge. So Northants to have one of them. Can't think of many other guys that are going to have faced that type of bowling that regularly.
Another maiden for Ben Sanderson. His 3rd in the 11 overs he's bowled in this innings, 2 for 16. Yeah, well, given that he was in the squad for that India tour, Lance Morris will be hoping that he can come and impress for Northants in the build-up to the Ashes. And who knows, could be just a couple of injuries or loss of forms away from featuring in this year's Ashes.
Yeah, as it is, we've got Chris Tremaine. Oh, with an absolute jaffer of a ball to Luke Coleman.
And if he keeps bowling like this, then
yeah.
I mean, you can see the motivation for the Australians that have come over.
Brilliantly bowled.
Carry on bowling after the end of the Australian summer. Keep yourself on the radar. And if you tear it up, then it makes it hard for, given that you're already over here,
Why
you've
not?
shown that you can do it in English conditions. And at the moment, it's to Northampton's gain.
Well played. Certainly, well, you'd say those three big names for Australia are nailed on, wouldn't you? With Mitch Stark, Pat Cummins, obviously as captain, and Josh Hazlewood.
Yeah.
I think Jai Richardson, who would have been a guy that would be pretty close, has picked up an injury, I believe. Scott Boland did brilliantly well in the Ashes when he came to the fore, but I don't think he had the best tour of India, obviously in some pretty difficult conditions, and I'm sure he'll have a much more enjoyable time in the UK. But yeah, you would say that there are some squad spots to fill for these Aussie quicks.
Interesting that Kent announced last night the signing of Wes Agar. So plenty of Australians queuing up to get involved in the premier first-class competition in the world. Not biased at all.
Maybe just a little bit.
Unashamedly so. The county championship continuing to provide fantastic entertainment and quality cricket.
So much history as well. And the one thing I love about cricket is, particularly with the red ball side of it, is the fact that it is such a challenge everywhere you go in the world. And it's so different as well. I love the fact that the same sport is played in numerous different conditions and temperatures and altitudes and everything like that. And yet we're playing the same sport and things behave so differently.
Yeah, no other sport has that variety, does it? Of conditions.
I suppose you could say tennis with clay, grass, and hardcore. I don't think that was particularly kind there by the Northants fielder. The fielder at mid-on shielding his eyes as the ball was underarmed back towards him, straight into the sun.
Yeah.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, those shadows of the floodlight pylons lengthening, almost reaching Chris Tremaine at the top of his run-up. And he is bowling very nicely indeed, giving nothing for Luke Holman or John Simpson to get hold of as he bowls his fourth maiden of 10 overs, 2 for 27. And those that are in the ground are absolutely captivated by what's going on out in the middle. If you'd like to join them, don't forget entry free after tea for Northamptonshire's home county championship matches here at Wantage Road. But if you can't make it down, you are of course extremely welcome here on the Northants live stream powered by Daffabet. Tickled down the leg side by Simpson, a little bit of bat on that. Probably will just go for 4, I think, yep. Despite the best efforts of the fielder down here, that is Chris Tremaine, who gallantly throws himself to try and cut off the boundary, despite having just bowled another over from the Lynn Wilson centre end. He can't prevent it from going for 4, so that's another 4 onto Middlesex's total. They're approaching 100 in their second innings with 6 wickets down.
Would you like a little run around Division 1, Sam?
Yeah, definitely.
Just an update at the start of the evening session.
Yes, please.
Warwickshire declared on 453 for 4. Sam Hain finished 165 not out.
Wow.
Kent in reply 97 for 5. Hassan Ali's got 2 for. Chris Rushworth's got 2, and Ed Barnard has got 1 as well. So the new seam bowling signings for Warwickshire are doing rather well.
England watch, Chris Wokes, how's he got on?
Chris Wokes, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15, and wasn't required.
Oh, and that's not far from the outside edge. Ben Sanderson finding the zip once again off the pitch, and John Simpson does well not to nick that through to Lewis McManus behind the stumps.
Down at the Oval, Hampshire leads Surrey by 98. They are 114 for 4 at the moment.
They recovered a bit, haven't they? They were in big trouble.
They were indeed struggling. James Vince went for 1. All of those runs that he scored in previous years. Nick Gubbins is currently on 40. Ben Brown is 30 not out.
And a bit of a laboured short ball from Sanderson is just guided round the corner by John Simpson. It's Chris Tremaine who does the fielding down in front of us on what is now a glorious late afternoon in Northampton.
Dan Worrell with 2 of the Hampshire wickets.
Big game that, isn't it?
Yeah, Sean Abbott and Tom Laws. Two of the teams that you'd probably look at and think they're going to be right up there at the end of the season, aren't they, with the players that they've got available to them. I mean, that Hampshire bowling attack is about as good as it gets with Keith Barker, Mohammed Abbas and Carl Abbott. And
could be a fascinating final day. Hampshire will want a few more, but Ben Brown, after his 95 in the first innings, will be confident of helping his side post a challenging target.
Very good and very underrated player, Ben Brown, I would say.
Yeah, agree.
Trent Bridge, Somerset all out for 173. And Nottinghamshire in reply are 83 for 2, so that gives Nottinghamshire a lead of 166. Hasib Hamid 34, Ben Duckett 15, and then Ben Slater 19, and Joe Clark is 7 not out. Pete Siddle and Lewis Gregory with the wickets there.
Lewis Gregory fresh from his career best figures in the first innings. 7 for the Somerset man.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find an extra bit of context as to why it is stumps down at Chelmsford.
Oh, interesting.
Bear with me.
Did they get underway at all today?
I believe they did.
Did they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bear with me. Evening session has been delayed due to heavy rain falling during the tea break. So it's obviously absolutely chucked it down during tea.
And they've called stumps.
And they've called stumps. So as it stands, Lancashire have a 155 run lead over Essex. They're 167 for 4. And Keaton Jennings is 80 not out, captain Keaton Jennings this year, and George Bell, the wicketkeeper, is 30 not out. Jamie Porter 1, Jamie Porter 2, Sam Cook 1, and Doug Bracewell 1 as well.
Chris Tremaine continuing meanwhile here at Northampton. Short ball that is pulled by John Simpson straight to the man in the deep. That's Sam Whiteman, who's had a quiet game so far as the 100 comes up for Middlesex. 100 for 6. This partnership now worth 16. And quick single. They'll have to be quick. Oh, a lovely back of the hand flick from Luke Proctor, who then continues running all the way down to...
I think that's Ben Sanderson.
To Ben Sanderson. Full of energy, Luke Proctor. No, it's Jack White he went to see, maybe
Apologies.
saying, get warm, delivering the message in person. Did the fielding and then continued on a run down to fine leg.
Getting his steps in for the day, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Trying
Full
to
of
close
energy.
those rings.
And he's another quick single.
Oh, it's just mean at this point, isn't it? Only game going on in Division 2 is Durham versus Worcestershire. Worcestershire trail by 99. As I said earlier, Durham declared 425 for 9. Worcestershire 326 for 5. Jack Haynes is 115 not out. Clearly a good place to bat at the moment. Chester Street.
Yeah, they didn't get much play yesterday, did they?
No, I don't believe so.
No. Matthew Potts chipping in with some runs, I see. Oh, and there's a big shout for a caught behind. Steve O'Shaughnessy unmoved. Not sure it looked...
Not much interest from Chris Tremaine, was there?
No. Oh, it's a lovely ball.
Very close.
But it does look like it missed the outside edge. Certainly that was the opinion of Steve O'Shaughnessy, and that's the opinion that matters. Yeah, lovely ball. I think the appeal from the 3 slips and Lewis McManus, the wicket-keeper, was more out of respect for the optics that Chris Tremaine's delivery had provided, rather than any genuine hope of the finger going up. And that is authoritatively thwacked through mid-wicket to give Luke Holman his second boundary of the innings. He moves on to 12. He looks an accomplished player, I think, Luke Holman. He's a good player to be coming in at number 8.
He's looked really organised in defence, hasn't he? And the two boundaries that he's played have been really expansive as well. He's been quite keen and quite happy to rotate the strike when offered with John Simpson. And yeah, he's looked a handy player to join John Simpson at the crease as he defends that one back from Chris Tremaine. Brings the end of Chris Tremaine's 11th over. 2 for 34 now for the Aussie.
Luke Holman in his 3rd full season of first-class cricket, or his 3rd season, I should say, making his debut in the 2021 Championship when we had those that system of groups followed by divisions.
Change of bowling from the David Cable end, Jack White.
Yeah, and as expected, after his chat with the skipper, Jack White will resume from the David Capel end, standing in front of the sight screen. In the sort of mock Tudor Spencer Lounge. There's a fair few spectators up there as well. And, again, so just maybe getting up to speed, Jack White, with that delivery. Probably a little bit stiff after his earlier spells, which brought him 1 wicket. Deserved more though, didn't he?
He certainly did. He must have an almighty egg on his shin as well after that bit of fielding or self-preservation on day 1 that castled the tall fast bowler. Just missed Easter as well, didn't he?
I'm not even going to dignify that with
It's so mean. I've had to put up with yours all day, Sam.
Yeah, a late Easter egg on the shin of Jack White.
I know it was all slightly manufactured that year with the 3 divisions and then the Bob Willis Trophy final at the end of it all, but I actually quite enjoyed it. I quite liked the fact that you got down to, I say the end, but obviously it was the end of the calendar season with so many teams that could go up and could go down, and obviously they never went anywhere because they went back to the two-tier system.
Yeah, I suppose
in
it
the end,
meant that
but it was quite nice.
Yeah, every county had a chance of winning the championship.
Yeah.
I know certain chair people and county chief execs enjoyed it. Usually the ones who'd been lingering in Division 2 for for years, because it gave them a chance. It's also quite nice to see teams playing first-class cricket against counties they hadn't necessarily encountered for a while. Jack White bowling to 2 slips, a gully, a deep point cover, mid-off, mid-on, long leg and deep square, who is the man that will field this particular delivery, which was a tuck off the legs from John Simpson.
What I would love to see with cricket would be an FA Cup style competition.
Like the old B&H trophy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe extend it down a couple more kind of rounds, if that makes sense. I think we might have a seagull on the roof, Sam.
That's what that
that
is.
you might be able to hear tapping away. I'm not 100% sure. Bill Oddie would be able to tell us.
It's a very strange noise.
At least I assume it's a seagull and not, I don't know, a small person running around up there. But anyway, to maybe just extend that down to the Premier Leagues of the club cricket world, and then maybe kind of go up from there. Could be quite a cool kind
that'd
of,
be fun,
quite a cool
wouldn't it?
experience.
Certainly involve the national counties.
Yeah,
Maybe, I don't know, the winners of the Premier Leagues.
yeah. Yeah, I suppose there's more Premier Leagues than what I might
There's plenty
think.
of sides that start off in the FA Cup in football. That actually sounds maybe like a cricket bag on wheels. I don't know what it is, but I don't know if it's coming through the effects mic, but
I don't think so. I think we are the only 2 people in the world, Sam, that are suffering through whatever that is running around on the roof of our studio.
decent bouncer from Chris Tremaine, but it's no bother for John Simpson, who nonchalantly ducks underneath that before taking a stroll towards square leg. As if to say, if you think I'm going to fall for that one, think again. 2 men out on the fence. Jack White down at long leg, and I think it's Sam Whiteman at deep square, just forward of square. Catch chance and gone! Soft dismissal from John Simpson, who, whilst he wasn't suckered in to the short delivery, has popped one up to Josh Cobb at short cover. Josh Cobb making amends for his earlier drop, and that is bad news for Middlesex, who lose John Simpson for 15. Don't know if the ball just stuck in the wicket. No, it's a short back of a length delivery that he tried to punch through the covers a la Steve Eskenazi. Just didn't time it right and popped it up very gently to Josh Cobb, who takes the catch without any difficulty at all. Middlesex 107 for 7 with a lead of just 58. And you'd feel now that it would take something special for them to get back in this game.
I don't know whether that did hold up or not. It's certainly early on it, wasn't he? So that would kind of point towards the fact that maybe Tremaine took a little bit of pace off it. Maybe it did hold up. It's hard to see, isn't it? From
it just didn't get up as high as perhaps Simpson had expected, but
look, rightfully disappointed.
Yeah.
That was the way that of all the wickets that we've seen fall across the course of this game so far. I think you'd be pretty disappointed if you've chipped one back to cover, wouldn't you, really? Some of the caught behinds that we've seen, some of the deliveries that we've seen jag back off the seam.
It's the Middlesex captain, Toby Rowland-Jones, who will have to do something fairly special if he's going to get his side out of trouble here at Wantage Road. Middlesex in danger of their first-class defeat against Northamptonshire since 2010. And the odds of a result tonight shortening with every wicket. Still 30.4 overs left on day 3.
Still got 3 wickets to pick up yet, though. It's not going to be that straightforward for Northamptonshire, I don't think, to get rid of these, to pick up these last 3. We saw the ability that they had to hang around and contribute last time. I don't know whether Luke Coleman will possess the same experience that Ryan Higgins had in order to bat with the tail and navigate his way up to 70 like he did in that first innings. I don't know. Obviously, what did you say Luke Coleman was? 22 years old?
22, yeah.
So a bit of a steep learning curve potentially to be able to bat with Rowland-Jones and Tom Helm and Ethan Bamber, but we shall see. Maybe we'll see a different approach, maybe a bit more of an aggressive tactic from Luke Coleman with the 3. It sounds so disrespectful to call batters tail enders these days, but I suppose by the nature of where they are on the scorecard, that's what we have to call them. Lower order batters.
Lower order batters, yeah, well, that's what they are. Yeah, well, a chance for Luke Coleman to make a name for himself. Top score in first-class cricket of 82 against Sussex in last season's championship, which of course Middlesex were promoted out of Division 2. Yeah, the pitch does seem to be dying a bit.
Touch, isn't there?
Yeah, and I think that's what did for John Simpson. He was not expecting the ball. Well, he was expecting the ball to get to him a bit quicker and a little bit higher, which meant that he was his timing was out when it came to that attempted back foot punch. Pushed away to the man on the point boundary to give Toby Rowland-Jones his first run. And you could hear a pin drop around county ground, apart from the shouts of the Middlesex, of the Northamptonshire fielders. Those that are in the ground are absolutely captivated and engrossed by what is turning into a dominant performance from their side. Hopefully you are as captivated here on the live stream.
Just a cracking place to be this evening, Sam.
Yeah.
Looks lovely over the far side from us on that top tier of the, as you said, the Spencer Lounge earlier today, up in that top left-hand corner as we look at it. Looks lovely.
Bathed in evening sunshine.
Yeah, down in the stand in the bottom left as we look at it from our end with the Jackson Grundy branding, looks absolutely baked in sunshine. A few picnic benches down in the bottom corner too, look pretty comfortable right now.
You can see probably the youngest supporter of the day over at nearby the coffee and donuts van, a little baby in their carrier.
Those glasses you've got are spectacular, Sam. How have you...
You see, I've got a baby myself, so I sort of know what the look is when someone's got a baby attached to their front.
Rather than wearing a rucksack the wrong way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, good to see them starting young here at the county ground. And if it is their first visit, then they're...
Could be the next Freddy Heldreich.
Yeah, exactly. Freddie telling us earlier that he was brought here as a youngster for his first game, bit of red ball cricket. Actually, no, that was at Chelmsford, but it did involve Northamptonshire. So anyway, let's hope that youngster will become a fan for life. And if they bring this sort of performance from Northamptonshire, then they should be given free entry for life.
After tea.
As Toby Rowland-Jones dismissively dispatches what is not Jack White's best ball of the day for 4 through mid-wicket, picked it off a length, back of a length really, and adds 4 to his total, which is now 5.
I'd like to see a slightly more aggressive approach from the Middlesex tail this time around.
I think they have to.
I think the pitch is obviously a little bit better to slightly less kind of lateral movement from what we've seen earlier. I think that might have been a single there, but
yeah, I don't know quite why he turned that
one down. But to, well, try and make something happen, really, I suppose. Yeah. Try and take some of the momentum away from Northamptonshire, and
you just never know, do you? If you can play with sort of a bit of measured aggression and suddenly put the bowlers on the back foot in a low-scoring game. And that lead is now 63. I'm going to need a fair few more than that if they're going to trouble Northamptonshire, you would think.
It's quite calypso-esque batting there from Toby Rowland-Jones, wasn't there?
Yeah, he's looks good off his legs. Those long legs of the Middlesex captain, which help him extract the bounce he does.
Because I mean, if Middlesex can give themselves some form of lead, looking at the weather forecast tomorrow morning, it's going to be dry, but as I'll show Sam now, that there's an awful lot of cloud cover about again in that first session and a half by the looks of it, maybe even set in all day. So as you said, if you can kind of figure out a way to get to 125, 150, you just never know.
Holman opening the face and letting the ball run square to Sam Whiteman on the point boundary. And there's 1 run, with Holman retaining the strike for the next over, which will be bowled again by Chris Tremaine, the man who reached 300 wickets today with his 2nd wicket of the innings. He now has 3 for 35, 301 first-class wickets at 23.5 in just 81 matches. That's incredible.
Ridiculous
Yeah.
return. I don't know how much. How many games per season do they play in the Sheffield Shield? Do you know roughly or exactly?
Off the top of my head, I've got 10 in mind, but
Okay.
we can look that up.
And I know obviously the average there
Because there are
provides a lot of context.
there are 6 states.
There are, yeah. So I guess
So
to play each
home
other
and
home and
away.
away would make sense. But certainly wouldn't get the number of opportunities to pick up that many wickets if he
No.
were
Exactly,
well,
yeah.
English, for example.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I mean, 300 wickets in 81 games is not bad going.
No, not at all. And as you say, you've provided the context with it, whilst providing the average that they've come at, which obviously provides a lot of value to that stat. But I mean, he's still absolutely steaming in, isn't he, for Luke Proctor and the rest of the Northants team?
Yeah, 10 matches. Western Australia winning it for the second consecutive year, beating Victoria in the final. Northampton's other overseas, Sam Whiteman, of course, captain of Western Australia.
I think Lance Morris is a Western Australian, isn't he, as
Yeah,
well, I believe.
I think that's right.
Or at least he plays for Western Australia. I don't know whether he's born and bred that way.
Chance, but I think it fell just short, in fact. It was a thick outside edge from Roland Jones. He'll get 4, and I think it bounced just in front of Gareth Berg's outstretched right hand. Let's have a look at the replay. Doesn't tell us much, but encouraging signs for Chris Tremaine. This will give us a better idea. Yeah, falling, I think, just short. Would have been a heck of a catch regardless. Athletic dive from the 42-year-old Gareth Berg. Who is going off for running repairs, it would appear. Gareth Berg jamming his finger or something with that attempt to stop Roland Jones's outside edge, and on comes the sub-fielder.
I think the one earlier today at fourth slip gully, I think would have stung the hands as well.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I was honing in on Roland Jones's boots, but the tall man manages to bring the bat down in time, push it into the onside. And it's James Sales is the sub-fielder. He's come into cover. Chris Tremaine completes his over, 5 from it, including the 4 runs off that thick outside edge from Toby Roland Jones, who now has 11. And he's retained the strike for the next over. Luke Holman, 14 not out, 120 for 7. Middlesex leading by 71.
My co-host I think he's swallowed a fly, I think. If you know the nursery rhyme, there's a spider coming next, and so on and so forth. Anyway. Jack White from the David Capel end. Carry on. These partnerships will just start to be getting a little bit frustrating, won't they? Not necessarily for value in runs, I think, for Northamptonshire, but just time, like being taken out of the game. I'm sure Northants would have loved to have had an opportunity to have had a little run chase at this tonight. 71 now, the lead for Middlesex as Jack White comes in. And that's flicked into the leg side by Toby Rowland-Jones for 1 out to deep square.
I like your description of Rowland-Jones' calypso-style batting, and that was another sort of example, wasn't it? As he practices a extravagant sort of Viv Richards-style whip off the legs.
You've got to respect the hustle, Sam. You've got to respect it.
Yeah, he looks pretty cool as a batter, just leaning on his bat handle.
It's all an act.
Yeah, so I suppose 72-run lead, 27.5 overs remaining. So still a chance if Northants wrap the tail up in the next sort of 5 overs that we could get a result tonight.
Defended into the offside by Luke Holman. Didn't look all that comfortable playing that one there.
I don't know whether because we've already added time on to make up for the time lost yesterday, should a result... Okay. I don't know the answer to this, but should a result be possible once we get to the end of a further 27.4 overs, which would make 104 for the day? Can they add another half an hour on? We'd be here till 7:30.
I mean, we're going at about 15 overs an hour, aren't we, at the moment, roughly, give or take. So we're looking at an hour and 45 minutes from now, as that walloped through the leg side by Toby Rowland-Jones, with a bit of kind of Caribbean flair that we've decided to kind of. It
was disdainful, wasn't it?
It was. So I suppose with that in mind,
that's a great shot.
It is cracking. We're looking at gone 7 o'clock anyway.
Yeah. I don't know what the regulations say, whether you can add the half an hour for the result when you've already...
Yeah, I don't know.
If anyone does know, do get in touch with us. The Twitter account, @NorthantCCC, with that bit of information or anything else. If you have been playing club cricket today and your day's finished earlier than you would have liked, or because you've rolled a side over, then do let us know.
Did well to get some bat on that one. I think that one might have just kept a little bit low on the tall man.
Are you still having trouble with the NV Play site?
Yeah, I've not been able. That's not been working for me all day.
Just trying to work out how many overs Tremaine has bowled in his spell from the other end.
Oh my word. Crunched through the offside, over the square for 4 runs for Toby Rowland-Jones. I like this. I like this tactic. Rowland-Jones is 20 or 14. Northants bowlers tiring a little bit maybe as we see the fielder disappearing off under the cover. That's got to be a pretty unpleasant place to go, isn't it?
Yeah, I wonder if we can get a shot of that.
To go and find that cricket ball back out from under there.
And he successfully retrieved it. Yeah, you can see there on the replay, it went all the way under the cover. And such is the glamour of pro sport.
down on your face. It's like SAS Who Dares Wins episode, that, wasn't it?
Is that Chris Tremaine?
I don't believe so. I might be wrong. I have been before.
Oh, wow.
Walloped for... I think that's gone all the way for 6 from off the bat of Toby Rowland-Jones. Come over to my side, I think is what would have been muttered there. What a great shot. What a brilliant over for Middlesex as well. Just putting a bit of pressure on. And I honestly think this is such a great call from the captain, Roland Jones, to play this type of innings in this scenario.
Couldn't agree more, because they're now up to a lead of 87.
Yeah.
16 runs off that over. And the man who's just emerged from underneath the covers, Rob Keogh, is now going to bowl the first over of spin of the whole game.
Hello. I mean, the mood that Roland Jones is in.
I think this is definitely the end to bowl spin from.
I think that's a very wise shout.
Yeah, well, Northampton want to be a little careful here.
I've got left-handed Luke Coleman, though, so he will have the short boundary to the leg side. Hasn't seemed quite as enthusiastic to get on board with Toby Roland Jones's plan of striking at over 170, mind you. But that might change. And I think, as I say, from Middlesex's perspective, bat as long as you can in these amazing conditions this evening, and try and leave Northants with as much work as they can possibly do come 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. As Keogh starts with a dot ball. Very respectful by Luke Coleman there. I feel a bit strange watching a spinner bowl, doesn't it? Swept down to fine leg. Is that a good bit of fielding? I think it is.
Yeah, great bit of fielding from Jack White.
Keeps it down to 2.
Yeah, Rob Keogh, Northamptonshire's third leading wicket taker last season. 34 wickets he took.
There is a little bit of turnout there, Sam, as well. Away from the left-hander that is Luke Coleman. Just a little bit of grip in the surface, which I suppose, if this pitch has seemed for quite as long as what it has done, it's not that big of a surprise that there's a little bit of purchase in there for the finger spinner too.
Yeah, and we've had all day so far under the sun, and
not many, but there's a few footholes kicking about now at either end of the wicket block.
I think it's probably an attempt to just stop Toby Roland Jones in his tracks, because he was looking very comfortable against pace.
He was indeed, but he is on strike. 26 off 15 for the Middlesex captain.
Yeah, and as you would expect, the leg side field packed with 5 men, including 2 in the deep.
What have we got? A man at short fine, deep backward square, deep mid wicket. Uses his feet and plays that nicely into the offside. Picked up by cover for 1. Man at mid wicket and a fielder kind of floating around the long off area, wasn't he? The long on area for Toby Roland Jones. But that's the end of the over. 4 runs coming off Rob Keogh's first over in this match. And yeah, as you say, Middlesex 140 now for 7 with a lead of 91.
Partnership worth 33 now.
Change of bowling from the David Cable end, Northant's captain Luke Proctor.
Captain's back. Luke Proctor's going to have a bowl from the David Capel end.
Yeah, I like this, because it will just hurry Toby Roland Jones, that extra yard of pace.
Yep.
Skiddy bowler that Luke Proctor is.
Luke got the big wicket yesterday as well. Didn't need to break that awkward partnership not yesterday, on Thursday, that Middlesex put together between John Simpson and Ryan Higgins. So good plan to come in and try and break this one that's just proving to be a little bit awkward for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, it's actually the biggest partnership of the innings, isn't it?
Remind me the name of your horse that you've tipped for the Grand National.
Oh yeah, what was it?
Wide Long On or something.
No, Cape Gentleman.
Cape Gentleman, that was it. Using his feet, Roland Jones, with a big heave into the leg side, wasn't it there? I'm enjoying this. It's a good contest.
Yeah, and Toby Roland Jones almost refusing a single there because he's having a good time out there. I think, like you said, Dan, he's doing exactly the right thing, which is going to die wondering if he can smash.
That is a cracking shot for nothing, that, isn't it?
Yeah, if he can score, 50 here, and suddenly a little bit of doubt will creep into Northampton's minds. Leading from the front at the moment, Toby Roland Jones.
Played nicely. Out into the offside for another single.
So seeing it very well, isn't he?
Mm.
Probably conditions, as we keep saying, getting easier and easier to bat in. Which is Middlesex would have wanted their top order to have hung around a bit longer.
Yeah.
To then take advantage of the conditions that Toby Roland Jones is now making the most of. But he's certainly not been caught in two minds. He's gone out there with a positive mindset, and so far, with 28 from just 20 balls, he's going very well. First sight of Luke Coleman for a few deliveries. He's on 18 from 35 and himself has looked pretty comfortable.
I wonder whether Toby Roland Jones's positivity has been requested upon Luke Coleman, or whether it's a case of you keep doing what you're doing, Luke, and we'll figure out where we are in a little bit. As Luke Coleman defends that one from Luke Proctor on a very, very tight line. He's certainly making the batters play each ball, isn't he? The captain of Northamptonshire, which is really good to see at this time of the innings. But yeah, I just wondered whether it's a team mindset change, or whether it's just Roland Jones has kind of thought, well, I'll give myself the licence and see what I can do.
Yeah, I think possibly the latter. Captain's prerogative.
Mm. Spin to continue.
Yeah, I think we're now looking probably at some action on day 4. 25 overs of the day remaining, a lead of 92 runs, so even if...
Oh, that's gone up. Chris Tremaine's not picked that up at all, as it's gone away for 4 down towards deep mid-wicket and back under those roll-on covers that we saw so much of yesterday. Didn't pick that up at all, Chris Tremaine. Stood there for a lot of the time with his arms in the air, kind of asking for a pointer as to which way the ball's gone. And he can't even blame the sun.
No, he's got that behind him. Yeah, well played, Toby Roland Jones.
Into the 30s. Down the pitch. Played nicely to cover. Do you have an inkling as to which way this battle's going to go? Is that crunched through the covers as he picks up a single? Roland Jones versus Keogh.
You mean which particular battle? Roland Jones versus...
yeah, Rob Keogh.
It kind of depends when the battle ends. Because if Rob Keogh gets him, but he's got 60 or 70, then you'd say Toby Roland Jones.
Yeah.
He gets him now. Toby Roland Jones, as we're seeing here, is absolutely no mug with the bat. He has a first-class century.
Mm.
and 14 50s, which, you know, is only one behind someone like Rob Keogh. Sorry, that's nonsense. Rob Keogh has 1500s, 50s.
That is the end of Rob Keogh's over, though. We'll talk about someone else, Sam. Luke Proctor's going to save us. Again, another good over, though, for Middlesex. Putting a little bit more pressure back onto Northamptonshire. The lead now 98, 147 for 7. Luke Proctor's going to carry on with this wicket-to-wicket attacking line. 2 slips and a gully for Luke Proctor. How many boundary riders? Oh no, Luke Coleman's on strike, so we haven't got the boundary riders going out just yet. We've got a man at deep point. And we've got, is that Gareth Berg, I believe, maybe going out to deep backward square? I think it might be. But Luke Proctor is in to Luke Coleman. Defends on the back foot.
Yeah, I think Luke Coleman will be seeing his role as crease occupation as long as his captain is there and scoring freely. I think the captain will be very disappointed if he now gives his wicket away.
A good Yorker. A good Yorker in first-class cricket. Sometimes I don't think you see enough of those. Stream powered by Daffabet here on the Northamptonshire YouTube channel. Thanks everybody that has joined us and is currently watching the evening session here. It's turned out to be a terrific day's cricket. Really, really enjoyable. Again, plenty happening. Is there a chance of that? Oh, it's close. Proctor had a chance off his own bowling to run Luke Coleman out. I don't know how close that was. I think that was looking fairly good, I think, for the Northamptonshire captain, other than obviously not hitting the stumps. But anyway, as I say, the stream is powered by Daffabet. Thank you so much to everyone that's joined us during the day. If you can hit the little thumbs up button as well on the stream, that'd be a massive help for us. I see we're just holding around 500 viewers at the moment, as that's walloped into the leg side again by Toby Rowland-Jones for 1 down to the boundary. So yeah, a little thumbs up on the stream would be lovely. Little subscribe on the channel as well. As I say, plenty more live streams coming through the course of the summer, and plenty of videos as well coming soon, which hopefully everyone will enjoy. There we go, 149 for 7. The lead now 99 for Middlesex. And yeah, any feedback, any questions, any comments, anything like that, feel free to get in contact with us at Northants CCC on Twitter. Defended by Luke Coleman, and from what I understand, I think we're figuring out a way to get those tweets and those questions on screen for next week's game as well. So hopefully kind of make the experience even more interactive for the fans of Northamptonshire County Cricket Club as the season goes on. Really, really exciting to be a part of this new live stream venture. Defended again. Proctor finishes the over there. 100 runs now the lead for Middlesex here at Wantage Road. 149 for 7. Matched their score from the first innings, 3 wickets left, and Toby Rowland-Jones and Luke Coleman getting a well-earned beverage there in between the overs. Rob Keogh looks like he's going to carry on from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Thank you everybody that's just dropped us a like on the stream. I've just seen that's popped up by 20, so Thank you very much, Sam and I and everyone behind the scenes making this live stream possible. Appreciate your support and appreciate your company throughout the day as well. Rob Keogh to carry on. Toby Rowland-Jones on strike. Works that one into the leg side for one, which puts the more defensive-minded Luke Holman back on strike, which I don't suspect Northamptonshire will be that upset about at all.
150 up.
Well batted. 100-run lead as well now, Sam?
Yeah, 101-run lead for the visitors. Who knows what will be a challenging total for Northants to chase. I think they need a few more, but starting to get into the territory of tricky little fourth innings total to have to chase. Oh, and
oh my word. What a wicket that would have been to have picked up. It's outside edge there by Luke Holman. Has that gone off the, looks like that's gone off the thigh or off the knee of Lewis McManus, I think, and then ballooned over Ricardo Vasconcelos' head at first slip, I think. Hard to say for certain. But encouraging to see a bit of turn. That one's gone straight, well, it's gone straight on, beating the outside edge. Picks up one. I have bad news for you, Sam.
go on.
Cape Gentlemen did not win the Grand National. So,
Well,
stick to cricket.
yeah, well, sure some people might prefer me to stick to horse racing, but yeah, my disclaimer stands is that I was trying to find a runner that
full. Oh my word! So Toby Rowland-Jones turned that into a full toss from Rob Keogh, who's absolutely destroyed the stumps at the non-striker's end. Good bit of fielding there by the LV branded stumps.
Yeah, no, I was trying to find a vaguely related runner to this match, and I really scraped the barrels with Cape Gentlemen. A nod to Gareth Berg's birthplace, Cape Town, South African born, and now, of course, Italian player coach, as well as being the county championship's oldest current player.
Most experienced? Could we maybe describe him that way? Oldest sounds a bit harsh, doesn't it?
Not at all. I think it's testament to the guy's wonderful longevity. No slight whatsoever. Still going strong is Gareth Berg.
As is Luke Proctor. Leading from the front once again. Bowling to, well, captain to captain here, Rowland-Jones, who has crunched that one down to mid-off, but a brilliant bit of fielding by Cape Gentlemen. Gives the ball a little polish. Lobs it back to Luke Proctor and have another go. Doshed into the leg side by Rowland-Jones for one. Holman back on strike. Left-hand, right-hand combination here. Sam might be making this slightly more taxing or puzzling as a partnership for these Northants bowlers to figure out and unlock at the moment.
Yeah, batting really well together. Luke Holman playing the foil to Toby Rowland-Jones' starring role with the bat at the moment. Their partnership now worth 48, Holman on 23. And Rowland-Jones on 37. And Northampton seeking to break this irritating partnership. If you are a home supporter, biggest partnership of the innings. And in fact, I think Middlesex's biggest partnership of the match.
Ooh. Still a little bit of life in there as that one's gone burst through Lewis McManus's gloves for a couple of byes. I think that one really took him by surprise, that one, didn't it?
Yeah, and that's the 50 partnership.
Well batted, chaps. Holman contributing 11, Rowland-Jones contributing 37 in that 50-run partnership off 56 balls.
Yeah, just the counter-attack that Middlesex needed. It was looking very dire. Things still heavily weighted towards Northamptonshire, but
certainly making the fourth innings look an awful lot more interesting than what it was half an hour ago.
Now, I don't think Northampton will be panicking yet, but another 45 minutes of this, we're starting to get into tricky chase territory. I think Northampton just need to stay disciplined.
Oh, squared up. Has that carried? I'm not convinced that has carried again.
No, but that's exactly what I mean. Just keep plugging away at that. If you're a seamer, at that fourth, fifth stump line.
Luke Proctor squared Luke Holman up beautifully off the last. He's played it down. He's played that very nicely and half stopped at gully. And they've come through for one. Rob Keogh is going to carry on. We're going to continue with the finger spin. It feels a little bit like there isn't really much going for the seamers now at the moment. 53 overs into this innings. The ball's obviously a bit older. The sun's been out now for a couple of hours, I think, at least. And the pitch is just starting to look a little bit slower, I think, as this game and this day has gone on.
Yeah, I just think stay disciplined. Don't go searching for wickets. The mistake will come in the way that certainly Toby Rowland-Jones is playing eventually. Will offer you a chance, I think.
Absolutely. Very disciplined innings by Luke Holman so far as well. 24 off 54. Tidy start to this to Rob Keogh's fourth. Still just a nice bit of turn. Nothing extravagant is there out there at the moment, but turning away from the left-hander, we'll be turning into Toby Rowland-Jones. Could be a real kind of conflict of interest here from Toby Rowland-Jones. The ball turning into the arc, fielders being spread out into the leg side as well. It's a real kind of a real tempting prospect, I think, for a batter that's 37 not out of 28 balls and quite happy to give it the big heave-ho. And he is stumped, gone. Rob Keogh gets the breakthrough. Rob Keogh wins the battle. Captain Toby Rowland-Jones goes for 37 off 28. Bold Rob Keogh stumped Lewis McManus, ran straight past one.
Couldn't resist, could he? And like you say, Rob Keogh winning that battle, and just in the nick of time, I think, because Toby Rowland-Jones was scoring quickly and playing well, and the decision to bring the spin of Rob Keogh on has paid off. So some good captaincy from Luke Proctor, as you were saying. The seamers not having much luck against the expansive stroke play of Toby Rowland-Jones, but Rob Keogh has done the job for Northampton. That'll settle any nerves that were bubbling up for the home side. Well bowled, Rob Keogh.
Absolutely, and a fantastic innings in the context of the game by Toby Rowland-Jones as well. Gone out to bat as Middlesex captain. A lot of pressure. He's extended the lead up to over 100 now. 37, as I say, off 28 balls with 5 fours and a 6. really, really positive strike rate, and I suspect we're going to see something pretty similar from Tom Helm. I don't see why Luke Holman wouldn't become a little bit more expansive now, and a bit of extra.
Take on the role that Roland Jones was playing.
Exactly, and I mean he's clearly going to be another big lad, Tom Helm.
Long levers. A really good bit of bowling from Rob Keogh, because I think he knew that Toby Roland-Jones was looking at advancing, and he just speared that one in. A bit of width outside the off stump, and it duly beat the outside edge of Roland-Jones, and Lewis McManus made no mistake with the stumping. So the lead, 110. 159 for 8, Middlesex in their second innings. Tom Helm, the new man, he will face Rob Keogh, who has 1 for 16 from his 3.5 overs. That wicket of Toby Roland-Jones was Rob Keogh's first of the 2023 championship, following on from a very solid season with the ball in 2022, and he gets a hearty round of applause from the local supporters. Rob Keogh taking the second most wickets among England qualified spinners in Division 1 last year, 34 behind Dom Bess, also a recent England cricketer who took 36 for Yorkshire. And with 2 wickets remaining in Middlesex's second innings, it'll be Luke Proctor to continue from the David Capel end. He has 2 slips. Point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Mid-wicket actually now being brought into what looks like gully, or even, Gareth Berg out of mid-wicket into gully. So 6 on the offside. And 3 men on the onside are a wide-ish mid-on. That deep square leg, which is the Australian overseas Sam Whiteman, and then a man at long leg. Still charging in, Luke Proctor, bustling to the crease. His arms a blur as he delivers the ball. Really whippy action. And the word is, well, I think it's actually fairly obvious that he is the quickest among this stable of Northants seamers appearing today in this match. Runs here for Tom Helm, 2 of them. As the substitute fielder, James Sales, does the fielding out in that wide expanse of the offside, with the floodlight pylons now extending the whole way across the outfield. Luke Proctor having a brief chat with Ben Sanderson, his experienced pro. Tom Helm looking reasonably comfortable on the front foot. Yeah, just to echo Dan's comments earlier, was very, very grateful indeed to have your company here on this Saturday afternoon, evening. Did you see the youngsters having their net session downstairs, Dan? Yep, an age group training session going on down at the heart, in the heart of the Lynn Wilson Centre.
Commentating does help when you remember to put your headset and your microphone on, doesn't it, Sam?
Got him! Luke Proctor with a big beaming smile as he rips out the off stump of Tom Helm. He's gone for 3. That's the 9th wicket to fall. 162 for 9. The lead 113. And the captain, the latest man in the wickets for Northamptonshire. That was a quick delivery that Helm played expansively at, and he got nowhere near it, and off stump was wrenched out of the ground.
Good bit of bowling.
Yeah.
Good time to come back into the studio as well, that wasn't it?
Yep.
9 down, 113 now.
We're getting a replacement stump.
I wonder whether, was that a little inside edge onto that one? Yeah.
Yeah, big inside edge.
That has snapped the stump in half, I think, as well. That must have been about 180 miles an hour, Sam, I think.
Yeah, I said he got nowhere near it. He actually got a thick inside edge, and it is destroyed off stump. We've had a member of the ground staff deliver a fresh bit of timber.
Ethan Bamber, the new batter for Middlesex, or the last batter for Middlesex, in fact. New and last. Contributed
a very useful part in the second highest partnership in Middlesex's first innings of 149 all out. He'll be playing a similar supporting role, you'd imagine, to Luke Coleman, who would probably now look definitely to be farming the strike in much the same way as Ryan Higgins did in the first innings.
I suspect so. I think that now would be the... Well, I almost kind of felt like he probably could have taken the leading role slightly earlier, but Toby Rowland-Jones obviously did that fantastically well. And yeah, I mean, there's an opportunity now for these two guys to have a little bit of fun and try and extend that lead for Middlesex as much as they possibly can. I mean, 120 could be massively helpful here, couldn't it? Another handful of runs could be all the difference.
Always exciting to see a stump broken, isn't it?
Oh yeah. It looks. It just makes the delivery look an awful lot faster.
Well, it wasn't slow. Rob Keogh tossing one up, just tempting Holman. As in the end, it went straight on with the arm down the leg side, and Lewis McManus whipped the bells off, but Luke Holman was safely in his crease as he reverse sweeps, brings that out of his locker, and it runs away down to what would have been a backward square leg. It's fielded comfortably, and 2 runs added by Luke Holman. First sight of the reverse sweep.
Perfect. Perfect for Middlesex there, wasn't it? Picked up 2.
Yeah, a good
Holman
shot. Lovely
keeps
shot.
the strike, and as you said, a really nice shot, brilliantly executed.
And actually, the reverse sweep now, you know, traditionally people might have seen it as a high-risk shot, but these guys play it so well.
Yeah.
As the
Orthodox
more conventional sweep comes out, and the single is turned down. Yeah, it's you know, they play it as well as any quote traditional shot, so why not? Especially for the left-handed batter to the off spinner, just playing with the spin then.
Yeah, I think long gone are the days that we sit here now watching cricket as fans, and whether I count myself as a commentator after 2 days' work or not, I don't know. But to sit here and kind of say, oh, it's inventive, it's this, that, and the other, like, it's not inventive anymore. It's been around for ages. These reverse sweeps. There isn't much now that you see from a batter that you think, oh, blimey, that's new. They are so talented, so skilled at playing 360 around the wicket in any format.
The field spreads somewhat as Ethan Bamber comes on to strike. Single there if he wants it. You'd imagine it'll be turned down to ensure that Luke Coleman retains the strike for the next over, which he will.
and I've been incredibly privileged to get up close and personal with some of these pro batters at different points during my career, and I can tell you don't appreciate how good they actually are until you're able to stand like next door to them having a net, if that makes sense. The sound off the bat, the power that they possess is quite phenomenal, and I think sometimes it is quite difficult to pick that up from the TV screen, from the deep mid wicket stand, or wherever you might be in the country watching the game. That when you get up close and personal, if you're ever lucky enough to do so, it's outrageous, the power that these batters and the skill that they possess now.
So Luke Proctor continues to his namesake, Luke Holman. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 men out somewhere near the boundary. Big gap at cow corner. Once you get over the guy at mid wicket. Luke Holman lets that one go through. This, of course, now surpassing Middlesex first innings score of 149, but not by much. 149 all out, and then of course 165 for 9 in the second innings. So a little bit better, but not as many as they would have hoped for, having wrapped up Northamptonshire's innings reasonably quickly earlier on today. Rob Keogh's 75 to go with his century down at Canterbury. The top score in that Northamptonshire innings of 198, and it looks unlikely that we will see 200 reached in this game, which is unusual here at Wantage Road.
Never say never.
Oh, Middlesex would bite your hand off for 200 now. And Luke Holman takes a single, which will mean if Ethan Bamber can survive these 2 balls, he will have strike. Yeah, it's I think it's a good tactic bowling Rob Keogh to Luke Holman from this end, from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Because yes, there's that short boundary, but it does mean that Holman would have to play against the spin.
Yeah. And I think as well that the boundary that you would traditionally target as an attacking option through mid wicket is actually significantly longer down in this bottom corner than what we can see square of the wicket.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot harder for the left-handed Luke Holman to play quite so aggressively and quite so square as well.
This fixture being played on the most easterly of the tracks available here on the square at Wantage Road. So a very short boundary on that side of the ground and a very long one on the other. Rob Keogh, unsurprisingly, continuing to twirl away from the end where we're sat, which is the Lynn Wilson centre end. Yeah, those youngsters downstairs, the future stars of Northamptonshire cricket.
Yeah, look like they're having a great time.
Fielding drills look like to me.
Well, I saw them having a little bit of a bat, and a few of them had a look upstairs as I walked past and said hello, which was nice. But you know, they look like they're having a great time. As you said, all decked out in their Northants training gear. As you say, nurturing the future crop of Northants professional cricketers with any luck.
Tossed up by Keogh. Goes out into the onside, up in the air for a moment, but nowhere near a fielder. Yet following in the footsteps of the man bowling at the moment, the pride of Dunstable, Rob Keogh, came through the academy himself. And if they can follow in his footsteps, they'll have done very well. A very half-hearted appeal from behind the stumps. Rob Keogh was having none of it. He's seen and played enough cricket to know that that was very much not out. And Luke Holman takes a single off the 4th ball of the over. Not going anywhere very quickly with this current tactic. It seems to be Holman frustrated for the first 3 or 4 balls of the over. Bamber then seeing off the last 2, and then a repeat from the other end. But we shall see. Keogh to Bamber. Just make sure he stays in his crease. Ethan Bamber, he's slightly overbalanced there as he looked to play that leg side-ish delivery.
Been, I guess, quite difficult for Luke Holman to start batting the way that he was, striking, as you can see, kind of in the 40s, to not progressively get more aggressive with Roland Jones, with Tom Helm for the short stay that he was out there for. It feels like you've tried to go from 2nd or 3rd gear right the way up to almost 5th at the moment, now that Ethan Bamber's at the crease with him, and I'd potentially maybe a few balls, but then I suppose you're not kind of guaranteed those few balls to be able to go up through the gears, are you, at the point that you're batting with your number 11?
No, he's just looked a little bit uncertain about how to play since Roland Jones has left the picture. That's up in the air. Oh, and that is a fabulous catch. Brilliant catch from Gareth Berg, who came steaming in off the cover boundary. And he dived full stretch to take a fabulous catch and wrap up this Middlesex innings.
Just cramped for room there, Holman, wasn't he? Tried to really kind of get quite expansive there, but I think that ball just followed him as he opened up the offside.
He's furious with himself. Yeah, like I said, he just didn't quite know how to deal with the situation, I don't think. And well, it still took a brilliant catch from Gareth Berg, who has more than made up for his earlier drop. And that wraps up Middlesex's 2nd innings, 167 all out. Luke Holman making 30.
Which puts us in a position, Sam. 15 overs left in the day. 118 runs for Northamptonshire to win as well. Could be a really exciting last 15. Sat in the sunshine here on Saturday evening. Quite looking forward to this.
Yeah, well, I don't think we'll see a result tonight, but I think we'll know which way the result's going to go. If Middlesex are going to have any hope, then they'll be needing to take quick wickets with the new ball. But you'd have thought 118 should be within Northamptonshire's reach. But that was, of course, the top score. The top score of the match so far, 198. Northamptonshire's first innings. We've not had a score with a 2 in front of it yet. So, yeah, as I said, Holman out for 30, last one out for 30, leaving Ethan Bamber not out on naught. Eskenazi and Roland Jones, joint top scorers in that Middlesex 2nd innings with 37 each. And then Mark Stoneman with 24. So a few starts, but no one going on to play that innings which could have transformed this game. But we shall see. Quick run through the bowling figures. Ben Sanderson, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 23. Jack White, who bowled beautifully with the new ball and probably didn't get the rewards he deserved. He picked up 1 for 41 off 13 overs with 3 maidens. Gareth Berg, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20. Chris Tremaine, who was sensational after tea, He finishes with another 3 wickets to go with the 3 he picked up in the first innings, 3 for 41 of his 13 overs with 4 maidens. Luke Proctor, who finished off the innings, taking 2 for 19 off 9.1, and Rob Keogh taking his first wicket of the 2023 LV Insurance County Championship, taking 1 for 21 off 6 overs. But with an exciting 15 overs of the day remaining and the sun still beating down, we'll take a very short break and come back to see what progress Northamptonshire can make towards that target of 119 for victory.
with the change of innings. Northants opening batters, Ricardo Vasconcelos and Hassan Azad. Ethan Bamber with the new ball from the David Capel end. And Northants require 119 runs to win on day 3 of their opening home game of the 2023 County Championship. Going to be a really interesting passage of play, this 13 overs, Sam, I think.
Yeah, no doubt. Middlesex's only hope is quick wickets. Ethan Bamber was the pick of their bowlers in Northamptonshire's first innings.
He was great to watch, wasn't he? 3 for 42 off 20 overs. Economy just over 2. And really managed to keep the Northants batters honest throughout that innings. Did pick up the wicket of Ricardo Vasconcelos as well for 9 in the first innings. So I have happy memories looking back to Thursday, having a bowl to Ricardo. But you would hope, from a Northants perspective, that 119 is gettable, particularly with the way that we've seen this pitch. A watchful and solid start by Ricardo Vasconcelos, which I don't think I'll ever get tired of saying. It's a fantastic surname.
Yeah, trips off the tongue, doesn't it?
First runs for Northamptonshire off the bat of Ricardo Vasconcelos into the leg side. He's off the mark with a single. Hassan Azad, the man on strike. Now, Toby Rowland-Jones, you assume, will take the new ball from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Would you say?
Yeah, you'd have thought so.
All the experience, all of the expertise that a guy like he will possess, you would think would relish the opportunity to bowl in this challenge. As Hassan leaves that one well alone. Quite an expansive and extravagant leave at the end of that. A little sprinkle of Marnus Labuschagne in it, I think. Plenty of people still sticking around in the ground as well. I think there's not many people in the shaded side of the county ground now. And left alone again. So first over of the 4th innings of this match goes for 1. That target now it's down to 118. And captain Toby Rowland-Jones to take the new ball from the Lynn Wilson centre end to back up his young teammate Ethan Bamber.
Yeah, the gold leaf on the brand new ball glistening in the evening sun, which is now low in the west.
They look amazing from this far away, don't they, those Dukes? Those brand new Dukes cricket balls.
Yeah, that lovely dark red. Things of beauty. It's almost a shame they have to
scuff them up,
yeah.
Use them. Oh, tickled down the leg side. 4 runs straight off the bat for Vasconcelos. I don't think that was that far away from John Simpson. That would have been a burgle and a half, wouldn't it, to have kicked off the reply? Far enough away to not cause too much trouble.
Runs is runs.
They all count.
Yeah, well, I think Ricardo Vasconcelos is going to play the way he plays, which he has been doing so far this season. And he's looked brilliant until he's been dismissed in at least 2 of his 3 innings to date. So if he hangs around for a bit longer than he did in the first innings, he could make a decent dent in this small chase.
Definitely. Definitely. Very impressive short stay, wasn't it, in the first innings, and looked a class apart in that first game down at Canterbury last week. As that is pulled up into the leg side, which just, it's not that far away from that fielder running back at backwards there. Didn't get anywhere near the middle of that, did he? That's going to be a bit of a heart in the mouth moment for Ricardo as he's played that shot into the leg side. Hassan Azad leaves it alone. Again, that carry through to the keeper there is just seems to be disappearing the further and further we get into this game.
Any geography teachers listening, apologise for, I realised, saying the sun was setting in the east. Of course, the sun sets in the west.
You had a 50-50 chance, to be fair, didn't you?
I know perfectly well that was the west as well. I don't know what I said. But the point stands about the glistening of the Duke's ball.
That is still valid. I think Ricardo Vasconcelos is pretty happy to be playing against Middlesex. I can't quite get the stat up because the website's not working for me at the moment, but I do believe certainly in recent time, he is the leading run scorer for Northamptonshire in this particular fixture. I can't tell you how many because I've got a donut on my screen.
Talking of donuts, it does look like the donut van has shut up shop for the day. Which is a shame for any of us hoping to
crunch a couple of donuts.
As Freddie would have said earlier on. Hasn't it been great having a couple of the guys join us up here?
It's been amazing. They've been so good as well.
And Alex Berry, the media manager here, has promised us plenty more as the season progresses.
Into the leg side by Vasconcelos. No, they've both been brilliant. Obviously, we've had safe twice. Freddy for the entire morning session today, and as you said, provides so much insight into the game that we're clearly not able to bring you, but also hopefully kind of an insight into the team that you're supporting as Northants fans, getting to know your team. Oh, it's a big LBW appeal. Umpire Nigel Long is not interested. Ricardo Vasconcelos didn't look that bothered, did he? But quite a large appeal from the slip cord and Ethan Bamber. Just nipped back. Maybe he's got himself outside the line of a stump there, but
good ball.
Very good ball. And apologies again for the camera from the David Capel ends. We will get that fixed as soon as we possibly can. For the Northamptonshire stream, powered by Daffabet. Thank you everybody for joining us. Just over 10 overs to go now in the day. Please drop us a like on the stream. Subscribe to the channel as well. And if you want to summarize the day's play that you've watched, drop us a tweet at Northants CCC on Twitter, and Well, see what comes through, won't we, Sam?
Yeah, very grateful for your company here late on day 3 of this championship match between Northants and Middlesex. Northants in with a very good shout of their first-class victory over Middlesex in 9 attempts. Last time Northamptonshire managed to overcome a Middlesex side in 4-day cricket was back in 2010, so some time ago.
Unsurprising that it's a challenge against the new ball from what we've seen so far through this game. Into the leg side and picked up for nothing. Middlesex are certainly going to keep the Northants batters honest, aren't they, through this run chase?
Well, they have to. You know, with a long season ahead, even if they don't get anything out of this game, you've got to take what you can from it at all stages. But this, for whichever side does emerge victorious, this will be a very significant win, you'd have thought.
Bit of lift there from the last ball of the over from Bamber as well.
A maiden for Mini Mertz, as they call him.
Mini Mertz, Bambi. The cricketer whose dad once starred in a film with
Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise.
2008's Valkyrie.
Thanks. Your memory is clearly way
well,
better
you did
than
the
mine.
research, but
yeah, but that clearly didn't go in, did it? That was the issue.
He played Hitler, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah.
He did.
Ethan Bamber admitting himself to not being a great actor, but he can certainly bowl.
As can Toby Rowland-Jones. And Hassan Azad gets off the mark nicely with a shot down to deep third. Is he going to come back for 3? Should be 3. Off the mark with a 3. Long old chase down there with the boundary size and the dimensions that we've got here at Wantage Road today. And the day before, and the day before that, and tomorrow. And some birds. If you like birds, they were on the stream for a second.
Good to see the youngsters who are in early staying till the very end of the day's play. A few games going on with a tennis ball down by the scoreboard. By the new scoreboard, the LED screen. Picnic benches there, looking at a very nice place to bask in the early evening sun.
And one more off the target. Northants move to double figures. 10, 109 to win now. Looks like Ricardo Vasconcelos has asked for either a new bat or some running repairs on the cricket bat that he's used so far in this innings. Lovely shot by Hassan Azad off the back foot through cover point for a couple. And an awkward throw for John Simpson to pick up the wicket keeper.
Especially with that low sun setting in the west.
You find out quite quickly who your mates are, I think, when you're a wicket keeper, depending on how enthusiastic people are to throw the ball back to you. Defended solidly by Hassan. Bit of a disgruntled, despondent kind of kick to the Duke's ball there, wasn't it, by Rowland-Jones? Not sure whether that's the body language of a man that thinks they're still in this competition at the moment.
Incredibly frustrating for the Middlesex captain. Not how he would have wanted the season to have started.
Over bowled. Another good over for Northamptonshire. 9 now left in the day. Do you see, I kind of see Northamptonshire remaining pretty positive throughout these 9 overs left today, Sam. I don't see them going through a period like they did at the end of day 1.
No, and Ricardo Vasconcelos, you know, has a naturally attacking bent, or certainly a positive bent. Hassan Azad, more likely, I think, to just bide his time, which I think is what you want really at the top of the order, a bit of contrast between your two styles.
Definitely. I think Hassan clearly seems to be the type of player that's quite happy to anchor one end, and allow his partner to, as you said, be more expansive from the other.
Yeah, and I think we've seen, as the days progressed, the pitch as we expected after a day of sunshine, it's getting slightly easier to bat on.
Still 3 slips for Middlesex. Cracking shot by Vasconcelos. Well fielded by Ethan Bamber on his follow through as well. That had, well, I think that had 4 runs written all over it if Bamber hadn't have got down to that one.
Ah, lovely shot.
Yeah. Still attacking though, Middlesex with the field, as I say, 3 slips, ready to take whatever chance might come their way. Try and make the end of this game slightly more interesting from a Middlesex perspective. Still plenty of runs left for Northamptonshire to get in this game as well, this low-scoring affair. Defended nicely by Vasconcelos into the offside.
Bamber giving nothing away once again. Just a single run off his 15 balls so far.
Miserly, I think, is the best way to describe that bowling so far from Ethan Bamber. Very, very impressive. I've really, really enjoyed watching him bowl, as Vasconcelos goes for a big drive and doesn't get an awful lot of it, and dribbles towards mid-off. Have you developed any nicknames for these two yet?
These two batters?
Yeah.
I think I'll stick to the established ones,
Okay.
like I did with the Italian Stallion.
Another dot ball to Ethan Bamber's collection.
Slip Cordon doing everything they can to gee up their bowlers. Lots of noise from John Simpson's colleagues in the slips.
Oh, beating the outside edge nicely. And that is yet another maiden in this match for Ethan Bamber.
Yeah.
Just 1 run off his 3 overs so far today. Umpire O'Shaughnessy couldn't quite get hold of Toby Rowland-Jones's jumper fast enough there. I think there was a bit of confusion there as Toby wanted to get away and get to the end of his mark as quick as possible, yet hadn't quite figured out that Steve O'Shaughnessy hadn't actually grabbed hold of his jumper. But Toby Rowland-Jones to Hassan Azad. And he leaves that one well alone as that ball, well, John Simpson picks that one up on the bounce with now less than 8 overs to go in the day here. something quite nice about a cable knit jumper, isn't there, as well, Sam?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, really a thing of beauty. It does make seeing player numbers tricky, but
Solid again by Hassan Azad. Could you ever see them, or have they ever kind of made their way into the fashion market? Could you see someone walking down Oxford Street in a nice cream cable knit?
I'm sure it's happened, yeah.
Cable knit jumper. I would suggest probably without the various cricket badges.
I was going to say that
over
would,
it,
for me that would make it even more.
I think it would,
fashionable,
yeah.
This big county badge, proudly displayed.
Played by Hassan Azad into the offside. He's played that shot really well in this innings so far today. Is he going to pick up another 2 to his tally?
Yeah, from what we've seen of Hassan Azad's short time at Northampton so far, is that he does like that scoring area towards third. Picks up lots of his runs either with cuts or open face shots. So a productive area for the former Leicestershire opening batter.
How completely unprofessional. How many likes on this stream would it take for you to turn up and do a day in full white, Sam? Oh, he's left that well alone. Big shout from the Middlesex slip cordon, but I don't think there was a great deal going for that. I'm not quite sure where that even hit, I'll be honest.
It sounded almost
woody, didn't it?
Yeah. No.
No. I pitched outside leg, I think, and was probably missing leg stump as well. So anyway, how many likes would it take for you to come in?
I thought that appeal might have got me off that.
No, sorry.
Well, see, I don't know enough about YouTube.
Okay,
Dan. You're the expert.
Say 10 then. Say 10.
No.
10's a great number.
So explain to me how that would work in the next time period?
Yeah, I think if we were to let's focus on the important stuff to start with. As Hassan Azad plays that one to point. So basically, what essentially would happen is we would say if this stream got X, and we could base that on any kind of time period that you particularly wanted to, maybe an hour or so, or a full day's play. We could say if they got X amount, how many would it take for you to come in for a full day with your cricket whites on? Cable knit jumper, you can wear one of those. Floppy hat. Into the leg side this time by Hassan. I tell you what, you don't need to give me an answer now. We can maybe save it for the Hampshire game. But just bring your whites in your suitcase to Northampton.
Yeah, let me have a think about it.
Yeah, okay.
It's.
I'll tell you what. I'll ask you maybe after we've been to the pub this evening. Just because I might be able to get that like total down slightly. I'll do it for 3.
If you're buying,
I'll do it for 5. Ethan Bamber to carry on.
I've certainly turned up at.
Shot. So where you've turned
I've certainly
up to?
turned up at county championship matches in full whites before.
Okay.
Probably when I was under 10.
Well,
but you know, when I remember as a kid, used to in sort of that childlike enthusiasm think, well, if one of the guys goes down,
8-year-old Sam Keir turning up at the county ground.
They'll need someone.
Yeah.
And who better than the guy that's turned up in whites?
Well, you're ready to go at that point. You can just run straight on.
But I used to fantasize about that a lot as a child. The idea of whether it was football or cricket.
Well,
is being summoned from the crowd to the.
Roll the years forward a little bit, and
you just never know.
You never know.
PA announcement. Is there anyone here with full whites?
Funny you should mention that. And we would have video evidence that it would be exactly the case. It's not like you would have to come in and sit in full whites by yourself either.
Oh, and Vasconcelos has a little nibble at that ball from Ethan Bamber.
Because all 700, 800, 900, 1,000 people would be able to see you wearing full whites.
Yeah, it was a flirtatious little stroke from Vasconcelos outside off stump there, and does well not to get a nick on that, but he's still there. 7 not out, with Hassan Azad 7 not out at the other end, and those 2 sevens making 14 for naught. Oh, this is really good stuff from Ethan Bamber. Just looks like he's got his tail up, bowling a little bit quicker than we've seen him so far in this game, I think.
Definitely. And if Toby Rowland-Jones could apply a little bit of pressure from the other ends, we might start seeing these dot balls that Ethan Bamber currently joining together here, causing a little bit more trouble for Northamptonshire.
Looks like Northants' approach very much one of just getting through to the end of the day, as Vasconcelos lets another one go through as if to illustrate the point. Get to the end of the day, come back tomorrow with a target in 2 figures.
Yeah, be very, very happy with their day's work, won't they? If they get through this none down. As you said, double figures to win tomorrow. Bowled Middlesex out today for 167 on a day with, well, which the overheads kind of changed quite quickly, didn't they, this afternoon? It's all happened quite quickly as well. I almost begin to forget the fact that Northamptonshire were batting all the way to lunch this morning.
Yes, 17 wickets so far today.
Yeah.
To go with the 13 we had on day 1. This, of course, only the second day's play. It's day 3, of course, but we had no play yesterday. So, yeah, the game has moved at quite a pace.
Absolutely.
And at one stage before Toby Rowland-Jones's cameo earlier on today, we were looking possibly at a finish tonight, so a finish inside of 2 days' play. But we will be going into tomorrow. Change of bowling at the Lynn Wilson centre end. Ryan Higgins.
Good move, I think.
Yeah, just make things as well. Make the opening pair play as many balls as possible. They would love to leave as much as they can outside the off stump, but Ryan Higgins likes to target the stumps and has got as much lateral movement off the pitch as any of the other Middlesex bowlers in this match so far.
John Simpson up to the stumps again.
Yeah.
So no opportunity whatsoever this time for the batters to use their feet against Ryan Higgins.
Well, it doesn't stop Vasconcelos crashing one through the offside for 4. It was a bit short from Higgins, and Vasconcelos, as he is wont to do, is excellent on that back foot, and he carves it away through covers for a boundary. 19 without loss. Vasconcelos with 12 of them. Not what Toby Rowland-Jones would have wanted first up from his experienced all-rounder Ryan Higgins.
Not at all. Down to 100 to win now as well.
Yeah.
You said one more scoring shot and we get this down into double figures for Northamptonshire. Good comeback from Ryan Higgins there.
On the money. So if you, what's your view on turning up in full whites, even to club cricket games? Lots of people get out their cars in full whites.
I'm not a fan, I'll be honest. Through the COVID years, I think I was quite determined to make sure that I would just get changed in the field rather than stepping out the car in full whites.
Again, Higgins on the money after a rare loose delivery to start this over. He is back where he belongs.
I will confess I have driven home in full whites. Don't know.
I like the full whites with a pair of brown shoes.
Oh, splendid.
Finish the day, take your spikes off.
Yeah, put the brogues back on.
Put the brogues back on, and or even a drink in the pub after a game.
Yes, marvellous.
Full whites with your loafers on.
I should imagine, say back in the 70s, 80s kind of time, I would imagine you'd walk into the local pub after having played a game of cricket with your whites on still. And I suspect that the patrons, that was probably kind of a mark of respect, actually. People would look at you and go, blimey, he's been playing club cricket today. I wonder how he's got on. I I wonder what the score was. Whereas now I kind of feel like you'd probably just end up getting a funny look, as if to say, what on earth were you doing? Why are you wearing white trousers?
Well, if you're a real gun club cricketer, then it's club shorts, T-shirt, a pair of Havaianas, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Probably with your sleeves rolled up as well.
As you stroll around the boundary, having been
dismissed
nicked off for 4.
For the 3rd week in a row. It's like, yeah, but I did score that 63 7 years ago.
Good comeback from Ryan Higgins. 4 from his opening over, 4 off the first ball. Otherwise, Vasconcelos pinned down by the Zimbabwean-born all-rounder.
You can't trick me into the how many likes for the full whites, because I already told Alex that I'd do the stream in full whites anyway. So,
well, if you do it in full whites,
right? Okay. Imagine that for the day. Bit of zinc cream. Bit of zinc cream on the nose as well.
Absolutely. Ethan Bamber to continue this 5th over of his spell with the new ball. Just 2 runs from it yet to pick up a wicket, though.
I think they'd be calling us full kit commentators, Sam.
Yeah, I think probably they might be calling us much worse. And that's nice from Hassan Azad, who just opens the face and guides the ball down to that 3rd area, which is where he scores so many of his runs.
Yeah, incredibly productive area for him, isn't it? He batted so well, didn't he, in the first innings as well. I said hello to him when he walked back off to his car at the end of day 1. And, yeah, seemed pretty kind of down on the fact that he got out when he did after doing a lot of the hard work that he had put in to get to the position where he was. But I thought he batted really well for 30-odd.
Well taken by John Simpson. Not an easy one down the leg side. Be the first real loose delivery we've seen from Ethan Bamber. Beautiful Saturday evening in Northampton. Barely a cloud in the sky. The wind, just a murmur. With the long shadows emanating from the Middlesex fielders. Bamber bangs one in and doesn't really carry through at any pace to John Simpson behind the stumps. Not quite straight enough to trouble the left-handed Vasconcelos.
Had a lot of cricket on it today, isn't it? This will be 98th over, I believe, of the day, because we lost 2 for the turnaround. No, well, no, we would have lost 4 today, wouldn't we? Because we've had 2 innings changes, so 96. So we'll be getting on for 100 overs of first-class cricket today.
And there's barely been quiet period all day.
No, it's been all action, hasn't it? All action, which has been great. It's been great to watch.
Yeah, the game has moved at a real pace throughout the 2 days play we've had. as Bamber concedes just 1 off that over. 5 overs, none for 3. I suppose that'll be the only frustration for Bamber throughout these 2 innings, as he's bowled so economically, but yeah, he took 3 wickets in the first innings, but never really got onto sort of a hot streak of. But I think he's that kind of containing bowler. Then you want someone at the other end, perhaps, who offers maybe a bit more pace and.
Yeah, to be objectionable about that, I mean, he picked up Vasconcelos, who was looking mighty fine, wasn't he, with his 9 off 12. He broke the partnership between Proctor and Keogh. He picked him up for 39-2.
No, they've been big wickets.
So I respect and agree and value the point that you made. And to be honest with you, the way that he's bowled, I don't think 3 wickets out of this match does him justice in any way, shape or form. But 2 of those have been prize scalps.
Yeah, no, totally fair point. The ball makes its way around the field as they're keeping it as low as possible to avoid tossing it up into the sun. Setting sun as Hassan Azad times this very nicely off his legs, and he gets 4 runs. Picked that up nicely. It was just drifting onto leg stump from Ryan Higgins, and bread and butter stuff for Hassan Azad, who just leans on it really, and it races away for 4 to take the score to 24 without loss. Both batters on 12. All the runs so far coming from the bats of Ricardo Vasconcelos and Hassan Azad. And 95 now required for victory for the home side. As the clock approaches 7 o'clock, a long old day, but it's been an absolute pleasure and a privilege again to be with you here on the Northamptonshire County Cricket Club live stream, powered by Daffabet. With me, Sam Keir, and next to me, Dan Jadzovic. And we'll be here tomorrow for the conclusion of this game, which at this stage looks like a Northamptonshire victory in their second match of the 2023 County Championship season, bouncing back, if indeed they do reach this target, from defeat at Canterbury last week. And again, if Middlesex do end up on the wrong side of the ledger, it'll be 2 defeats in 2 in their first season back in Division 1 for some time.
All things certainly point towards Northamptonshire at the moment, don't they? Which is great to see. Fantastic performance by the team so far in this game, and deservedly are where they are, in a position with 95 runs to win. I'll just give you a quick run round the rest of the grounds. Stumps at Edgbaston, Kent are following on, having been bowled out for 158. They're 27 for 1, so still 268 runs behind Warwickshire's 453 for 4 declared.
And if we just see Kent as one of these sort of teams that might be around where Northamptonshire will be looking at possible finishes in this division, then a Kent loss is would be good news, I think, for us here at Northampton.
Definitely. Stumps at the Oval as well. Hampshire are 198 for 5, so they've got a lead over Surrey of 182.
That'll be interesting final day. Who's got the runs for Hampshire in that innings?
So Nick Gubbins is 79 not out, with Ian Holland, who I believe is an American international, 25.
Change of bowling at the David Capel end, with Tom Helm coming on for his first bowl of the innings. He'll get 2 overs tonight, and what Middlesex would give now for a breakthrough on the stroke of stumps here on day 3. Tom Helm, a tall bowler that extracts plenty of bounce.
Absolutely. As I said earlier, stumps at Chelmsford, and they're currently still playing at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire 177 for 6, so they have a lead of 260 over Somerset. So turning out to be a cracking evening in the Midlands, Sam, I think, for the two games going on here.
Just opens the face, Vasconcelos, and picks up a single down to third. And the ball, throws the ball straight over John Simpson's head. Last thing you want at the end of a long day as the keeper. Dan, you're a keeper, aren't you?
Well, I try, Sam. I don't think I can.
Okay, you have a.
I own the equipment.
And you have a cross next to your name in the scorebook.
Absolutely. That's about as far as we can go.
Good enough for me.
Solid again by Hassan Azad. Just 2.5 overs left to go in the day. 25 for no loss. It's quite remarkable so early on in the year that we're still out there playing county cricket at 7 p.m.
Oh, it's been a beautiful day. What a contrast to yesterday, which was a filthy day, really. But we've been blessed with sunshine. Shot from Hassan Azad, just turns it into the onside, and he'll come back for 2 as Luke Holman does the fielding out, running round from his position at a squarish fine leg. Luke Holman making 30 with the bat earlier on, looking comfortable. You feel a bit sorry for him, really. He ran out of partners. Had to try and manufacture something when he popped up that catch for Gareth Berg, but he looked good for 30. He looks like a good player, certainly at number 8.
Possibly a touch low, if that was his natural game as well. He's obviously going to be a lot easier to run out of partners batting at number 8 with that style and that type of strike rate. Obviously he would have needed and desperately wanted John Simpson to have stuck around with him and given him the opportunity to have batted the way that he wanted to bat and build that partnership and increase that run total for Middlesex. But you do start running out of options quite quickly, don't you, when you're batting at number 8.
Yeah, first class average of 30. And you'd have thought there's an argument, given the woes of Middlesex's top order at the moment, for Luke Holman to get a promotion.
I think a very good argument. 2 to go.
Yeah, just take the opportunity with 2 overs of the day remaining to thank everyone here at Wantage Road for allowing us to commentate on these live pictures powered by Daffabet. Big thanks in particular to Alex Berry, the media manager here, who has been responsible for setting up the fantastic stream we now offer. He's been ably assisted by George, our producer, and Ben, who's been up on the gantry with the roving camera, tracking the ball throughout the day. Loads of people making this all come together. Big thanks to Emma in the Steelbacks Cafe, who's been providing us with coffees and refreshments throughout the day. Very grateful to her and her team. And last but not least, a huge thank you to the hundreds of you that have tuned in at various points during the day's play. Like I say, don't take it lightly, the the privilege and responsibility of bringing you the action here from Wantage Road to both Northamptonshire and Middlesex fans, wherever you are. It's a good leave by Ricardo Vasconcelos. Knows where his off stump is, clearly. And we hope as many of you as possible will be able to join us for what we hope, if you're a Northamptonshire fan, is a first county championship win of the season on day 4. Bowled him! Well, be interesting to see what happened there, but Vasconcelos has been bowled leg stump by Ryan Higgins, and that's not quite the end to the day we had hoped for as Northamptonshire. Yeah, he's just stepped across, exposed his leg stump, and Ryan Higgins has duly obliged by knocking back that leg stump. So Ricardo Vasconcelos, who looked pretty secure, goes for 13. Northants lose their first wicket in this chase with the score on 27. And we will have time for the next man to come out. We expect, well, carded would be the Aussie overseas Sam Whiteman, but we may well see a night watchman.
Nighthawk. It's been rebranded, Sam.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Rebranded. It was a very watchful innings that's come to an end there by Vasconcelos, 13 off 44. I think you would certainly expect Ricardo to continue to bat the way that he wanted to bat. I guess in hindsight, exposing the leg stump.
I think that's Chris Tremaine who's taking on night watchman duties.
You know what? Based on what I've seen from him so far in this game, he strikes me as the type of bloke that would stick his hand up and say, yeah, I'll do that.
I'd love it if he came out and just danced down the track, belted one over his...
I told you. Nighthawk. And it didn't really, I might be doing Ryan Higgins a massive disservice, so apologies if I am, but it didn't look like the type of delivery that did a massive amount off the seam either.
Ricardo Vasconcelos just, I think, was so conscious of covering his off stump that he came such a long way across. And, yeah, he left himself somewhat exposed. We'll get another look here on the replay. Yeah, he takes a little step out towards the offside, and
it's kind of gone on with the arm from Ryan Higgins there, isn't it? Just angled straight in towards leg stump. And
well, 92 required, 9 wickets remaining. And that wicket, slight blemish on what otherwise has been a pretty decent day for Northants. The game moving at a heck of a pace. And Chris Tremaine is forward to his first ball, which he meets with the full face of the bat, crouching down, a tall man, Chris Tremaine. But he's got no difficulty with mobility, as we've seen in the field throughout the 2 Middlesex batting innings. Oh. And, he takes a big stride forward, Chris Tremaine, and I think it was a
healthy inside edge.
Inside edge, yep, down to fine leg, and he gets off the mark and takes strike, which is doing his duty as the night watch.
I do have some good news.
Go on.
If by any chance you're not enjoying the live stream, it's free to come to the ground tomorrow for the remainder of the game.
Brilliant.
So you don't have to listen to us. You can come in to the county ground here at Northampton, sit in the sunshine, hopefully, and enjoy however long of a game of cricket we get tomorrow. So free entry at the ground tomorrow if you are in and around the area and you feel like popping down, come on down and enjoy the remainder of this game.
Yeah, it would be absolutely wonderful to see a few in tomorrow to hopefully cheer home Northamptonshire to their first victory in the 2023 County Championship, which would be 50% of their total wins last year, so a pretty good start.
Chris Tremaine on strike here. What have we got? 3 slips, a short leg, and looks like we're going to get a leg slip in as well. So the tactic here, I think, might be short from Tom Helm. I don't know whether there's anybody lurking down on the boundary edge.
They're trying to tempt Chris Tremaine into going large over the man at short leg.
Yeah, definitely a short ball tactic, I think, for Middlesex against Chris Tremaine, which is a very smart move. There is a fielder lurking at kind of deep fine, like a square deep fine leg, just in case Chris Tremaine takes on the hook. But I mean, from what I've seen from the pitch so far, I'm not convinced it's even going to get high enough for Chris Tremaine to hook it.
Well advised to leave the ball well alone if it's banged in. Do his job as the night watch, and then tomorrow, bit of licence for Chris Tremaine, I think, if he can make it through these final 5 deliveries.
Licence, or a nice kind of 30 not out at the end of the day, and
Licence to play however he likes, but I always think it's quite nice if you've done night watch duties to then come in the next morning thinking, well, I can play my natural game now, show the coaches what I can offer. But he'll get few runs here, Chris Tremaine, as he finds a thick outside edge which will run down to the vacant third area, and it's Luke Holman who chases after the ball and hurls it back to his keeper John Simpson. So a couple of runs there for Chris Tremaine. 89 required. Northants 30 for 1 with 3 deliveries remaining in the day's play. Yeah, so free entry tomorrow if you want to come and see the conclusion of this match. Otherwise, we'll be here on the live stream from just before 11. There's that bounce we anticipated, and Chris Tremaine has nothing to do with it. Ducks down from his lofty stature. Gets well underneath it.
Two to go. 2 to survive for Chris Tremaine. Hassan Hazard has done the right thing and is
he's done for the day,
resting on his bat at the non-striker's end. I don't suspect he's going to be running through if Chris Tremaine calls him through for 1.
Well played by Chris Tremaine. There is that man at short leg, but Tremaine able to get on top of that shortish delivery from Tom Helm and just drop it into the strips to the left of the right-handed Australian. Practice wickets on the onside. And that is that for day 3 here at Wantage Road. Chris Tremaine doing his job as night watchman, getting a round of applause from all the supporters that have stayed here throughout the day, as well as from Dan up here in the commentary box. He's done his job, as has Hassan Azad, the Northamptonshire opening bat. 14 not out for him, 3 not out for Chris Tremaine. 30 for 1 at the close after Middlesex were bowled out for 167, having themselves bowled out Northamptonshire for 198 earlier on in the day. And that all means that Northamptonshire will go into the final day of this championship match requiring 89 runs for their first win over Middlesex in first-class cricket since 2010. Dan, your thoughts on the day?
As I said a minute ago, everything points towards Northamptonshire. After today's play, they've been absolutely brilliant, haven't they? They've, I suppose, a couple of blemishes with a couple of drop catches in that 3rd, 4th slip area earlier today, which allowed Middlesex to get 167. Other than that, another very, very good bowling performance from Northamptonshire and a good batting performance at the end of the day there to navigate a tricky 13 overs and put themselves in pole position to go ahead and win this game tomorrow morning. So thank you very much to everybody that has tuned in during the day. Hopefully you can join us tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock, as Sam said earlier. even better yet, hopefully you're able to come down to Northampton and sit in the stands and watch Northamptonshire knock off those 89 runs to win tomorrow. And as you said, pick up their first win against Middlesex for a while and pick up their first win of the year too.
Yeah, you've been joining me, Sam Keir, and Dan Jedzovic here on the Northamptonshire County Cricket Club live stream powered by Daffabet. Thank you very much indeed for your company.
Until then,